The story begins with the main character explaining that 10 years from now, in the Eastern Allied Kingdoms, by the hands of the 5 great sins, this place will be brutally destroyed, so to prevent the impending disaster, he chose to become their sponsor. He admits he never imagined it would spiral into something this massive. Once chained to a desk, clocking in 78-hour workweeks at a no-name company, he now lived as a noble in a fantasy realm. He says it sounded like a decent trade-off, and it was. The scene shifts to him holding a book upside down, squinting at the incomprehensible text and murmuring in confusion about its meaning. He questions why the words are gibberish and wonders aloud why he didn't get an automatic translation buff after being isekai'd. His butler, quietly observing, finally points out that the book is upside down. He continues narrating his predicament. On top of it all, he says that his defining character trait is complete illiteracy. No magic powers, no advantages, nothing. As he explains this, one of the maids gently asks if he's done with his meal and offers assistance with his bath before bed. The setting shifts again. 2 maids help him wash in an ornate bath, and the main character silently revels in the moment. He reflects that this, right here, a gorgeous maid feeding him while another washes his back, is what true luxury feels like. Besides having no idea where exactly he's landed, everything else seems perfect. One maid reminds him that since the other young masters will return tomorrow, he should get some rest. That piques his curiosity. He asks who those young masters are. She answers that they are young Master Leo and young Master Tonio. Another maid chimes in, saying they are members of the prestigious Palladio family. At the sound of that name, his thoughts stall. The mention of the Palladio family rings disturbingly familiar. His mind kicks into overdrive, and without warning, he dunks his face into the bathwater in a panic. The 2 maids react with alarm, horrified as bubbles rise from the surface. That's when it hits him, something awful. He might be in psychedelia. The narrative shifts. He recalls psychedelia, the world he used to know so well back when he was still a corporate drone, squeezing in brief moments to play games. Psychedelia was a turn-based RPG he often enjoyed. No matter what choices the player made, 5 great sins would always unfold. Wrath, greed, obsession, sloth, and pride. One by one, the kingdom, its nobles, and cities would spiral toward destruction. Of all the noble houses, none was as notorious as the Palladio family. Within it lived 2 infamous heirs. Leo Palladio, the king of debauchery. Tonio Palladio, the king of narcotics. The 2 were sleazy side characters, showing up briefly in an optional quest before the main storyline even began. The story then flashes back to his arrival in this world. He remembers the moment clearly and realizes he'd seen this place before. Details of the game flood back, especially the side quest named Investigate the Palladio County of the Asteria Kingdom. The mission focused on a seedy prostitution and drug ring called Avalon. Standing in the sprawling mansion, he can feel something sinister in the air. He starts to wonder if this is really happening, and the truth slowly clicks into place. Of all the possible starting points, he's landed in Palladio County, the very first noble family to be completely wiped out by the 5 sins. He remembers those sub-quests well. They gave ridiculous amounts of experience points in the game. And then it hits him in full. In this world, he is Alon Palladio, the 3rd son of the Palladio family, a minor villain in the story. He lies in his ornate bed, tears silently streaking down his cheeks, wishing more than anything that he could go back to being an overworked corporate drone. Even 78 hours a week felt better than this. To him, the luxury around him means nothing, not with a death sentence hanging over him. He's consumed by dread. This, he thinks, is worse than the time his paycheck was withheld for 6 months. His chest tightens with hopelessness. He wonders how he ended up as a transmigrator without a single special advantage. He mutters bitterly to himself, lamenting how every other protagonist gets cheats, power-ups, some kind of edge, yet he got nothing. Then, all at once, a realization dawned on him. A special perk, of course. Knowing the game's events 10 years ahead was as good as knowing the future itself. He jolted upright in bed, his despair melting into a steely determination. If he possessed knowledge of what lay ahead, then all he had to do was remove the seeds of catastrophe before they could bloom. If he wanted to secure a comfortable life as a noble, he would have to dismantle the 5 great sins. He told himself that since the others were still just children, it should be possible to alter their destinies. Despite his own complete lack of power. Time advanced, and 2 months later, the scene shifted again. Alan's personal knight, Evan, appeared before him. Evan reported that he had successfully rescued the orphans from the Eastern Orphanage, a place that had, in truth, been used for human experimentation. He explained that a girl named Yusha had been appointed to oversee the orphanage's operations, praising her competence and saying that she was more than capable. Alan gave a calm nod. Evan hesitated, asking whether that was meant to be a compliment, since his lord's expression remained as unreadable as ever. Alan agreed that it was hard to tell, then gave him a rare, strained smile and said he was counting on him. The sudden smile left Evan unsettled. He muttered that he might never get used to seeing such an expression again. His thoughts drifted to the past, when Alan's face had been far more expressive. Meanwhile, Alan looked into a nearby mirror, stretching his facial muscles. He quietly noted that it still felt like the soul inside him hadn't fully connected with the body's expressions. Evan exhaled and thanked him once more for the kind words. Alan silently reflected that in a world like psychedelia, where betrayal was routine, Evan was one of the few dependable allies who never strayed. That unwavering loyalty was exactly why Alan had recruited him the moment he found him. Evan soon shifted the conversation, reminding Alan that the recent raid had been launched to rescue the girl named Yusha. Alan confirmed this with a nod. Evan admitted that he understood why his lord had placed such trust in her. Even after all his years as a mercenary, he insisted that there was something unusual about that child. Her strength was unmatched, and it baffled him that someone like her had remained quietly imprisoned. He recommended bringing her to the mansion, arguing that there was no benefit in leaving her behind. Alan acknowledged that Evan's reasoning was sound, but deep down, he knew there was more to it. While it looked like he was underutilizing her, keeping her where she was fit into a broader plan, he began to explain. Yusha Bloodia, he said, belonged to the monstrous Blood Clan, a lineage bound by a contract with an incomprehensible otherworldly force. In the game, she would go on to become the Sin of Wrath, one of the 5 great sins. She would become a beast responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands. But Alan believed that if she was raised in a stable, peaceful setting, her fate could be altered. He felt a flicker of pride. He had just defused his first ticking time bomb. The reason he had left her behind was to observe her, to evaluate her stability and power. With a cold, serious tone, he cleared his throat and stated that such was the situation, though he added that the time had not yet come. Evan was taken aback, echoing his lord's words in disbelief. Alan then instructed him to ensure that the details of the mission never left the room, and that the orphans were well provided for. Evan bowed and confirmed he understood. Alan then handed him a sealed envelope, instructing him to deliver it to Yusha. When Evan asked if the letter contained something critical, Alan explained that it was a letter of greeting, meant to help soothe her after the trauma of the experiments. Evan blinked, surprised that his lord would go so far. He promised to deliver the letter without fail. Once Evan had left, Alan leaned back, deep in thought. He didn't know if the letter would actually calm her, but he felt he had to make the effort. Hidden in the pleasantries was a deeper message, a key phrase he had encountered repeatedly across his countless playthroughs. He recalled a particular scene from the game, where the Archbishop had delivered a desperate plea to the Sin of Wrath. The memory surfaced clearly. The Archbishop had shouted, his voice trembling as he recited the words. Darkness is an affliction, light is tranquility. A single hope in its belongings. It was a spell of sorts. A ritual phrase meant to soothe a monster born of rage. He remembered it appearing in the storyline during Yusha's transformation. A quick scene flashed in his memory. Yusha Bloodia, consumed by fury, slicing through crowds, blood drenching the stone floor. In the game, that was the moment the spell failed and combat began. But here, 10 years before those events, he believed there was still a chance to steer things differently. He exhaled slowly. One sin had been addressed. Now he had to decide who would be next. Trying to tame a monster with a single sentence sounded absurd, yet, considering her clan's devotion to a bizarre, unknowable deity, it just might work. The thoughts of those who lived through fanaticism were impossible to rationalize. The perspective shifted to Yusha herself, quietly reading the letter Alon had sent. Evan stood rigid, sweat beading down his back. The oppressive demonic energy radiating from the girl was still heavy in the air. She looked unnatural, emotionless and unreadable. With cold intensity in her eyes, she mentioned that the letter had come from Lord Alon, then questioned why he hadn't summoned her personally. Evan froze, his breath caught in his throat. The ability to perceive demonic energy wasn't common, only those at a master's level could manage it. That realization unsettled him deeply. He stuttered a reply, repeating Alan's explanation that the time simply wasn't right. She lowered her gaze slightly and accepted the answer with eerie composure. The focus shifted to the letter in her hand. The final line stood out: darkness is an affliction, light is tranquility, a single disaster and its attributions. She held the message close to her chest, whispering that it had to be a promise only her master would understand. She seemed to grasp his intent. Evan, still on edge, cautiously reached for his sword, but she only smiled, darkly amused, her grin unsettling. Elsewhere, Alon lay comfortably in bed, exhaling with satisfaction. He quietly reflected that it had been a productive day. Another step toward preserving his comfortable lifestyle. Gazing at the night sky, he imagined the moon itself was silently cheering him on. With that comforting thought, he closed his eyes, ready to face tomorrow. The next scene placed Alon in the mansion library, flipping through books in search of answers. One dropped onto his head, earning a frustrated mutter. Finding information on the third boss was proving more difficult than expected. Evan entered just then, reporting that the second child had been successfully retrieved. Alon responded with mild interest and asked if they'd been treated well. Evan confirmed that after rescuing the child from an illegal slave market, they had handled the situation with care. At that moment, Tonio Palacio, the Count's second son, walked in. He spotted Alon and sneered. With mock surprise, he pointed out Alan's presence in a library, elbowing him in the head while mocking his illiteracy and recent attempts at learning to read. He demanded Alon respond, reminding him that he was speaking to his elder brother. Alon swallowed his fury. He wondered how the original Alon had ever endured this. Resisting the urge to retaliate, he bowed politely and said that if his brother wished to use the study, he would leave. Tonio pressed a foot onto his head, smugly remarking that at least he knew his place. Suddenly, a knife sliced through the air, slamming into the wall beside Tonio's face. The blade belonged to Leo Palacio, the eldest brother. Leo stood at the entrance, calm and cold, stating that the noise was becoming intolerable. Tonio turned to him, furious, but Leo warned him not to push further. He wasn't in the mood for bloodshed this early. He ordered both of them out. Tonio, refusing to back down, grabbed Leo by the collar and suggested that he should leave the stench of commoners outside. Leo raised a knife to Tonio's throat with icy calm and warned him to stop flooding the study with drugs and disappear. While the two brothers clashed, Alon slipped away. As he walked off, his thoughts turned over the situation. In the game, the Palladio brothers had been minor characters, but here their influence was enormous. He recalled their reputations: Leo, the king of debauchery and underworld crime; Tonio, the drug lord with a sprawling cartel. Evan escorted him from the scene while the siblings' fight continued behind them. Alan's mind grew focused. If he wanted a peaceful life, he'd need to avoid provoking either of them at all costs. His strategy was simple: stay weak, act useless, and keep his head down. Later, Alon collapsed onto a plush sofa with a sigh. Evan, standing nearby, mentioned that the second rescued child wasn't exactly ordinary. He glanced at Alon, silently wondering how someone who seemed so fragile could uncover secret labs and black market operations to save children. He couldn't find a reason. Alon murmured that it was all exhausting. Evan studied him closely and commented that his young master was truly odd. He noted that the rescued child was being sent to an orphanage too. Alon gave a silent nod. Internally, he reflected on what Evan had said. The child wasn't just unusual, she was a walking disaster. The one saved from the Callian Kingdom's illegal slave trade, the central state among several United Nations, was none other than Deus Macrian, better known as the second boss in Psyche Delia. Passed between masters, abused and broken, he would later become the sin of sloth, one of the 5 great sins. In the game, he had destroyed kingdoms in grotesque, unforgettable ways. Despite the name, the sin of sloth had been an unstoppable force who repaid cruelty with apocalyptic vengeance. Alon remembered warning players not to treat Evan poorly in Deus's route. That child had terrifying potential. Now sipping his tea, Alon calmly noted to himself that the reason he sent her away was simple. The timing still wasn't right. Evan asked whether the letter Alon had sent to Lady Utia had anything to do with the second rescued child. Alon replied vaguely, saying it was just a friendly note, nothing more than a message to let her know he was sending someone troubled and to ask that she look after them. Elsewhere, Deus stood alone when Utia approached. She examined him with clinical calm and remarked that he was clearly broken. The scars across his body, she identified as the work of the black goat. With an eerie calmness, she stated that the great moon had chosen him. She offered congratulations, urging him to embrace the power he'd been granted and release what belonged to him by right. If he pledged loyalty to the Lord, she said, revenge would be his. She extended a hand toward him in apparent friendship, but the dark, malignant energy radiating from her made him recoil. Afterward, Utia read Alan's letter. With a neutral tone, she commented that it was simply a greeting, but she supposed it warranted a response. Back at the estate, Alon sat buried in books, flipping through pages with mounting frustration. He muttered that the third boss remained elusive. Just then, Evan burst into the room, visibly shaken. He reported urgent news. Tonio, the second son of the Count, the same one who had mocked Alon before, was dead. Alon went still, stunned. His mind repeated the thought. That scoundrel was actually gone. The scene shifted to Tonio's funeral. The hall was filled with mourners, Alon and Evan among them. The mood was heavy, until the Count arrived. He stumbled in high on drugs, flanked by 2 provocatively dressed women draped over each arm. One woman complained she was tired and wanted to get back to bed. The other said she was hungry. Watching them cling to the Count while his son lay in a coffin nearby made Alan's stomach turn. He already knew the Count was corrupt, but this was grotesque even for a dark fantasy world. Alan's thoughts turned back to Tonio. Dying from an accidental fall this early felt wrong. In the game, Tonio had clawed his way to power after years of torment and eventually claimed the family title. He had sobbed about the hardship, proud of his rise to Count. Yet now, the current Count wore a twisted smirk, like he had gained something, not lost it. From that expression alone, Alon was certain the killer had to be Leo, or someone acting under him. Still, Alon reminded himself of the bigger picture. His mission was to dismantle the 5 great sins. Everything else was noise. A year passed. With Leo taking over the drug operation, the Palladio estate fell into a relative calm. During that time, Alan's letters with Utia continued steadily. Their bond had grown, and he knew it would be useful later. One quiet evening, Alon sat with Evan as they ate in silence. He read a new letter from Utia. She wrote that Gina was thriving, playful, well-loved, and growing up without trouble. Alon smiled to himself, thinking they sounded like good children. But a particular line caught his attention. The number of sponsors supporting the orphanage had increased again. He found it odd that such a small place kept attracting so many backers. Evan noticed the puzzled look and commented that while it was unusual, it could only help the children. Then he remembered something and said the Information Guild had found a lead. That snapped Alan's attention back. He asked if it was related to the search for the third boss. Evan confirmed, and Alon let out a breath of relief. Finally, there was progress. The chase might soon be over. The night felt serene, a calm that hinted at an approaching storm. Elsewhere, in a drug distribution outpost called Merrick, 2 members of the operation entered the compound. As they walked through the corridors, one commented on how generous the eldest Pallatio's son was, always handing out impressive rewards. The other noted that their ranks had already swelled to several hundred members and the future looked bright. But as they moved deeper inside, their words died. Bodies littered the ground, blood soaking into the floor. Shock hit them like a hammer. Then, without warning, their limbs began to twitch violently. Their hands moved against their will, guided by an invisible force. Before they could grasp what was happening, each man plunged a knife into his own throat, collapsing in a pool of blood. From afar, Dais and Utia had been controlling them like marionettes. Utia, watching the carnage unfold, remarked with quiet amusement that she had enjoyed today's performance. She noted that the list of new sponsors had grown again. Dais, still watching the massacre, admitted he felt no pity for the victims. They had turned humans into drug ingredients, but he couldn't understand how this act helped him get revenge. Utia calmly assured him that everything had purpose. These killings were laying the foundation for his return, preparing a place that would be worthy of him. She explained that his arrival couldn't be in a wasteland, his return deserved spectacle. Smirking, she seemed almost reverent. Dais acknowledged this explanation with quiet acceptance. Then, lifting her hand, Utia summoned a surge of energy. She and Dais rose slowly into the air, her voice echoing as she declared that everything was progressing as he had willed. They, the Blue Moon, she said, were his weapon. 2 years had passed since Elan began exchanging letters with Utia. Much had changed in that quiet time. Meanwhile, Evan wandered the estate, worn down from fatigue, searching for Elan. He finally spotted him in the backyard. Exhausted, he collapsed to the ground, gasping that he had found him. Elan turned, surprised, and acknowledged his arrival. Evan managed to inform him that the 5th child had been safely delivered to the orphanage. Elan paused, a flicker of reflection passing through him. He had now rescued the remaining 3 future sins. The weight of that achievement settled heavily on him. Wanting to lift the mood, he tossed Evan a few sweet cakes. Evan caught them eagerly, grinning through his exhaustion and munching like he hadn't eaten in days. Elan watched with a rare softness, thinking back to how much effort it had taken to find the 3rd sin, greed. Thanks to his knowledge of the game, and Evan doing most of the actual legwork, everything had fallen into place. Elan told Evan he had done well, and that now he could finally rest. Evan lay flat on the grass and asked if that meant the orphanage missions were officially over. Elan confirmed that they were. Evan let out a deep sigh of relief and closed his eyes. Then, after a moment, he asked why Elan didn't look happy about it. Elan responded that he was, but Evan didn't buy it. He said Alan's face still looked like he was at a dull social gathering. Elan, keeping his usual flat expression, claimed he was smiling. Evan rolled his eyes, clearly unimpressed, and muttered that if that was a smile, then Elan had probably never seen a real one. To him, Elan looked more like someone forced to attend a boring tea party than a man who'd just averted a disaster. Later, Elan was seen lying on the grass, staring up at the sky, deep in thought. Everything had gone smoother than expected. In the game, the bosses of Psyche Delia had all become the 5 great sins because of the tragedies in their past. Even though this world was set before those events, saving them before they broke had seemed almost impossible. He'd worried he'd be too late, only able to pick up the pieces afterward. But somehow, things had turned out differently. Maybe it was luck, or maybe the world was giving him a second chance. Breaking the silence, Elan asked Evan how the orphanage was doing. Evan, holding a letter, said it was the same, quiet, stable. The children, once lifeless and traumatized, had begun to smile and live again. Elan listened, then remarked that it sounded like they didn't even need a caretaker anymore. He was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected Utia to manage things so well. Originally, he assumed she'd hate the role, but perhaps, because of how her story had been tied to the orphanage in the game, something had clicked into place. Either way, it was working, and that was all that mattered. From a fresh perspective, Elan began to see Utia differently. She wasn't just capable, but genuinely good at heart. Evan, curious, asked if her letter contained anything noteworthy. As Elan opened it, the contents reassured him. The children were doing well, growing up healthy and stable. Dais, once volatile, had settled. There was no need to worry. Elan felt a warmth he hadn't expected, something like pride. The 5 sins, once destined for ruin, were now living peaceful, normal lives. He began to realize how much environment could shape a person. Even broken souls, given the right support, could heal. Evan then asked when Elan planned to meet the children. He reminded him that he always said he would when the time was right. Elan responded vaguely, trailing off mid-sentence. Internally, He admitted he never truly intended to face them. Their pasts, even before becoming sins, had always been disturbing, even in childhood. He had saved them early, but the thought of confronting them directly still unnerved him. After a pause, he murmured that maybe in 5 years it would feel safe. Evan accepted that without question. For now, Alon knew his focus had to shift. He needed skills, self-defense, and the ability to survive in this dark fantasy world. Fortunately, the body he now inhabited had natural magic potential. He began training immediately, releasing small bursts of mana from his hands. Light shimmered faintly across his face as he practiced. Evan, watching, mentioned something odd. A group called Blue Moon. Alon had never heard of it. Evan explained it was a rising organization, famous for eliminating criminal syndicates with surgical precision. They even targeted corrupt nobles. That caught Alan's attention. He didn't remember any such group in the game and assumed it must have been some minor event he'd skipped. But hearing they killed nobles too made him uneasy. He decided, from that night on, he'd start sleeping in the underground guild for safety. The scene shifted. At a dimly lit table, the current members of Blue Moon gathered. The Sin of Pride, Saoling, feline and composed, requested the weekly activity report. Yusha responded first, reporting on the Northern Purge. Saoling, licking her hand absent-mindedly, said the job had gone flawlessly. Slavers were dead, and no one suspected a thing. She praised Rhine's outfit design, noting how even victims begged to see her eye color, yet no one ever learned who she was. Rhine, the Sin of Greed, added that the corpses had been thoroughly dissolved, leaving no trace. Raiden, Sin of Envy, reported the South was handled as well. The illegal lab and Avalon's remaining men had been crushed completely. Yusha smiled darkly, affirming everything was progressing according to his will. They moved in the name of the Great Moon, the deity they secretly worshipped. Delos, the Sin of Lust, interrupted with bad news. If everything followed his will, there shouldn't be flaws, yet one had appeared. He revealed that Avalon's leader was actually the Count's eldest son. During the South's purge, they'd uncovered a chilling plan. The eldest son was plotting to poison him to death. Yusha's expression turned icy. A thick, bloody aura filled the room, chilling even the other sins. In her hand was a letter with instructions. After the old man dies, make sure the body is poisoned, quietly. Her voice grew dangerously quiet as she confirmed the plot was real. 2 years passed. The Count of Palladio died. The official report claimed a heart attack, but with his drug abuse, it was clear what had really happened. At his funeral, only silence greeted his passing. Alon stood there, watching. Whispers among the nobles mentioned another Blue Moon massacre, 50 dead. Even the aristocracy was beginning to take them seriously now. With no mourners and no ceremony, the Count's funeral ended. Afterward, Alon and Evan walked away together. From a distance, Leo watched, his gaze unreadable. Evan asked what Alon planned next. He reminded him that the eldest son would officially inherit the title next year. Then, noticing all the packed luggage, he asked what was happening. Alon calmly said it was time to go. He told Evan to pack up, they were leaving. Evan was stunned, asking if they were abandoning the territory. Alon clarified, they weren't leaving permanently, just heading south. Evan asked if he meant Road Mill. Alon confirmed. That small village in Palladio's southern edge was their next stop. They left soon after, the carriage rolling out under the gray skies. Leo stood back, fists clenched, unable to stop them. In Road Mill, the days were quiet. Alon cooked egg toast and shared meals with Evan, enjoying the peace, but it didn't last. After 3 days, they returned to the main estate. News awaited them, Leo was dead. At the funeral, Alon stood silently, unable to believe how surreal it all felt. This place again. Another death. But this time, Leo hadn't overdosed or vanished. He'd been stabbed straight through the heart. Alon silently wondered who could have done it. Then a servant approached, trying to explain the cause. But as their eyes met, the servant froze, panic flashing across his face. He stammered an apology just for making eye contact, his body trembling with fear. Alon furrowed his brow, confused by the servant's sudden panic. He turned to Evan and quietly asked if anything unusual had come up. Leaning in, Evan hesitantly suggested the unthinkable: could Alon have been the one who eliminated Leo? The question hit like a thunderclap. Alon froze, stunned. His eyes swept over the nearby servants and maids, and the moment their eyes met his, fear rippled through them. The room seemed to hold its breath, chilled by the oppressive aura that now clung to him. The story cut back to earlier, on the day they left for Rodmal. In the carriage, Evan had casually suggested that if they were leaving anyway, a bigger city might be more worthwhile. But Alon had already decided. Rodmal was key to his plan. With the 5 great sins saved and the future catastrophe avoided, he needed a place completely disconnected from the main story. Rodmal was remote, peaceful, and it had the Palatial Villa. It was perfect for a life of lazy nobility. When Evan pressed for a reason, Alon brushed it off, saying there was one. Evan, unconvinced, said he wasn't falling for vague answers anymore. Alon simply told him to let it go, and the carriage rolled away from the capital. Back at the estate, Leo considered killing Alon but quickly dismissed the idea. Whether Alon lived or died didn't matter anymore. After their father's death, Leo had even toyed with poisoning him, but with Alon heading to the frontier willingly, it wasn't worth the trouble. Still, Leo had suspicions, particularly about Alon Haven. Muttering that Alon was becoming annoying, he ordered his subordinate, Alman, to follow the carriage. When Alman asked if that meant killing Alon, Leo was taken aback. Alman wasn't known for questioning orders. Leo reminded him sharply that his job was to obey. But without warning, Alman drove a sword into Leo's chest. Leo, in shock and fury, demanded an explanation. Alman, voice trembling but eerily calm, explained that he had enjoyed the game so far. He revealed that Blue Moon agents followed the creed of the Red Moon and acted on its will. Anyone threatening the Great Moon was fair game, even Leo. He drove the blade deeper, and Leo collapsed, bleeding heavily. Speaking as if addressing others, Alman declared that Leo would not escape justice. With that final blow, he said Avalon would vanish from the continent. What a pity, considering the Great Moon had offered Leo a chance. Then, without hesitation, Alman fled. The next morning, Alon greeted the day with a stretch and a smile. Rodmal was a dream, quiet, comfortable, and indulgent. He woke when he wanted, ate what he liked. For a moment, he even considered starting a toast business. But the mood shattered when Evan brought a message. Alon asked what it was, and Evan read it aloud. The news was devastating. Alon dropped his food, stunned. In disbelief, he realized his short-lived paradise had lasted just 3 days. The next scene showed Alon and Evan returning to the capital for Leo's funeral. As he stepped back into the mansion, Alon thought grimly about being pulled back into the chaos of the Palladio family. The dramatics from soldiers and servants made him uneasy. Evan turned and asked if he was officially returning to the family now. The question startled Alon. In his head, he cursed the ridiculous loop he seemed trapped in, an endless string of wild scenarios. Sitting with Evan in a quiet corner, Alon asked, desperate for clarity, why everyone now saw him as the mastermind behind it all. Evan nervously explained. Alon had the perfect alibi. Leo was murdered right after they left for Rodmal, and now Alon stood as heir. The implication hit hard. Evan, with a mix of awe and unease, said that Alon had become the new master of the family, the one pulling strings from the shadows. And worse, people now believed he commanded swordmasters to carry out assassinations. Alon stared blankly, realizing he had somehow inherited the legacy of a noble mastermind, with no idea how it had happened. Alon watched Evan's delight and asked if he truly found the situation amusing. Beneath the calm, Alan's mind raced. He struggled to comprehend how any group could erase an underworld titan like Avalon overnight. It didn't make sense. He recalled hearing about an organization that hunted at dawn and asked Evan if he meant Blue Moon. Evan replied that the Information Guild believed it wasn't them. He explained that Blue Moon never left corpses, only their mark. But this time, bodies were left behind, as if sliced apart by swords. The scene was described as a vision of hell. Alon, half in disbelief, accepted that people now believed he was a mastermind commanding a swordmaster. Still, he couldn't shake the confusion. Blue Moon hadn't appeared in the game, and this level of power didn't match a group that should have been irrelevant before the main story even started. So who had done this? Meanwhile, Yusha, the Bloody Queen, questioned her team about any evidence left behind. Rein, sin of greed, confirmed there were none. Saoling, sin of pride, laughed and added that the only thing left was piles of corpses. Deus Macrian entered next, reporting that 486 Avalon operatives remained. Raiden, sin of purity, stood behind him and stated they'd already been cut down. The purge was absolute. Yusha praised their thoroughness, calling their work flawless. She smiled, proud that Avalon, once a powerhouse in Asteria, had been reduced to rubble in just 5 days. But Raiden warned the cleanup wasn't complete. When Yusha asked what he meant, he handed her a file containing a list of nobles still connected to Avalon. The Altea Duchy was particularly entangled. Yusha glanced through the file, then looked at her subordinates, asking if they already knew what she was about to say. The team responded with fierce loyalty. Raiden volunteered to handle the matter discreetly. Yusha turned to Rein for updates from the Information Guild. Rein, thumbing through a book, tore out a page and said the guild had labeled the incident unrelated to Blue Moon. As he tore out more pages, Deus used magic to float them into the air. Speaking to the others, Deus declared that since his blood was first spilled, this act wasn't an order, it was instinct. They were the sword. Yusha's composure cracked. Her voice turned firm as she reminded them that a sword does not act on its own. Blue Moon existed to follow orders, not instincts. She stressed that everything they did must align with his will. He knew all, and failure was not an option. Deus, quietly processing her fear, couldn't understand how someone as powerful as Yusha could feel such pressure, until he accepted that it was all for the Great Moon, for him. Back at the Palacio estate, Alon, now the sole heir, found himself buried under the mountain of responsibilities left behind by his father and brothers. He was mentally drained, frustrated, and overwhelmed. After the funeral, he'd spent an entire month drowning in administrative work. He had longed to live as a carefree noble, but the deaths had drastically altered the game's timeline. Leo's death alone, which should have happened 6 years later, had shifted everything. Now, 5 more workers arrived with additional paperwork. Alon stared in disbelief. They used to slack off under the old count, yet now they were acting like loyal civil servants. His annoyed gaze made them even more anxious, pushing them to work harder, afraid of disappointing the man whispered to be the dark mastermind. Alon sighed internally, if only they'd managed themselves. Later, with the work done, Evan sat nearby. He once again voiced admiration for Alan's magical progress. Reaching the second circle in just 2 years of self-study was nothing short of exceptional. Evan said most people needed 4 years of tutoring to even get close. As Alon practiced, small bursts of magic lit the room. Evan added that magic required rare innate talent. Without it, people couldn't even begin to control mana. Alon, now labeled a prodigy, continued training, though all he'd wanted was an easy, quiet life. Alon responded half-heartedly that he was doing all right, though inwardly he reflected that he'd been training harder than ever, not for glory, but survival. Magic, while thrilling at first, had become a necessity. Still, his progress frustrated him. The technique he was learning demanded precise mana control, but his efforts felt wasted. His mana hole, the innate vessel for energy, was far too small. Like a sprinter with bad knees, he simply lacked the natural specs. The realization hit hard. He mentally cursed his luck, lamenting how nothing ever seemed to go smoothly, but he reminded himself there was still one possible solution, should things truly fall apart. Before he could dwell on that, Evan interrupted with news. The invitation to the upcoming ball had finally arrived. Alon blinked, caught off guard by the sudden shift in priorities. Soon after, the two arrived at the Southern Asterian ball. Alon already looked drained, but as a future count, attendance was non-negotiable. He figured this might be the right time to establish ties with other nobles, important groundwork for his long-term peace. While Alon brooded in silence, Evan noticed his serious expression and asked what was on his mind. Alon continued thinking that alliances were crucial, but before he could act, the room began to shift. One by one, nobles noticed his presence, and reacted with visible fear. They whispered, avoided eye contact, and quickly created distance. Alon attempted a polite greeting, but the noble in question recoiled and fled. Evan, trying to console him like a sulking child, said not to take it personally. Alon wasn't surprised, it was disappointing, but expected. Determined not to give up, he left Evan's side to try again. He assumed they must be dismissing him as some uncultured fringe noble. After all, the Palacio family's name had long since degraded. Once a symbol of greatness under his great-grandfather, they were now whispered about as Eastern trash. Grabbing a wine glass, Alon reminded himself he had come prepared. His secret weapon. Charm. With a carefully practiced smile, unfortunately more unnerving than charming, he approached a young lady, commenting on the wine's aroma and casually saying he might bring some bottles home. The lady, clearly uncomfortable, froze. Her face paled. She nodded hastily, said she'd ask her father to send some, and bolted. Alon, confused, tried to explain, but she was already gone. Moments later, she was seen complaining to her father, adding fuel to Alan's already troubled image. Watching from afar, Alon sighed. Nothing had gone to plan. Evan soon rejoined him, once again offering awkward comfort. Alon tried rationalizing the disaster. Maybe the girl was just shy. Later, in a quieter dining area, Evan casually listed off Alan's spoils from the evening: a Paldine thoroughbred, premium tangerine tea, refined Belanda metal, and a rare bottle of Malentino wine. Despite the haul, Alon stood nearby, visibly deflated. Evan reminded him that he had studied wines seriously for this event, but Alan's thoughts remained grim. He now fully realized how tainted the Palacio name had become. After rumors spread that he had personally eliminated his two violent brothers, the nobility had begun avoiding him entirely. Networking had failed, spectacularly. If anything, their distance had only grown. Feeling the pressure close in, Alon told Evan he needed some air and stepped outside alone. As he exited the hall, a quiet figure with striking red hair watched him disappear into the night. Out on the balcony, Alon stared at the night sky, lost in thought, wondering how everything had veered so far off course. Just as he sank deeper into his own doubts, a voice called out, politely asking for a moment of his time. Startled, since no noble had dared speak to him all evening, he turned, but saw no one nearby. Then he looked down and spotted a girl below, introducing herself as Loria, the third daughter of Duke Altea. The name hit him like a jolt. Altea was one of the three major shadow powers in psychedelia, infamously known as the Northern Degenerates. Of course, the first person to approach him had to be someone with a shady background. Still, he didn't recall her from the game, which only deepened his unease. Loria, clearly distressed, asked for his help. Her voice trembled as she explained that her father was gravely ill, and her sisters were plotting to kill her to eliminate any competition. Alan's mind went cold. That explained why she hadn't appeared in the game. She was already dead by the time the story began. With a pained expression, she begged for his protection, convinced he held the power to save her. But Alon refused without hesitation. She pressed further, offering half of House Altea in exchange for his aid, but he still declined, ending the conversation with a polite farewell. As he walked away, he acknowledged that her situation was tragic, but he could barely manage his own survival. Getting involved meant inviting more chaos, and despite the rumors, he didn't actually wield any special power. He turned back briefly, telling her something good might happen, and quietly hoped she'd find someone else to help her. Elsewhere, hidden in an upper corner of the hall, Dios and Rhine observed the exchange. Dios commented that Altea had reached out to the Great Moon. He considered informing the Red Moon that something promising might unfold for Loria, but Rhine dismissed the idea. According to their intelligence, Loria was the only Altea not linked to Avalon, so she wasn't a priority. Dios found that comforting. The rest of House Altea would be dealt with regardless. Rhine affirmed their orders, to sever all information flow and keep the Avalon purge from ever reaching him. Back in the corridor, Alon walked alone, feeling a strange stillness in the air, as if the entire space had been sealed off. Then, out of the quiet, a strikingly beautiful woman approached, offering a graceful greeting and a practiced smile. For a second, Alon felt a flicker of hope. Maybe, just maybe, Someone in this hall would finally treat him like a normal noble. He greeted her back, but something felt off. Recognition hit him a moment later. It was her. Kalia Xenonia. Of course. The first person who smiled at him had to be another walking disaster. Addressing her respectfully, he called her Lady Xenonia. She smiled playfully, amused that he already knew her. Alon replied that her reputation preceded her. Inwardly, he recounted the hierarchy of villainy in the kingdom of Asteria, Altea in the north, Palatio in the east, and Xenonia in the west. If Palatio were a brutish gang, Xenonia ran its empire like a polished, high-class criminal enterprise. Alon reminded himself he needed political connections, not entanglements. For the sake of his peaceful, low-risk life, people like her were dangerous. He gave her a compliment, calling her beautiful, using that as an excuse for his attention before trying to exit gracefully. But her smirk deepened. Thanking him, she invited him to stay and talk longer, her tone silky, her gaze sharp. And just like that, the peaceful evening he'd hoped for slipped even further from reach. Alon responded politely, saying he would enjoy talking more, but noted too many eyes were watching them. Inside, though, he just wanted to disappear quietly. Kalia smiled once more, commented that he matched the rumors, and said she looked forward to seeing him again before gracefully walking away. Left behind, Alon stood there puzzled, trying to make sense of the strange encounter. Elsewhere, Ryan reported to Deus that the Avalon information leak had been fully contained. Deus, however, mentioned a new concern. Someone had been watching Alon. A tale like that couldn't be ignored. Sure enough, hidden in the trees nearby, an observer was tracking Alon from the shadows. Ryan explained there were no specific orders yet regarding this figure, but if necessary, they would act. With that, Ryan and Deus swiftly left the area. The next morning, Alon and Evan journeyed toward a vast canyon. Evan asked if his lord was sure. This place seemed to match everything they'd been looking for. Though it was broad daylight, the interior of the canyon was unnaturally dark. Alon felt a flicker of excitement. This was it, his real destination. The environmental details matched perfectly. He muttered that if this one turned out to be another dead end, he'd be crushed, but deep down, he was confident. This wasn't a guess anymore. In the game, this location had been simple to find. But now, in reality, he had traveled under the guise of another errand just to reach it. The Labyrinth of Whispers, a southern ruin filled with 8 puzzle chambers and a hidden relic as its prize. Alon still remembered the entire walkthrough, and the thought of finally starting from scratch, level 1 grinding in real life, filled him with strange joy. As they reached the canyon's carved entrance, Alon was struck by awe. Seeing the labyrinth in person after years of gaming felt surreal. Even though he'd grown tired of this dungeon in-game, being here now brought back that long-lost wonder. The surrounding terrain looked almost impossibly man-made, as if someone had carved it out with divine precision. Evan, baffled, asked how Alon knew about places like this. Alon casually replied that he used to come here often. When Evan echoed that in disbelief, Alon chuckled, saying he was joking. He had his ways, and they needed to keep moving. Evan, still unsettled, asked him not to joke like that with such a serious face. They continued on, eventually spotting massive bats circling overhead. These weren't ordinary creatures, their wings cut through the air like blades. Evan tensed up, imagining how one wrong riddle answer might get them flattened. But Alon stayed completely calm, silent and focused, seemingly unfazed by the looming threat. Evan glanced at him, puzzled. Even after 4 years together, he still couldn't understand his master. Nothing they did ever connected. Paying off debts, helping slaves, dismantling dark organizations, delivering nonsense letters, even saving orphans. Yet despite never leaving home much, Alon somehow knew everything, even about a place like this. And that, to Evan, was the most unsettling mystery of all. Alon calmly remarked that he had answered the riddle correctly, though the door wouldn't open until the task was fully complete. Evan, watching silently, thought to himself that following his strange young master always seemed to lead to something worthwhile. Then, with a deep rumble, the massive stone door slowly creaked open. Alon grimaced, feeling nauseous at the sound and movement, barely managing to keep his eyes off the unsettling sight beyond. He already knew this dungeon was brutal, but seeing it in person still turned his stomach. Evan exhaled with relief. The chamber was finally open. Before them stretched a mountain of treasure. Gold, silver, gemstones piled high. But Alan's eyes locked only on a single black ring. He told Evan to ignore the rest and take just the ring. Evan picked up a gold bar, puzzled by Alan's complete disregard for the fortune around them. Still, he obeyed as Alan slipped the black ring on his finger. It was slightly loose, but Alan didn't care. He told Evan that anything else would just invite problems. Inside, Alan was elated. He had acquired the constraint, the artifact he'd come all this way to find. Confident there were no more traps, he reassured Evan that their return would be smooth. Evan nodded, though his nerves remained. Alan thought to himself how easy this had been thanks to his memory of the game's walkthrough. But just as he began to relax, Evan's panicked voice broke the silence. He asked if Alan had foreseen this, because the stone piles around them were moving. Golems. Hundreds of them stirred to life, glowing eyes locked on their position. Evan's instincts screamed danger, but his focus remained on getting Alan out alive. Before he could act, Alan stepped forward, stating firmly that this time, he would fight. Evan tried to stop him, but Alan insisted that their priority was escape, and second-tier magic wouldn't be enough for this kind of enemy. As the golems charged, Alan activated the black ring. The artifact flared to life, and in an instant, Alan vanished. He found himself in a void, floating, weightless, as a deep voice echoed around him. The voice called him a fragment of Nimrlala's will and asked him to speak the two constraints he would enact. Alan immediately recognized the situation. In the game, this had been a menu selection. But now, it was real, no interface, no keyboard. Just the voice and him. This artifact, the constraint, would amplify power at a cost. Restrictions imposed would become permanent conditions for casting. Alan didn't hesitate. First, he declared that all spellcasting would require the hand seals of Babaloya. The voice asked what power he sought by setting this rule. Alan responded that he wanted to bend the world's laws a little further. The voice accepted. Next, Alan added a second constraint. Every spell must be cast using the sacred words of Babaloya. When asked again what he wished to gain, he simply repeated that his purpose remained unchanged. For a moment, the void went silent. Alan felt a flash of doubt. Had he done something wrong? This combination gave the highest magic attack bonus in the game. He had memorized the entire set of hand signs and incantations. This had to work. Finally, the voice responded. It accepted his offering and addressed him as a mortal who remembered the lost seals of a forgotten god. It spoke with reverence, thanking him for carrying on Nimrlala's will. Alan, confused, wondered what exactly it meant by inheritor, but there was no time to ask. The ring's light surged, seeping into his body. It had worked. One final phrase echoed as the light faded. It had always been watching him. Then, Alan reappeared back in the canyon. Golems still advancing. Evan called out in a panic, reminding him that ordinary spells wouldn't work. Alan began casting. A small lightning sphere flickered between his hands. He poured in all his mana, but the result remained faint. His natural limits hadn't changed. Time to test the price. Alan formed the proper hand seals, muttered the sacred words, and released the spell. The air around him crackled as a brilliant surge of energy formed between his hands. The black ring glowed, its magic flaring like a beacon. As the spell intensified, the ring transformed, no longer just an artifact, but now a true vessel for his magic. Alan could still feel its weight, heavy around his finger, but its power had awakened. Thrusting the orb toward the golem, Alan felt the cave tremble around him. Amid the rising chaos, his voice carried through the stone corridors as he announced that it was time to test the limits of restriction and accept whatever price came with it. He raised his voice again as he invoked refraction. Blue energy wrapped around his hands, and he stared ahead with unwavering focus. His tone sharpened as he added that it was time for rebound. A wave of thunder burst outward, shaking the massive golem's throne. He followed with another command, declaring that blue lightning would answer him. A surge of blue and purple thunder fused with his strongest magical cannon, forming a glowing circle that pulsed with destructive power. Lightning tore across the cavern, shaking the walls. Dozens of golems rushed him, but Alan didn't flinch. He whispered that he would linger just for this fraction of a moment, shaping 3 intricate hand signs in the air. Thunder sparked at his fingertips and erupted into a storm that reduced every golem to ash. The shelter collapsed under the force of the spell. Evan, his loyal knight, could only stare in awe. He murmured that he could not understand how the young master had done something like this. The thunder's afterglow lingered across the ruins, drifting stone dust, faint purple light, and the crackle of dying magic. Silence settled over the cave, broken only by the hum of fading lightning. Evan stepped forward, trembling as he remarked that it was unbelievable, and asked why his young master had gone quiet. Alan's gaze stayed cold and distant. Without answering, he walked deeper into the cave. Evan muttered under his breath, wondering where such power had been hidden all this time. In 15 years of service, he had never witnessed anything like it. He asked if that had truly been second-tier magic. Alan didn't respond at first. His eyes flickered as old memories overlapped inside his mind. He eventually murmured that he was unsure himself. It had never been this strong in the game. He remembered Psychedelia's turn-based combat system, how each spell could be enhanced with a signal or an enunciation every turn. Chain lightning, once a simple attack, had turned into something alive here. If all 5 turns of enchantments had stacked onto the Thunderblades and fused into a massive lightning storm, then even he had underestimated the result. His thoughts drifted back to his awakening, when he had offered gratitude to a universal being, the forgotten god who kept the secret of ancient magic. He reflected that in exchange for the restriction forcing him to chant a signal for every spell, he had gained something else, a fragment from a mortal who had once touched divinity. Returning to the moment, he breathed out slowly and muttered that even second-tier magic felt like overkill. The result had exceeded even his own expectations. Behind him, Evan exhaled in relief and announced that they were finally out of that cursed cave. They stepped into the open while lightning still flickered across the mountains and forest. Exhausted, Evan sank onto a rock to catch his breath, admitting that this was harsher than any battle he had faced. After a long pause, he muttered that whoever designed such a place must have been out of their mind. Alan gave a quiet exhale. His thoughts drifted again. He recalled that the Whispering Labyrinth had another name. It was well known in the community through maps and old guidebooks. Players had called it the Pavilion Labyrinth, a nickname that had spread naturally. Alan's gaze hardened as old notifications from his past life flickered in his mind. He finally said that it had been created by someone named Pelion. Evan blinked in confusion and asked what he had meant, but his condition was deteriorating. His steps faltered and his body trembled as if every ounce of strength had drained away. He stumbled and nearly collapsed onto Alan for support. Alan frowned and stated firmly that they were heading back east, that 3 weeks of work were waiting, and that he had something he needed to accomplish when they returned. Evan mustered a weak laugh, saying the young master was more diligent than expected. Inside, the knight sank into quiet despair, wondering what would become of him and why he could not even protect his own honor. He thought bitterly that he was becoming a useless knight, but Alan remained steady. He explained gently that choosing a sigil aligned with a spell's element increased its potential, and picking the proper incantation strengthened its properties. That was how the system worked. He recalled how, in the game, the visuals remained static and only the attack pattern shifted. Here, every spell visibly transformed before his eyes. He thought that every incantation carried a real change now. His mana control might be far stronger than before. Once he recovered his mana, he would have to test it. Alan lifted his gaze to the quiet sky. He spoke softly that everything had turned out well in the end. Moonlight washed over the mountains, painting the forest in silver. A shadow moved. A slender figure stepped into the pale glow. Reyna stood with cold, sharp eyes reflecting the moonlight. She moved quickly from rock to rock, silent and precise, until she entered the same cave Alan had left. Her gaze fell on a stone tablet carved with ancient markings. She whispered that it spoke of the age of the forgotten outer gods. She recognized the script of the Elianfa Empire. Tilting her head, she continued reading, noting that the inscription honored a friend left alone, and that the swordmaster Pelon had stood his ground. Her expression darkened as she traced an old mark on the stone. Standing before the glowing tablets, she began explaining that the Pelon mentioned had repelled the invasion of the Black Ones. He had defeated Akaloka, who devoured his own subject hard, and also the Radiant Empire's great guardian, Pelon. She lifted her energy and murmured an ancient chant that echoed through the cave. She said she knew all of this because she had been born under the Great Mission and raised inside the ancient library. She muttered that she had suspected the Bloody Queen differed from the history books, that something about her had seemed extraordinary. The Yusha she read about is demonic, aura flaring with violent force. Her presence makes the air tremble. She murmured that to think that the Great Moon itself had once called Pelon a friend worthy of reverence. Moreover, that incantation Alan used did not exist in the ancient library. Her expression tightened as she wondered just who was Alan. She whispered to herself that the moon's words had been true. Walking out, Renee let a faint smirk soften into a rare smile. She murmured that she feels ashamed for merely following orders all this time. She notices someone approaching and remarks that he had finally arrived, and she asks if he managed to obtain the information. Dennis stepped forward. His calm yet violent eyes met hers as he reported that the man in black had already perished. His neck had suddenly twisted in midair, probably a spell to prevent leakage of information. Renee observed with a grave expression and muttered that he would have to file a report for proper handling later. The scene shifted under the beautiful yet eerie moonlight. Inside the Count Zenonia estate, the woman from the previous chapter sat on her couch, lost in thought. She whispered that she thought that it was only a rumor, but her mind returned to one lingering image: Alan's cold gaze, sharp and empty like the abyss. She clenched her hands and murmured that despite everything, she was famous. Count Zenonia held both influence and renown. Her expression hardened. She said it was strange that someone like her, who avoided social gatherings, was the one considered remarkable. She addressed her father, but her tone slipped into something darker as she confessed that no one would ever suspect she was the one destroying the house while her father had played the fool. A literal puppet led by her strings, a twisted smile formed as dark energy rippled around her. She whispered to herself, wondering how they had discovered her spy she sent after Alan, deciding that too many eyes must be watching. At that moment, a knight burst through the door, his armor clattering as he shouted her name, calling for Lady Kalea. She looked up sharply as the knight told her to return to her room at once. Breathless, he urged her to hurry. Moments later, Kalea stood frozen before a horrifying sight. A man lay collapsed on her floor, barely breathing. Her bodyguard knelt beside him and muttered that the seal had failed to activate, which meant the man had never spoken the secret. Kalea's crimson eyes darkened. She said that he had intentionally placed the object in her chamber. Her grip tightened and her smile twisted into something cruel as she whispered that he had discovered her vulnerability, catching her off guard with a major weakness exposed from the very moment they met. Elsewhere, Evan and Alan slept heavily, snoring without shame, completely unaware of the turmoil rising outside. Meanwhile, Loria rode in her carriage toward the Iltea ducal estate, her face weighted with disappointment and exhaustion. Her thoughts drifted through regret and dawning clarity. She had expected this outcome. She knew he was not a man to underestimate, the distinguished figure of the underworld whose cold gaze reminded her of her father. He was the type of person she should never turn into an enemy. He was her final lifeline, yet she understood he would never accept any deal that spelled true loss for him. All her influence and wealth had already been stripped away by her cunning siblings, the eldest son Timalian, the eldest daughter Marianne, the second son Keeg, and the second daughter Pyron. With nothing left, she had survived only through her father's affection and mercy, even that now felt fragile. As she walked deeper into the estate, trapped in despair, she whispered to herself that she no longer knew what path remained. The moment she stepped into the main hall, the maids rushed toward her in panic, their voices shaking. They called for Lady Loria, their expressions pale with fear. They told her that Lady Pyron and Keeg had taken their own lives. Shock washed over Loria. Her body went rigid as disbelief rooted her to the floor. Those who had once betrayed their own blood choosing death. It made no sense. Fear tightened around her as she asked what had happened to Timalian and Marianne. Soon after, she was brought to a dreadful sight. Both Timalian and Marianne lay dead, each with a sword driven into the other's chest. Loria trembled, terror clawing its way through her as confusion screamed in her mind. Why and how had such horror unfolded? Outside the Iltea ducal estate, Raiden departed swiftly, a faint smirk curling at his lips as he muttered to himself that the task was successfully finished. Loria's thoughts snapped back to Alan's earlier words, the ones hinting that good things would soon arrive. A chill slid through her veins. She understood in an instant. The real mastermind within the Count's household, the one who had hidden his claws until the perfect moment, had finally acted. Now she was the only heir of the Iltea ducal family overnight. She wondered what kind of devil she had tied herself to, but she also knew there was no turning back. Those who crossed him had already met their end. There were too many examples to ignore. She told herself she had to walk the chosen road, no matter how dark it grew. A spark of resolve lit her eyes. 2 months later, a grand gift arrived from Duke Iltea, addressed to Alan. When Evan saw it, his eyes widened with surprise. Inside was a bottle of Sarnance wine, a rare luxury worth thousands of gold. He said that he never thought he would ever see such a treasure. When Alan opened the letter that accompanied it, he discovered the gift had not been sent by Duke Iltea himself but had been personally prepared by Loria, the youngest daughter. Confused, he asked the servant if the gift was truly intended for him. The servant confirmed that the Duke herself had prepared it and ordered its delivery. That phrase, the Duke herself, made Alan pause. Realization hit him. The youngest, Loria, had become the Duke. In her office, Loria sat sorting through documents. When she finally finished, she leaned back and stretched, quietly noting that 2 months had already passed. After her father's funeral, she had officially become the Duke. She remembered how, before her siblings' sudden deaths, she could not even approach that office. Her siblings had died so abruptly, yet no one suspected her. She had a perfect alibi. She had been attending a ball. At the time, her secret organization had been shattered by her siblings, leaving her powerless. But upon returning, she finally understood how meticulous his plans had been. He had rejected her plea with indifferent calm, while secretly wiping everything clean behind the scenes. She wondered how far ahead he had been thinking. She had not even told him about her father's death, wanting to avoid troubling him, yet he still acted on her behalf. He must have had a reason. He needed the Ultia name for something greater. Even after uniting all subordinate groups under the Ultia family, she knew it was still not enough to match the immense force he wielded behind that steady exterior. That could only mean one thing. He wanted something from her. He was the distinguished one of the underworld who rose through sheer business might, and if there was anything she possessed that he did not, it was her ability to influence the political stage from the shadows. He needed the Ultia lineage. She told herself to focus on her duties, believing he would reach out soon. She hoped he would appreciate her gift. The scene shifted to Alan's quarters. Loria's servant bowed, saying he would take his leave. Alan remained still, struggling to process the news. The idea that Loria, once so close to death, now stood as Duke felt unsettling. Evan noticed his unease but chose not to comment. Months passed. 5 years before the original story began, Evan entered with enthusiasm, calling out young master before correcting himself to count. Alan responded calmly that the succession ceremony had not been held yet, but since a year had passed, it was fine to address him that way. Despite his composure, he let out a quiet sigh. He had never intended to become count, but now that he had adjusted, he decided to make use of the title. Evan handed him a letter, saying it had arrived from Yusha. Alan accepted it and asked if there was any new information about the assassins who had killed Leo. As they walked into the library and took their seats, Evan replied that nothing had surfaced yet. The Information Guild was still searching. He then looked at Alan with curiosity and asked what his next goal would be now that revenge no longer seemed to drive him. Silence settled between them in the vast grand library. Alan thought carefully. Everything that had shifted from the original game had likely been butterfly effects born from his own actions. Accepting that, he decided he simply needed to be prepared for whatever unexpected turn awaited him. Evan laughed gently, saying he suddenly sounded like a real count. Alan brushed it off, then turned his attention to the letter, wondering what Yusha had written this time. Opening it, he began to read. Yusha wrote warmly, asking if he had been well. She said everyone was doing fine. Deus puppet shows were now at a professional level. Solrang enjoyed playing with friends, Rinne spent her days reading and crafting, and Raiden had taken an interest in tending his garden. A soft smile appeared on Alan's face. Their monthly letters had become something familiar and dear to him. Although he had never seen their faces, knowing they were growing well brought him peace. Alan asked Evan how old the children were now. Evan noticed his expression and said that they were mature enough to step into society. He reminded him that the ones Alan had ordered to be rescued were around that age now. Alan quietly acknowledged that it was time to let them go. Evan looked surprised and reminded him that he had placed them together because they were hurting. But Alan said calmly that there was no need anymore, they were ready. He thought to himself that he had cared for them enough to prevent any of them from awakening his deadly sins, so they should be safe, right? Evan nodded, agreeing that since they were healthy, it was time to move forward. Alan's thoughts drifted to his memories of the original game. Each of the 5 possessed a unique ability. Yusha carried the talent of faith, Day had the talent of the sword, Rinne held the talent of study, Solrang wielded the talent of a fighter, and Raiden bore the rare talent for leadership. If they used their gifts well, they would be more than fine. Feeling content, he decided to prepare a personal gift for each of them, something he had planned to do anyway. Evening settled in, and Alan announced cheerfully that he had finished all his tasks, startling Evan awake. Evan stretched with relief and said he would step outside for a short while before returning. Alan waved him off and wished him well. Smiling to himself, he wondered if one day he might receive something in return from them once they found their place in the world. He hoped that his letters would give them the confidence they needed to step forward. Meanwhile, in another scene, Yusha received Alan's newest letter. Gathering everyone together, she announced that their instructions had arrived. This time, however, each message was addressed individually. The room grew silent as they each opened their letters with focused expressions, except for Solrang, whose eyes sparkled as she eagerly unfolded hers. It marked the start of another chapter in their shared destiny. Before they did anything else, Yusha suggested they reread the previous letter. Since the new instructions required close attention, Solrang remarked with excitement that only Yusha had been able to read them before. She explained that since Alan had given each of them their own message, it meant he had decided it was time for everyone to see the orders themselves. The letter left Solrang and the others confused. The kitten-like girl clumsily repeated the first line of Alan's message. She said it read, asking how they had been lately, mentioning that they seemed to have many talented friends, and assuring them that if they needed anything, they could reach out to him. Renee commented that it sounded like ordinary chatter, but Yusha smiled. She explained that he had been disguising his orders as everyday conversations from the very beginning. She held up another message and told them to look. This had been his first real order after the greeting letter. He had written asking how she was doing and saying he was fine, then added that his second brother had used him as a chair that day. He wrote that it was funny, and said he wanted to send letters sometimes, asking her to reply if she agreed and if she was fine with the child he had sent. And from there, the letter continued. He had set the target for elimination, assigned missions, and instructed them to report afterward. Solrang shrugged and said that to her. The letters still looked like normal conversations, and maybe Yusha was reading too much into it. Yusha lifted another letter and told them to check this one. It thanked her for replying and asked her to update him monthly on what happened in the orphanage. It said he would leave the place to them and that together they would do well. She explained that this was when he had entrusted Blue Moon to her. Everyone could see that he had picked each of them personally, and the group buzzed with excitement. Deus nodded, saying it made sense since it reduced the chance of information leaking. Yusha reminded them that they needed to understand the instructions clearly and carry them out. Deus wondered aloud if it would be better to visit Alan in person or use a magic communicator. Raiden agreed, pointing out that if leaks were an issue, letters seemed risky. But Yusha, with a serious look, reminded them that their task was simply to follow Alan's orders. She held her letter tightly, and Deus sighed at her unwavering devotion. Solrang, full of energy, urged them to read their missions properly. Moments later, after checking his assignment, Deus explained that Alan had instructed him to travel to Caliban, the nation of knights. Solrang scoffed, saying that her task was in a barren colony, meaning a desert which she disliked. Raiden shared that he had been sent to Raxos, the entertainment city. Renee said she had been ordered to go to Larthania, the mage city. Finally, Yusha, looking as striking as ever, announced that she had been assigned to the Holy Kingdom of Rosario. The letters contained everything they needed. Deus mentioned that he did not understand why, but Alan had told him to become a knight. Solrang added that Alan had told her not to worry because their patronage would continue. Renee pointed out that he had listed the locations of their gifts. Raiden said calmly that they would understand everything once they reached their posts. Yusha reminded them that until Alan himself mentioned it first, they must never speak the name Blue Moon. Everyone agreed and prepared for departure. The next morning, they gathered and set out to fulfill Alan's orders. 3 months later, inside his office, Alan sighed. As expected, there was no noticeable change in the magic formulas or phrases. He muttered that he would need to experiment on his own. He looked at Evan and asked how the investigation into Leo's killers was going. Evan replied that the information guild still had no results. Alan frowned slightly and asked if there was anything else. Then he murmured that the butterfly effect caused by saving the 5 deadly sins had already spun out of control. Even Loria, who should have died in the story, had become the Duke of Altea. Now she was expanding her reach and influence at a frightening pace in the underworld. Alan let out a weary sigh and told Evan they should stop searching for the assassin. He already carried too much. Evan looked startled and asked if he was certain. Alan explained that the situation was obvious. In a world like this, sometimes not knowing was safer. In a place where almost nothing escaped the Information Guild's network, even he felt uneasy. If he tried to uncover things he was never meant to touch, the consequences could be far worse. If a single wrong step led directly to death, then the investigation held no meaning. Organizations like that would never harm him unless he interfered with them first. There was no reason for any secret group to target him unless he approached them. That was why he believed there was no point in continuing to pursue the truth behind Leo's death. Evan nodded and said he would tell the guild to stop. Then he remembered something else. He said that Deus had been appointed as a knight in Caliban. Alan looked up, surprised. He said it was impressive news. 3 months later, Evan returned carrying snacks and said he had something new to report. Alan asked what it was. Evan explained that Deus had created an entire knight order. Alan straightened. A knight order? That meant he had to be at least an expert or higher. He wondered aloud if he could already be close to a sword master. He recalled that the first level was sword user, the next sword expert, and then sword master. He grew quiet, noting that not much time had passed since his appointment. People across the continent were talking, claiming the world would see a 5th Master Knight within 10 years. Alan raised an eyebrow and asked if by Master Knight they meant the one known as the Sword of Caliban. Evan answered yes, saying the individual was incredibly talented. Caliban was in chaos, with people gathering to follow the rising star. 6 months later, nearly a full year since the 5 deadly sins had left the orphanage, Alan had become more settled in his duties as count. Evan rushed in once again with urgent news. Alan asked what it was. Evan said that Deus had officially become the Sword of Caliban. Alan froze. That meant only one thing. He had become the 5th Master Knight. He said calmly that only a Sword Master could rise to the rank of Master Knight. The Sword Master of Psychedelia was a being who had surpassed the Aura Blade and gained a unique ability called derivation. He looked at Evan and asked if he was truly claiming that Deus had become a Sword Master already. Evan quickly explained that Deus was on the verge of becoming a Sword Master. He said that although Deus had not yet created his derivation, the nation had still granted him the title of Master Knight. Evan added that not only had Deus defeated the 4th sword in a duel, but Caliban had also lost one of its Master Knights to the Northern Barbarians. Alan paused and remarked that the war had been ongoing for more than a decade. Evan continued, saying that realizing mana and learning to move it took about 15 years, while creating a derivation usually required several decades. He mentioned that the first sword, Reinhardt, had reached the title of youngest Master Knight at 32. Evan said that Reinhardt had practiced swordsmanship since he was 5 and remained undefeated, yet even he needed more than 20 years to reach that level. And now a boy who once knew nothing about swords, Deus, was rising to master status. Alan's eyes widened. He said that if Deus only lacked derivation, then he was close to surpassing Reinhardt himself. A faint smile crossed Alan's face as he wondered if he might benefit from Deus sooner than expected, or perhaps not. He looked down at the letter again, murmuring that maybe there was nothing more he needed to do. Holding the letter, he noted that Yusha was the only one who ever wrote back to him. Even after she left for the Holy Kingdom, she continued sending them without fail. Each letter carried updates about the 5 deadly sins she had grown up with. It seemed they remained close. Alan sighed and said that although none of them had ever seen his face, they could have at least thanked him for the gifts. His tone dipped with disappointment. He paused, then lightly slapped his own cheek and corrected himself. He said that he should be grateful they hadn't destroyed the kingdom after awakening as the 5 deadly sins. As long as they were living well, he was happy. The scene shifted to Caliban, the central region of Kurdom, home to high-ranking nobles. There stood the grand estate of the illustrious solar eclipse knights, Versailles. Inside, knights trained tirelessly. At the top of the mansion stood Deus, now clad in full knight uniform. He appeared imposing, composed, and strikingly handsome. His name echoed throughout Caliban. Deus Michaelian, captain of the Solar Eclipse Knight Order, youngest Master Knight. A girl waved at him joyfully, calling out to him as her brother. Deus smiled back. He looked far more controlled than during his youth. He smirked softly, still embarrassed by memories of those days. He recalled losing everything to those black forces, how his sister had been swallowed by the darkness. Deus had been overwhelmed with rage, desperately trying to protect her. Those things dragged him into darkness repeatedly, driving him to the brink of imprisonment. He had sunk completely. Even the great moon saving his life had barely been enough. He had pledged allegiance out of desperation, believing it was his only remaining path. He remembered Yusha's voice and the promise he made to take revenge with his own hands. Serving under Blue Moon had placed him in countless perilous missions. He never complained, never hesitated. Each assignment became another step toward confronting the black forces. Years later, he finally received his first personal order. When he opened the letter, confusion hit him. The instructions differed from anything Blue Moon had ever given. They led him to a small inn in southern Caliban, where he was told to retrieve a gift. Initially, he didn't care. Gifts meant nothing to someone who had lost everything, but when he arrived, Deus immediately understood what Alan had given him. The gift was his sister, alive and safe, waiting for him. His eyes trembled. Deus broke apart. Tears spilled uncontrollably as he ran forward and embraced her with shaking arms. His sister stared at him, unable to believe what she was seeing. To him, she was more precious than his own life. His little sister, whom he believed dead, was alive and trembling with a mix of relief and pain. He asked her what had happened after he lost her. Silly cried as she held onto his arm, offering a small reassuring smile. Later, they sat together with cups of tea. When she calmed down, she began recounting everything. She explained that after being dragged away by those creatures, she had been locked in darkness for a long time. The memories returned vividly as she spoke. She described being confined in a pitch-black cage, waiting for her turn to be taken out and killed. When her moment came, someone incredibly strong appeared, grabbed her hand, and pulled her into the light, helping her escape. Years later, when she was nearly sold to a slave merchant, another powerful figure had protected her again. She said a single strike wiped out her captors, saving her for the second time. That rescuer was Alan's knight, Evan, who saved Silly, Deus's sister. Returning to the present, Silly explained that after those events, she received precious medicine from a sponsor. She repeated Alan's words as she held the letter tightly. In the letter, Alan said he would continue sending medicine and support, that she was safe under the name of Palacio, and that she should not worry about her sibling. She said she was very grateful for everything he had done. Deus realized the Great Moon had been protecting her under his own name. He couldn't understand how the Great Moon even knew their situation. He knew he had never spoken to anyone about his family. Only Yusha had ever noticed the black lamp that had dragged him down. Growing tense, he gripped his shoulders and wondered how the Great Moon knew everything. Everyone saw him as a prodigy behind countless hidden stories, someone who seemed to understand every secret. Memories stirred in Deus's mind. Images tied to Yusha overlapped, confusion and disbelief building until everything snapped into clarity. It all aligned perfectly. He finally understood the nervous tone Yusha always carried when she mentioned the Great Moon, her anxious voice, and her constant reminder that a sword could never act without its master. Darkness crept over his thoughts as he realized that he had been the foolish one. Yet a sliver of hope remained. He remembered hearing that good things would happen, and that the Great Moon already knew everything and had been leaving hints for the child forced to survive alone. His body trembled as the truth settled over him. Silly snapped him out of his spiraling thoughts and asked if he was all right. Inside, Deus understood that his sword had dared to act alone, yet the Great Moon had still shown mercy. He imagined how the Great Moon had guided his life like a carefully arranged plan, controlling every step without forcing his hand. He whispered that he had spent years drowning in hatred and revenge toward the Black Sheep. He looked at his sister. Her smile carried the brightness of someone who had endured long years of fear and finally escaped it. She had survived because of the Great Moon, and their family had been protected. To Deus, her survival felt like a blessing beyond measure. Yusha's words echoed in his thoughts. She had always said he would one day understand why she followed that man. Deus remembered the letter that sent him to Caliban and made him a knight. Now he finally understood why. Determination sharpened his expression. He declared to himself that to repay the Great Moon, he would rise to the pinnacle of Caliban, become a master knight, and build a knight order filled with the greatest swordsmen. Later, a tall knight approached and said the time had come. Deus stepped forward and glanced down at the assembled knight order. He announced that this expedition would become the first stepping stone for the eclipse. Hardship meant nothing to him. Gripping his mesmerizing yet fearsome sword, he declared that he awaited the day he could properly repay the Great Moon, the day he could offer true gratitude. His eyes carried a dark, unwavering resolve. His loyalty toward the prodigy of their era remained unbroken. He vowed to prove himself beneath the moon's light. With that, the solar eclipse knights set out to wage battle against the barbarians. Alan, sitting quietly outside, remarked to himself that everything felt strangely peaceful now, perhaps because all his children had grown and gone their own way. A sudden gust sent several pages flying. Alan scrambled to catch them, muttering that they were all blowing away. He half joked to himself, wondering if this could be taken as some sort of sign. Then he steadied his thoughts and went back to his research. He finally understood why he kept writing in cursive between lines. After returning from the labyrinth, he had spent all his time revisiting the strange phrases he had encountered there. He let out a small laugh, pleased that his reports were finally completed. Leaning back, he reviewed the concepts he had been analyzing. Refraction, the reinforcement of imperfections in magic, and the behavior of refraction inside spells. He noted that refraction boosted the flaws within a completed spell, allowing its range to stretch further. Repulsion distorted the internal structure and affected the path of a fired projectile. The phenomenon fascinated him. He wrote that blue light reinforced parallel magic, including electrical spells. He referenced the spell he used in the dungeon, explaining that the line of diffraction granted penetration, creating a devastating effect on impact. When he struck the golems in the labyrinth, the massive creature had been completely annihilated despite its size. He carefully recorded phrase rules, essential to activating his spells. If any rule failed, the spell collapsed. He reminded himself. No repeating the same spell, no mismatched phrases, and a maximum of 4 phrases allowed. But with his current mana, he could only cast 1 spell per day. It had taken him a long time to grasp even this much. He grew thoughtful, remembering the limits of this world. The hand signs and phrases of Babylonia had long vanished from history. No written record survived, so he had to rebuild everything on his own from scattered remnants. Even so, he found the challenge strangely enjoyable. Although he had originally learned magic only for self-defense, he now pressed his fingers together and prepared the spell he had been refining for 2 months. A crackling purple light formed before him. Alan calmly described the result aloud, saying that removing the focal point of the monosphere created an imbalance that sparked lightning. A small sphere of purple lightning hovered in the air. Alan called it weak and useless, merely a fixation of his curiosity. But the moment he finished the chant, a wave of thunder rippled outward. Completing the structure, he chanted, "Compression." The condensed magic cannon tightened as the phrases broke apart and reassembled. At the final moment, he formed the last hand sign, triggering the spell's intended effect. A violent thunder cannon blasted skyward, flooding the area with tremendous energy. The ground trembled as brilliant blue lightning streaked across the field. Alan realized that the order of the spell mattered. He recalled that when he tried using breakdown first, the spell collapsed immediately. Then a voice rang behind him. Someone exclaimed that it was impossible. Alan turned sharply. His expression froze the moment he saw who had arrived. Kalia, the red-haired woman known as the villain of her kingdom, stood there with her butler. Her eyes were locked onto the lightning that lingered in the sky. Her butler's voice trembled as he said that it was clearly origin magic and that using origin magic placed someone at the level of a seven-circle mage. Alan stiffened as he absorbed the term. Origin magic. The hierarchy rose from 1 to 8 circles, with 8 being the pinnacle a mage could reach. He was stunned to hear that what he created could be mistaken for origin magic. Later, inside Count Palacio's reception room, Kalia and her butler sat waiting for Alan. She had come for 2 clear reasons. First, to confirm what his intentions were, since she knew he had the power to heavily damage Xenonia County. Second, to gauge the level of the mysterious organization protecting him, the group that helped him seize control over Palacio. Instead, she had witnessed an overwhelming display of magic. She never imagined she would see Vionkel, the arrogant mage at her side, trembling openly. He was a 5th circle mage exiled from the tower for inhuman experiments, a man who could destroy an entire battalion with ease. Kalia had funded him for years, yet he had always spoken down to her. But today, he was afraid. She had never seen him like this. Her thoughts shook. She questioned whether what they had seen truly was origin magic and what kind of being our protagonist actually was. Alan entered the room. His cold gaze pressed the entire space into silence. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. He asked them why they had come to his county. Kalia apologized for the sudden visit, saying she only wished to. Alan cut her off with a single icy glance. He said he would not blame her, daughter of Xenonia. His tone remained calm, but the weight behind it froze them where they sat. He said he needed to make one thing clear. Taking a single step forward, he seemed to bend the light around him. He said that what they had seen was not origin magic. His eyes sharpened. If they needed a label for his ability, he said he was only at the 2nd circle. The room sank into suffocating silence. His presence conveyed everything. A quiet pressure that demanded obedience, a coldness that commanded stillness without a word. He explained again that what they witnessed was not origin magic, that it was useless for offense and defense, that it had no real value. But his explanation was not an explanation, it was a warning. A warning to stay silent about what they had seen. Or at least that's what they thought. Alan didn't mean it that way though. The message landed. Kalia and the mage trembled visibly, unable to hold on to their earlier confidence. The mage was the first to break. He bowed deeply and said that Alan was correct, that he must have been mistaken. It was shocking to see Vionkel, who prided himself on knowledge, speak so gently, so submissively. Meanwhile, Alan leaned back on the sofa, utterly relaxed, radiating the effortless dominance of someone who feared nothing. He said he was satisfied. Then he moved on and asked again why they were here. Kalia hesitated before answering that she had finished some business nearby and thought she should visit. Alan didn't even blink. He said that if she had no real reason to be here, then he unfortunately had work to return to and could not spare more time. Kalia immediately stood and said that she understood, thanking him for granting her a moment and declaring that they would take their leave. But before they reached the door, Alan spoke again. His voice stayed calm, steady, carrying a quiet authority that made the air feel heavy. He said that if she ever needed someone to speak with, she should visit Duchess Altea. He added that he believed the two of them would get along. Kalia paused, confused by the mention of Altea. She bowed respectfully and replied that if he said so, she would pay the Duchess a visit. Then she continued walking out with Venkel. Outside the estate, Kalia and Venkel climbed into their carriage while Alan watched them depart from the entrance beside his subordinate. Evan asked why a noble from Xenonia County had come all the way here, wondering how a fallen Western family ended up approaching their territory. Alan exhaled and said he had no idea. His expression dimmed. He thought to himself that if rumors spread about him using origin magic, every battle-hungry lunatic in the shadows would swarm his doorstep. He hoped they had understood the warning. He didn't want unnecessary trouble. He assured himself there was no way someone from Xenonia would actually visit the Altea Duchy. Nobles were not meant to involve themselves in the underworld. He prayed this would be the end of the matter. Inside the carriage, Kalia finally asked whether Count Palacio had truly used origin magic. Venkel immediately shook his head and said he hadn't. She asked why he reacted with such shock then. His face paled as he explained. He said that origin magic drew its own laws on the unchanging structure of the world, a privilege granted only to the highest tier mages. But what the Count used was something else entirely. He swallowed hard and said that he had used his observing eye to examine the spell. He admitted that what he saw was not someone following the rules of magic but someone tearing the rules apart. Kalia froze. Venkel said the Count had twisted absolute, immutable principles. He had anchored lightning, warped natural laws, collapsed the magical structure, and even after destroying every foundation, the spell had still manifested. Venkel clutched his head as he spoke, describing it as an impossible miracle. Kalia's face darkened in fear. Venkel added that the presence they felt afterward was not just magical pressure but the aura of forgotten gods. His voice cracked as he said he had studied ancient magic in his youth and had been praised for his knowledge. That was why he urged her with absolute certainty. They must never oppose Count Palacio. Kalia exhaled shakily. She murmured that even someone like her could not understand his intentions. Venkel nodded weakly. Kalia remembered Alan's final advice. Visit Duchess Altea. She now understood she had likely already been moved into position as one of his pieces on the board. 5 months passed. 2 years had gone by since the children left the orphanage. Alan asked Evan for any news, preferably about the children. Evan shook his head and said it wasn't about them, then revealed that Xenonia County and the Altea Duchy had formed an alliance. Alan felt as if lightning struck his skull. The top 2 powers in the underworld, joining forces? Evan explained that the underworld had its own rules, and no outsiders should know, but the rumor was reliable. Alan's heart pounded. He had worked hard to separate the 5 sins from the path of destruction, yet now he faced an alliance between 2 masterminds. He wondered if the Asteria Kingdom was on the verge of collapsing and questioned why Kalia had taken his offhand suggestion so seriously back then. He shook away the negative speculation. He told himself it was likely temporary. Kalia was too cold and too proud to maintain a long-term alliance. Still, the development bothered him. He sat down and wrote a letter. He stated in it that he apologized if he ever seemed blunt or distant, adding that he wasn't skilled with words and hoped he wouldn't be misunderstood. He sealed the letter and handed it to Evan, instructing him to deliver it to Xenonia County. Evan said he would send it through the Mercenary Guild and added that he would continue keeping watch over the children. Alan leaned back with a quiet sigh and wondered aloud how Raiden and Silrang were doing. He said he hoped they were safe, since he hadn't heard from them after Yusha's letter confirming they reached their destinations. Looking through the window toward the dim evening sky, he muttered a fear that Silrang might be wandering the streets, unable to survive. Yet he reminded himself that if she had found the item he mentioned in the letter, she would rise to the peak of all fighters, the Baba Yaga. He recalled the description of the essence of the Golden Mane tribe, a relic said to boost critical strike rate by 20% upon absorption. The item's old description claimed that if the sin of pride had obtained it, she would never have fallen into corruption but instead awakened as a great wolfkin. He had given Silrang the location of a treasure he originally planned to save for emergencies. He muttered that she was talented and capable enough to earn her own fortune. She should be fine. At least, he hoped so. Night settled over the desert colony, the nation where fighters ruled and strength alone decided everything. Under the moonlit dunes, Silrang walked forward, step by step. She had finally completed the trial. A radiant golden aura swirled around her like a living flame. She raised her head and whispered her thanks to the great moon, her voice trembling with joy rather than fear. She admitted she once believed the essence of the Golden Mane tribe was only a legend. She laughed softly, filled with relief and disbelief. She said that as a child, she thought the stories were mere fairy tales, but she now understood they were real. The Wolfkin, descendants of the greatest beast kings, the Golden Mane tribe. For centuries, the essence had been hidden, lost, sought, and protected. Yet now she held it. No, she had become one with it. Her body glowed with brilliant yellow light that surged like the sun itself. Beneath the glowing moon, Silrang trembled with overflowing mana. She called the great moon her benefactor, saying he had saved her from dying during those biological experiments and had gifted her the strength she now held. Her fists tightened. She declared that she would avenge her parents. The black dragon who had murdered them, she vowed to tear him apart with her own hands. Mana spiraled around her in a storm. She guided it with precision, feeding it into her limbs, spine, and soul. She said she was certain he had not saved her just to become some mediocre gladiator. Her aura exploded upward. She declared that she would become the strongest gladiator of the desert colony. She said she would revive the Golden Mane tribe, gather the scattered wolfkin, and kill the black dragon with the strength she had been given. She punched the air. A thunderous shockwave erupted, scattering sand for meters. She stood tall, wrapped in golden radiance like a royal mantle. She whispered that everything she would do from now on was for him. She turned from the trial grounds. She said it was time to begin. Her final words rolled across the moonlit sky. After 500 years, the Golden Mane tribe, the great kings of Beastkin, would rise again beneath the blue moon. Alan sits with Evan as usual, idly flipping through documents while listening to him talk. Evan mentions that the Information Guild finally uncovered details about the children known as the 5 Great Sins. He admits, somewhat sheepishly, that he was supposed to report this earlier but forgot. Alan casually asks what they found, and Evan explains that Solrang is thriving in the colony, to the point that people there now call her the Golden Flash. The nickname feels oddly familiar to Alan, as if he has heard it somewhere before, but the memory refuses to surface. Even so, he is genuinely relieved to know Solrang is doing well. Evan adds that in that territory, strength determines everything. Anyone can rise to any position if they are powerful enough. Intrigued, Alan asks about Raiden, since he has not heard anything since Radon arrived in the entertainment city of Raxus. Evan replies that there is some information, but the guild is still verifying it. Alan immediately calls Evan out for relaxing instead of preparing. Evan looks confused and says that he already completed all his tasks, but Alan reminds him that he was supposed to start preparations for their journey to the Magic Tower, a trip that would take at least a month. Evan reacts with clear shock, saying he had no idea they were heading to a Magic Tower at all. Alan briefly wonders if he truly forgot to mention it, while Evan, already accustomed to Alan's sudden decisions, sighs and complains that a month sounds excessive. He says that reaching the Green Magic Tower should take only a week. Alan corrects him, explaining that their destination is the Blue Magic Tower instead. Evan asks if he means the one near the Labyrinth City, acknowledging that the journey would indeed be long. Still, he reassures Alan that he will start preparing immediately. Once Evan leaves, Alan grumbles to himself about his own laziness. The idea of being stuck in a carriage for an entire month already exhausts him. Even so, he reminds himself that he has no choice, since the item that could fix his small, precious mana hole awaits him there. His thoughts drift to the Labyrinth City and the memories it brings from his gaming days. He remembers spending countless hours grinding there. The massive labyrinth at the city's core was Psychedelia's most famous leveling zone. Players could obtain better items by leveling up and descending deeper into its depths. Despite the endless crowds, no one ever reached the bottom. The developers kept adding floors, driving players mad. Even those who used cheat codes to reach floor 150 found that the labyrinth simply continued without end. Just like in the game, labyrinths in this world constantly produce relics and artifacts. Because of that, official magic appraisers have become extremely valuable, with wealth practically guaranteed. One such appraiser is Rini, the embodiment of greed. Alan reflects that with her talents, she must have passed the appraiser exams effortlessly. Still, he cannot help wondering if the gift he gave her was underwhelming compared to what the other children received. After all, it was merely an item that appraised other items. He considers whether he should provide her with additional support if the gift falls short, but decides that is a problem for another day. In the labyrinth city of Larthania, where the streets twist as confusingly as the maze beneath it, there is no true governing authority. The city serves as a haven for explorers and mercenaries. Past the dense cluster of shops in the southern district lies a hidden appraisal shop known as Murdy. Though tucked away, it has earned a strong reputation, catering mostly to nobles and A-rank explorers. Even the Lord of Larthania, a man with a distinctive beard, is a regular patron. The shop is run by Rin, who works while wearing a mask to hide her face. She finishes appraising a mana-powered flame item for the Lord and explains that it can be imprinted. When he asks what that means, she explains that by supplying a small amount of mana, the flames can burn continuously for an hour. The Lord is delighted by the dramatic increase in efficiency. Rin clarifies that imprinting raises an item to a higher tier, though the exact effect depends on the item itself. After the customers leave, Rin removes her mask and notices a special item nearby. She picks it up and explains that it too can be imprinted. She says that this ability is the true reason her shop gained fame despite its location, calling it a blessing from the Great Moon. This item is the one Alan gave her. Alan believes it only appraises items, unaware that it also possesses the power to upgrade them. Rin smiles as she recalls how confused she was when Alan first suggested she become an appraiser. At the time, she believed him to be a mysterious being from the age of the forgotten outer gods and assumed his actions were part of a plan to eradicate the entities responsible for taking Deus's sister. When she was ordered to move to the Labyrinth City and become an appraiser, She could not understand how that would help fight such beings. Only after receiving the gift did things begin to make sense. The item is called the Eye of the Stalker. It identifies objects that fall below a certain mana threshold, acting as an assistant for appraising. But that was only its surface function. Rin, born with the ancient library, immediately realized that the item existed in no known records. When she broke its seal, its true imprinting function activated, allowing it to handle up to 500 items. As usual, she misinterprets Alan's intentions, believing he knew everything and gifted her the item so she could grow strong enough to oppose the dark forces. To fully awaken the item, she must offer 500 unique items as sacrifices. She has already sacrificed 248 and gleefully notes that only 252 remain. However, the item only accepts high-tier relics. Offering a low-tier relic resets all progress, forcing her to appraise every item carefully before sacrificing it. She grows increasingly strange, clutching the item and declaring that their great master must have known she alone was suited for this role because of her bond with the ancient library. She insists that everything she does serves his grand will and that all events will unfold according to the will of the Great Moon. Her devotion becomes unsettling. 3 weeks later, Alan finally arrives at the Blue Magic Tower. Inside, he meets the Vice Tower Master, Fenya Crazon, a 6th Circle mage. She is a petite woman who bluntly tells him to state his business or leave, catching him off guard with her rudeness. As he looks at her, he realizes she is a character from Psychedelia. At this point in the timeline, she is still the Vice Master. In the game, she later became an 8th Circle mage by age 20 and the Master of the Blue Tower. Alan reflects that magic towers are not only centers of power but also control the production of essential goods, granting them influence equal to nobility. Despite Fenya's overwhelming strength, her dismissive tone irritates him. He introduces himself as the Count of Palladio and explains that he came to address the Time Gate, but Fenya brushes him off. He repeats that he is there to deal with it. The Time Gate is a rift to a subspace that forms in areas saturated with magic, causing destruction and instability. Fenya uses observation magic on him and mocks him, questioning what someone with such little talent could possibly do. She tells him to leave. Alan stands there in disbelief, while Evan watches silently without offering support. When Alan presses her again, Fenya snaps that many have promised to close the Time Gate before him and all have failed. Alan insists he is serious and only needs directions. Internally, he wonders why she is being so difficult and feels unfairly treated. Fenya then remarks that he needs a major achievement to sway public opinion, especially since people believe he became a count purely by luck after all his siblings died. She releases a surge of mana and warns him that he cannot simply barge into a magic tower and act important. Alan is shocked and wonders who has been spreading such rumors. He admits to himself that he has been inactive for years and that people thinking he has grown soft is not entirely wrong, though it should not matter. He also notices that despite her obsessive work habits, Fenya is disturbingly well informed about outside affairs. Seeing her power firsthand drains his irritation and replaces it with unease. Evan quietly warns him that confronting her directly would end badly. Still, driven by desperation, Alan steps forward and declares that if he fails to eliminate the Time Gate, he will surrender all his property to the Magic Tower. Fenya initially assumes he is joking, but he insists he is willing to swear an oath. This surprises her enough that she agrees to guide him. Upon arriving at the Time Gate, she reminds him that all his wealth will become hers if he fails. Alan responds with confidence, stating that such an outcome is impossible. Fenya sees this as a chance to assess the man rumored to lead the underworld. Observing his mana hole, she concludes that he has survived on luck alone. While she acknowledges his otherworldly presence, the reality is that his mana capacity is tiny, his energy sensing barely 2nd circle, and his overall talent underwhelming. She cannot help wondering how he intends to resolve a Time Gate with abilities like these. Alan reflects that there was never any real need to worry about closing the Time Gate. According to what he knows, it would naturally vanish after 3 months, once it released the relic he was after. That was where all recorded research ended, and no mage powerful enough to seal it was ever meant to appear. Ironically, the Time Gate at the Blue Magic Tower continued causing destruction for more than 2 years. As Alan begins forming a Babylonia hand sign, Fenya mocks him again, saying that using hand gestures instead of a staff is outdated. She remarks that even ancient tomes describe hand signs as a crude, almost fairy tale method. While she is focused on ridiculing him, Alan starts casting. In an instant, everything falls into absolute silence. Fenya is struck by a sudden sense of dread. Activating her eyes of observation, she tries to understand what is happening, but instead of clarity, overwhelming fear floods her senses. Above Alan, a massive, sinister eye manifests, gazing down as if monitoring his very existence. It becomes clear that when the unknown entity granted Alan the ability to interfere with the laws of reality, it also chose to watch him closely, either to restrain him or ensure compliance. Fenya understands that her eyes of observation allow her to see the essence of magic itself, yet what she perceives now cannot be interpreted. It feels like touching forbidden knowledge, an instinctive warning that enlightenment itself is lethal. The fear alone tells her she has crossed a line. Then a colossal hand appears, commanding her not to move. An absolute silent zone is imposed. Fenya is drenched in sweat, fully aware that continuing to observe would mean death. The moment Alan finishes casting, the eye vanishes as if it was never there. Alan turns around, completely unaware of what just occurred, and calmly tells Fenya that the time gate has been sealed. Internally, he thinks it was effortless, thanks to a technique he learned from the game. He adds that since he sealed it, he will be taking the relic. The relic is a black bracelet, similar in appearance to the ring of restrictions he obtained before. Seeing Fenya's pale expression, Alan panics, thinking she caught him abusing some glitch or strange magic. Fenya, still shaken by what she believes was a godlike presence, hurriedly assures him she will not tell anyone. Alan misunderstands her reaction and assumes his bluff worked. He thanks her for keeping quiet, and Fenya agrees fervently. Neither understands the other. Alan believes she is referring to the time gate, while Fenya believes Alan is concealing his true identity as an eldritch being. Fenya struggles to suppress the truth, while Alan is confused by her sudden politeness. The entity only manifests when Alan uses magic that violates the world's laws, and only those with observation magic can perceive it. Oblivious to all of this, Alan tells Evan it is time to leave. Evan, who remains seated the entire time, follows without comment. Before they depart, Fenya nervously calls out and offers Alan several mana potions, trying to make amends for her earlier behavior. Alan examines them and explains that homemade mana potions from the Vice Tower Master are extremely valuable. He freezes when he realizes that just 2 of them are worth his entire mansion. Seeing his reaction, Fenya assumes she offended him and panics, promising again to protect his secret. Alan, meanwhile, thinks she is simply expressing gratitude for sealing the time gate. In her desperation, Fenya proposes a mana oath to ensure her silence. Alan wonders why something so extreme is necessary but does not stop her. She immediately performs the ritual. Mana chains form, binding her life to Alan's. If the oath is broken, she would die. She anxiously asks if she performed it correctly and insists she is excellent at keeping promises. Overwhelmed and introverted, Alan decides it is not worth correcting the misunderstanding. He leaves with the relic he wanted, 5 mana potions, and a life-binding oath he never asked for. On the carriage ride back, Evan asks whether the rough-looking bracelet is really the reward for sealing the time gate. He questions its value. Alan admits he does not fully know what it is, only that he needs it. He explains that it is called the Mark of the Corrupted and that it absorbs and stores mana. The faint glow of the gem confirms it is working. He adds that while it does not store much mana, it still holds more than his own mana pool. Realizing that a support item surpasses him wipes the smile from his face, though he reassures himself that it is meant for exploration and self-defense, not combat. Evan watches Alan mutter through this internal pep talk in confusion. Alan thinks back to Fenya's strange behavior and recalls similar reactions from Lady Kalia and Vionkel. Since he cannot see the entity above him when he casts magic, he remains baffled by the fear it inspires in high-level mages. Though unsettled, he dismisses it, believing he will not meet them again. Enjoying the pleasant weather, Alan relaxes as they arrive at the Altea Docula estate. Loria is hosting a tea party with Lady Kalia, and the two appear genuinely close. Loria explains that she feels comfortable around Kalia since rank and power do not complicate their relationship. Kalia thanks Alan indirectly, praising his insight. They recall how Alan's suggestion led Kalia to visit the Duchess of Altea. That meeting made both women realize how deeply he had influenced them, prompting them to form an alliance under what they believed were his unspoken orders. Unaware of this, Alan has no idea such an agreement exists. Convinced that resisting absolute power is pointless, the Zenonia and Altea families become allies. Loria asks why Kalia visited early, and Kalia explains she received a discreet letter from Alan. It is his apology letter. Though clearly meant as an apology, both women completely misinterpret it. They conclude it is a covert command to eliminate troublesome nobles. They analyze his comment about lacking noble friends and compare political factions. Since Alan interacted with none of the major figures, they conclude he opposes all existing nobles. Despite briefly mentioning common sense, they abandon it entirely and decide Alan intends to dismantle the current nobility and establish a new order. Loria reasons this must be why he made her a duchess. Together, they agree to begin preparations. With nothing but an apology letter, Alan unknowingly ignites a noble purge. Back at the Blue Magic Tower, the Tower Master returns. Fenya reports that Count Palacio sealed the time gate. When asked for details, she is too overwhelmed to speak. Her silence confirms the Tower Master's suspicions, and all signs point back to Alan. Meanwhile, the oblivious Alan enjoys roasted sweet potatoes with Evan at their campsite, complaining about wanting to go home. He thinks it is about time Udia received his letter. Elsewhere, it is noted that the Eye of Observation is a skill all high circle mages are expected to possess, usually awakening around the 6th circle. Vinkel unlocked it at that stage, while Fenya was born with it. Finally, Selim Micardo, the 8th circle Tower Master of the Blue Magic Tower, realizes the time gate has vanished. Seeing Fenya utterly drained, he asks if anything unusual occurred during his absence. Fenya replies that she completed all assigned tasks, leaving Selim deeply unsettled by her uncharacteristic behavior. The Tower Master studies Fenya in silence, unsettled by how subdued she looks. Normally, she would be pestering him non-stop, but now she barely reacts. He reflects on how she became the Vice Tower Master of the Blue Tower at an absurdly young age, carried there by overwhelming talent. Alongside that talent came an arrogance so sharp it cut through everyone around her. Compared to her peers, she was a monster, notorious for tormenting them without mercy. He even recalls a time when she reduced a rookie mage to tears 77 times in a single day. He admits to himself that he never tried to correct her personality. Her magical ability was simply too valuable. He assumed that once she reached the 7th circle, she would naturally realize the limits of her own brilliance and mellow out. Seeing her now, shaken and withdrawn, feels deeply wrong. He wonders who could possibly possess enough power to humble a genius like Fenya. Trying to ease the tension, he casually mentions that his trip to the north felt longer than expected and asks if anything notable occurred while he was gone. Fenya only responds with a hollow stare. After a long pause, she finally says that Count Palacio closed the time gate. She adds that due to an oath she took, she cannot explain how it was done, and there is nothing more she is allowed to say. The Tower Master is left with more questions than answers, but he slowly pieces together the truth. Whatever Fenya witnessed was not ordinary magic. It was something closer to origin magic. Realizing this, he gently runs his fingers through her hair. She does not slap his hand away as she normally would, confirming just how frightened she is. Amused and intrigued, he decides that visiting Count Palacio himself is inevitable. A month passes after Alan's return from the Blue Magic Tower, which means 2 months have gone by including the journey. Alan is back at his estate, practicing magic with his usual composed expression. He reflects that after acquiring the mark of corruption, he began researching magic phrases with genuine dedication. Being able to cast magic multiple times a day changed everything. Through relentless experimentation, he discovers strict rules governing magic phrases. Phrases must align properly, repetitions within a single spell are impossible, and no more than 4 phrases can be stacked at once. He also realizes that similar phrases can overlap in effect, while others require precise preparation. As he records his findings, he notices that some phrases behave differently depending on their placement, though the exact mechanics remain unclear. To him, phrases are a form of mana visualization. When he carefully imagines a spell like a fireball in advance, the result differs drastically from casting without intent. Evan remarks that Alan's magic grows stronger by the day, but Alan only sighs. Evan insists that even before, Alan's magic far exceeded standard 2nd circle spells, and now it looks even more dangerous. The massive crater in the garden is proof enough. Alan admits that ordinary second-circle gravity magic could never create such destruction. His version feels capable of annihilating armies. He briefly feels smug, pleased that his growth is real, especially when Evan praises how unique and impressive his magic is. Still, Alan explains that the increase is not due to talent or phrases alone. True improvement comes from precision and understanding. Phrases are merely triggers that alter attributes. He explains that he spent months refining gravity magic using nearly identical phrases in rotation, slowly optimizing their arrangement. Power increased gradually, not suddenly. He teasingly tells Evan that he must be imagining things, suggesting his strength only feels greater because he is healthier and in a better mood. Evan nods, used to this deflection, then informs him that a letter from Yusha has arrived. Alan flushes slightly and says he will read it privately. He heads inside at once, claiming he has already used his daily limit of magic. Alone, Evan's earlier comments linger in his mind. He considers two explanations for his rising power. Reward or curse. A curse would require an Eastern ritual and a sacrifice, which he rules out immediately. Faith crosses his mind next, but as a minor count in an overlooked kingdom, he dismisses it. Deciding not to dwell on it, Alan chooses to keep living as usual. Far away, in the holy kingdom of Rosario, within the pure white capital of Ryanel, the people worship Sharonia, goddess of the moon and peace. Inside the Eastern prayer house, Yusha prays quietly until a holy knight named Locke interrupts her. She turns to greet him, radiant in white. Locke struggles to reconcile her humble status as a nun with the overwhelming reverence he feels toward her. He reports that 8 children and 25 villagers were saved thanks to her guidance. Yusha insists the credit belongs to Locke and his team, but Locke counters that she was the one who taught him faith. He recalls spending 20 years unable to feel divine power, trapped in despair. When Yusha appeared, she told him that if he desired strength, he should place his faith in the moon. Confused but desperate, he followed her advice. After days of prayer, divine power awakened within him. Overjoyed, he continued, only later worrying he had strayed into heresy. Locke explains that the power he gained felt identical to divine power granted by the goddess, even functioning through sacred artifacts. When he questioned Yusha, she explained that faith comes from belief, but belief takes time, so relying on something tangible like the moon makes it easier. In truth, she is using the moon as a stand-in for Alan, since she cannot openly name him. Locke convinces himself that since the goddess is associated with the moon, his faith remains pure. He vows to continue believing. Yusha suggests they pray together, noting that a crowd has already gathered. She leads them, gracefully calling upon the great moon. Introduced again as a sister of Rosario, she stands at the center of a growing congregation. Without realizing it, Alan is becoming the focus of a new religion. Later, Evan reviews delivered mail, including a banquet invitation and a mercenary advertisement that accepts payment in virtually anything. Finally, the scene shifts to Alan Palacio's office. He sits quietly, rereading Yusha's letter. It contains nothing extraordinary, only details of her daily life. He exhales slowly. Nothing unusual means she is safe. Resting his forehead against the desk, letter in hand, he accepts that this is proof the children are living the peaceful lives he wanted for them. Still, a faint loneliness settles in his chest. Of the 5 children he guided away from sin, only Yusha still writes to him. The others remain silent, and Alan understands why. To them, he is only a figure from the past, someone who intervened briefly and then vanished. He tells himself this is acceptable. He never intended to be remembered or thanked. His role ended the moment they chose paths that would not lead to the destruction of the world. There is no reason to feel sad, he repeats internally, forcing himself to accept it. Still, fatigue shows clearly on his face. Despite her own busy life, Yusha continues to write to him regularly. Part of him finds comfort in that consistency, while another part feels a quiet ache he refuses to name. A voice suddenly speaks behind him. Evan asks whether Alan is busy. Startled, Alan lifts his head sharply, realizing he never noticed Evan entering the room. He remarks that Evan startled him and asks why he is still there. Evan replies calmly that he stayed because new intelligence arrived from the Information Guild. That immediately sharpens Alan's focus. He tells Evan to report. Evan explains that the information concerns one of the children. Alan urges him to continue. Evan states that the report is about Raiden. He explains that confirmed intelligence shows Raiden has become a pirate. Alan freezes. The word echoes in his mind. Piracy represents chaos, slaughter, and cruelty, a life far removed from what Alan envisioned for him. Suppressing his reaction, Alan demands the full report. Evan continues without hesitation. He explains that among all circulating rumors, the most significant involves Seolang and Deus. At Seolang's name, Alan's attention sharpens. Evan reports that she has achieved a 32-match win streak in official combat arenas. Out of the 100 wins required to earn the title Baba Yaga, she is already nearly one-third of the way there. The number hits Alan hard. He interrupts Evan and asks who currently holds the longest streak. Before Evan can answer, Alan recalls it himself. The Lion King, holder of a 41-win streak. Evan confirms this. Alan leans back, recalling the Lion King from the game. He was a force of nature, a temporary party member who dominated battlefields through sheer strength. He was not just powerful, but a symbol that maintained the colony's balance. And now Seolang is approaching that level. Alan mutters that she is close to surpassing even the strongest pillar of the colony. Pride and unease mix within him. Kid guided her to prevent her from becoming a calamity, yet her growth is now edging into monstrosity. Evan moves to the next report and speaks about Deus. He explains that Deus personally executed one of the 8 barbarian chiefs, Kurga of the Snowfield. Alan stiffens. Evan adds that Kurga led a faction that practiced grotesque blood rituals, transforming themselves into monsters. He asks cautiously whether Alan is familiar with them. Alan does not answer aloud. His thoughts drift to the past. In the game, he remembers who destroyed their god, Alterus. He recalls that Alterus only manifested when the 5 deadly sins gathered together. That means one thing. As things stand, Alterus will never appear. Alan finally speaks, stating calmly that there is no longer any reason to worry about Deus. Evan beams and adds that Deus is now widely acknowledged as being on the same level as Reinhardt, the first sword. That comparison gives Alan pause. Reinhardt is not a name given lightly. Alan wonders if perhaps he should have met Deus face to face at least once. Evan continues with the 4th report and speaks about Reini. He explains that she has become an appraiser, a rare specialist capable of analyzing artifacts and engraving them with black runes that greatly enhance their power. Alan is genuinely surprised. He mutters that he did not even know such a profession existed in this world. The idea fascinates him, and he feels quietly relieved. Then his expression shifts sharply. He asks Evan the question that truly matters. Did Raiden really become a pirate? Evan answers without hesitation. He asks whether Alan knows of the 7 archipelagos off the coast of Rexus City, infamous as the gathering place of the greatest pirates of the era. He then reveals the truth. Raiden has become the captain of the first archipelago, the largest and most powerful of them all. The words hit Alan like lightning. He leaps from his seat so abruptly that it looks as though invisible strings yanked him upward. He exclaims that it is impossible. A strange sense of déjà vu floods him as memories from his past life surface. He recalls an old internet joke about donating for years so Raiden could live an ordinary life, only for him to become a pirate. That joke has become reality. Tears well in Alan's eyes as he mutters that he never sent Raiden to Rexus to become a pirate. Evan remains composed and continues. He explains that Raiden has an exceptional talent for detecting enemies and navigating danger. More importantly, he reminds Alan that Raiden is a sea godkin, naturally attuned to the ocean and capable of moving freely through it. Evan adds that the seas around Rexus are filled with priceless relics from ancient eras. That is why he originally recommended that Raiden pursue treasure hunting, a profession of immense prestige and potential. However, matters escalated far beyond that. Evan explains that ruling an archipelago is no different from ruling a territory. A pirate captain holds absolute authority and immense political influence. Alan leans back, thoughts racing. He wonders how Raiden could have defeated the previous captain of the first archipelago. He knows the truth. Every archipelago captain is a superhuman who has never lost a naval battle. That leaves only one conclusion. Raiden must have discovered something extraordinary. Alan reasons that Raiden uncovered genuine relics of the old era, powerful enough to overturn the balance of the seas. In his past life, Alan himself spent countless hours chasing such relics in the treasure hunter minigame of this very world. He presses a hand to his forehead, utterly drained. He thinks bitterly that he always knew this world would never unfold according to his expectations. Even so, this outcome is not the worst. In fact, it is almost impressive. Letting out a long breath, Alan slumps back into his chair, completely limp. Evan rushes to his side and asks with concern whether he is all right. The scene shifts to the heart of the Principality of Korkia, the massive maritime city of Raxus. Endless sails crowd the horizon, and salt-stained stone lines the streets. Beyond the coastline lie the 7 pirate paradises, lands ruled by strength, blood, and greed. The most powerful among them is the first archipelago. It once belonged to Alcaride the Red Slayer, who secured the Heavenly King's protection through obscene wealth and tribute. His reign ended the day he was defeated. The one who struck him down was Raiden. Now Raiden stands on a rooftop overlooking the sea, wind tugging at his cloak as the sunset paints the horizon red. A faint smile rests on his lips, earned through blood and fire. He is now the captain of the first archipelago. Leaning against the wall, he cracks his neck and mutters that he still does not understand what the Great Moon truly is. He never cared enough to think deeply about it. At first, the Great Moon was simply someone he felt grateful toward, someone who altered his fate. He was meant to die as a vivisection slave. Because of the Great Moon, he met Utia. Because of her, his power awakened. In truth, he feels he followed Utia's will far more than the Great Moon's. Even when he was known as the Blue Moon, it felt less like faith and more like obedience to her guidance. So when the Great Moon issued a vague order about becoming a treasure hunter, Raiden could not understand its meaning. What did treasure hunting have to do with revenge? His thoughts darken as memories resurface. His clan once lived peacefully on a forgotten island, harming no one. Then the Black Things descended without warning and slaughtered them. Survivors fled, only to be hunted down by so-called hunters. His parents, exhausted and wounded, were butchered. Raiden was captured and sold as a slave. Standing at the sea cliff, staring toward a distant city glowing beneath the dying sun, Raiden clenches his fists. He does not believe that treasure hunting or receiving gifts from the Great Moon will fulfill his revenge. For now, he decides he will pretend to follow the order. As his gaze drifts across the sea, he notices a massive ship in the distance. Laughter echoes, fireworks explode, and celebration fills the sky. He frowns, then realization strikes. That ship belongs to the chosen captain of the 7 archipelagos. The same people who once hunted his parents. A voice boasts that only those chosen by fate can receive the Heavenly King's protection through wealth. Raiden's smile vanishes. His expression turns pitch black. So this is the truth. He mutters that the Heavenly King spreads lies deliberately. He knows the real source of their power. It does not come from wealth or divine favor. It comes from a secret ritual that requires the flesh of sea godkin. Only by sacrificing their bodies can one gain the power of the sea god clad. Every captain of the 7 archipelagos has performed this ritual. As laughter and fireworks continue, Raiden's breathing grows heavy. His eyes tremble with restrained fury as he realizes the final truth. Those hunters split his parents' bodies into 7.
Ron remained motionless, his thoughts spiraling as he tried to understand how the truth had surfaced. He had never shared his past with anyone. To him, it felt as though the Great Moon itself had orchestrated this moment, carefully shaping events to honor an old promise of vengeance. He slowly curled his fingers into a fist, acknowledging that revenge could not be rushed. His enemies were no ordinary foes. They were superhumans empowered by the sea god. If everything that had unfolded so far was deliberate, then the gift he had received could not have been meaningless. He took out the locket Alan had given him and considered that this, too, must serve a purpose. In his mind, the Great Moon had arranged every step, laying the groundwork for what was to come. Holding on to that belief, he pressed the locket to his forehead and offered a silent prayer. As the night slipped away, dawn arrived without resistance. With the first light of morning, Raiden plunged into the sea, diving into its deep, soundless expanse. He reflects that the Great Moon's gift, Amarda's goggles, allowed him to easily locate artifacts hidden far beneath the waves. The artifacts he uncovered were more than enough to make up for his lack of raw power. In the depths, he discovered a treasure chest packed with valuables. When he surfaced, hauling the chest with him, he reflected that his earlier, simple expression of gratitude had been laughably insufficient. The Great Moon had truly honored its promise. It had not only delivered the object of his revenge straight into his path, but it also granted him the means to pursue it. A smile spread across his face as he finally grasped the true meaning of the command written in the letter. The intent was unmistakable. He was meant to take revenge and claim dominion over the 7 archipelagos. As that realization settled in, he tried to recall something UT once said. He strains to remember her words. Something about everything being 4, but the rest escapes him. Then moonlight washes over him. He looks up, and the memory clicks into place. Everything was for the great moon. 3 months later, the suffocating heat of summer finally gives way to the sharp air of autumn. This is the season when the Asteria Kingdom hosts its grand social gathering. The protagonist is now riding in a carriage bound for that very event. He looks as exhausted as ever and mutters complaints about being forced to attend. Every 4 years, all nobles are required to appear, and he despises it with a passion. Before long, other carriages join his, all heading in the same direction. Avon informs him that the carriages belonging to the Kryald and Edorn families have finally caught up. Alan explains that traveling together is a precaution against bandits and other dangers along the road. He admits that it is a strange and irritating custom, which makes sense, considering the protagonist's introverted nature. That night, after they settle into an inn in a nearby town, the protagonist reflects on what he experienced that evening. He concludes that dealing with nobles is far more exhausting than fighting bandits. He would much rather face bandits any day. The reason is simple. The 2 nobles traveling with him are nothing but insufferable fools. They mock him for bringing only a single escort knight, assuming it means he cannot afford more. They sneer that he must be broke and laugh openly at him. Under normal circumstances, Alan would not be bothered by such behavior. But having these men right in front of him, laughing loudly and even spitting as they do, pushes his patience. He openly thinks that he would prefer them to leave and gossip behind his back instead. He understands why they look down on him. The Palacio family earned its fearsome reputation through his brothers, who once ruled the eastern underworld and amassed vast wealth. Now that his brothers are gone, and since he is content with his current way of life, he has allowed those underground operations to fade away. Because he refuses to follow in his brother's footsteps, other nobles see him as weak. That is why they belittle him. True to himself, he insists that as long as he earns a decent living honestly, he has no reason to involve himself in the dangers of the underworld. As a result, the eastern underworld is now crowded with minor players scrambling to fill the void. The prevailing rumor is that Alan became a count purely through luck, and that narrative has taken root. This is why those 2 nobles feel bold enough to sneer at him. Alan reflects bitterly that he has gone from being the country's mastermind to being seen as nothing more than a fortunate child. Even so, their open mockery, including asking whether he needs financial help, feels absurd. He cannot help but notice that they are far older than he is, which only makes their behavior more embarrassing. As he sinks deeper into thought, he realizes they have clearly crossed a line. It suddenly occurs to him that their hostility might come from their past. They may have once been victims of his brothers. In truth, that is likely the case. Kryald and Edorn had essentially served as errand boys under his brother's rule. Now that those brothers are gone, they seem eager to vent their long-held resentment on him instead. Feeling sulky, he thinks about how unfair this is. He was not the one who humiliated them, so why target him? He even compares them to internet trolls in his mind. At that moment, Evan returns with roasted corn, looking mildly surprised that the 2 nobles are still causing trouble. Both Evan and his master treat the situation with complete nonchalance. They decide to ignore the nonsense entirely. Turning to Evan, the protagonist asks where he went. Evan casually replies that he simply went to the kitchen to grab some snacks. The roasted corn looks delicious, and the protagonist silently agrees. As they eat, he reflects on how essential crops are, especially on chilly nights like this. Meanwhile, Kryald and Edorn continue mocking each other loudly, as if locked in some ridiculous underground rap battle. The protagonist thinks their insults sound like diss tracks and finds the comparison amusing. He keeps eating, choosing not to engage, while Evan casually remarks that the corn would taste even better with butter. Far to the north lies a land of endless cold, ruled by barbarians. It is a place bathed in a cursed gray light, as though life itself has abandoned it. The snow is littered with the bodies of fallen warriors. Among them lies a barbarian chieftain, still alive despite having lost an arm and an eye. He is revealed to be one of the 8 great Kolkon chiefs. He curses the Caliburn bastards, declaring that they know nothing of true honor. To barbarians who worship battle, dying in combat is the highest glory. They were deceived by the Knights of Caliburn, who are secretly part of Deuce's Knight Order. Deuce and his men promised a fair duel, only to ambush them from behind. As the chieftain bleeds out, he wonders about the fate of the other chiefs, especially Kurg of the Snowfield. Around him, the air is filled with ominous thread magic, Deuce's unmistakable mark. In his final moments, regret consumes him. He apologizes to Kurga for dying in such disgrace, a death so shameful that he cannot even close his eyes. Bloody tears stream down his face. Suddenly, a voice urges him to speak the name, to call upon the god they worship. Gathering his remaining strength, the chieftain rises and shouts the sacred name, Oltultis. As he invokes it, The barbarian god finally manifests and promises them vengeance. The scene returns to the protagonist. The journey continues to drag on as they head toward the gathering's location. Even with other noble families nearby, Kraeld and Adorn continue to mock him. The protagonist ignores them, thinking that suppressing his anger is a skill he honed through gaming. Nearby even spends his time fishing while his master rests. Eventually, they set up camp for the night in the wilderness. Even cooks the fish he caught, and the two of them eat peacefully, paying no attention to the fools. This only fuels the noble's frustration. The protagonist privately considers himself the victor. Those who mock lose to those who ignore. At last, the perspective shifts to the two nobles themselves. One asks the other about the escort troops from the other families. The mustached noble replies that he checked with his artifact and confirms that everything is in order. Each family brought more than 5 escort knights, except for the protagonist, whom they ridicule for bringing only one. They question how he even dares to sit among nobles. Their jealousy is obvious, and they convince themselves that he is nothing but a fool. Meanwhile, the protagonist and Evan continue eating their roasted fish, entirely unbothered. Kraeld and Edorn lean in close and whisper about their plans. They say that now they can finally move to take over the underworld, confident that the protagonist is incompetent. They boast that the Palacio family's dominance is finally over. They fantasize about the wealth and power that await them. Then, laughter cuts short as a rustling sound comes from the bushes. When they turn to look, terror seizes them, and they scream. The escort knights rush over in alarm. What the nobles found is not just a few monsters, but an entire horde. The knights immediately issue orders, telling their mages to secure visibility. The lead mage casts a light spell into the sky, followed by others who send beams of light into the forest. The illumination reveals a massive group of grotesque goblins armed and waiting. At first, some knights relax upon realizing they are goblins. Such creatures are usually weak, but as the light spreads and more shapes emerge from the darkness, their expressions change. These are no ordinary goblins. While goblins are common and individually weak, their strength lies in numbers. As the sheer size of the horde becomes clear, panic ripples through the escort knights. Within seconds, several knights had already fallen. Every guard assigned to lookout duty was swiftly eliminated by the goblins before they could properly react. The remaining knights stare in disbelief, insisting that they had never encountered goblins like these in their lives. These creatures were embedded with strange purple crystals, their movements savage and relentless. As the goblins shrieked and surged forward, one knight exclaimed that these were an entirely new breed. He explained that they were larger than normal and capable of wielding mana, which pushed their physical abilities far beyond anything ordinary goblins should possess. Their bodies were thick with muscle, resembling orcs more than goblins. They leapt through the air aggressively, almost as if they were flaunting their strength. Just as they were about to collide with the knights, a massive wall of earth erupted from the ground, cutting off their charge and saving the formation. Several goblins smashed into the wall and died instantly. Before the survivors could recover, a crushing force enveloped them. A vast gravitational field formed around the creatures, its sheer size leaving even the escort knights frozen in shock, struggling to understand what they were witnessing. One knight quickly identifies the magic at work, stating that the wall was a third, circle spell known as Rock Wall, while the gravity field was a second, circle spell called Gravity Shield. He wonders aloud who could possibly cast such spells with this level of power and ease, noting that the spells felt far stronger than their standard versions. That is when the protagonist finally steps forward. He calmly recites his personal enchantment, beginning with enhancement to amplify his body, followed by compression. As he clenches his fists and forms precise hand signs, the gravitational sphere tightens. The space containing the goblins shrinks and reshapes itself into a dense magical orb that slowly rises into the air. Alan then strides confidently to the front, openly positioning himself against the remaining monsters. He continues his chant, activating vacuum, and before the spell fully resolves, he executes another complex hand sign. He declares return to origins. The bracelet on his wrist drains one of its mana reserves as the orb collapses inward. Everything trapped inside is erased in an instant. The destruction is overwhelming. Mangled goblin remains rained down from the sky while Alan stands unmoved beneath them. The two nobles who had been mocking him earlier are rendered speechless, as are the escort knights. When a few goblins continue charging forward, Alan sharply orders the knights to stop standing around and engage. Without hesitation, he assumes command of the battlefield. The knights begin cutting down the remaining goblins, but Alan does not remain idle. He continues using magic to eliminate any goblin foolish enough to approach him, even stays close, intercepting ambushes with precise sword strikes and shielding his master without fail. This relentless slaughter continues until morning, leaving the area littered with goblin corpses. When the fighting finally ends, the nobles who had been hiding behind the trees cautiously emerge one by one. The escort knights, utterly exhausted, release long breaths of relief. Yet as they look toward Alan, unease settles in. None of them can understand what kind of man he truly is. He had fought through the entire night without showing any signs of fatigue. What they cannot see is the truth behind his calm expression. Internally, Alan is panicking. He realizes that he came dangerously close to death. Looking down at his bracelet, he understands that he has completely depleted his mana reserves. He admits to himself that he ran out of mana during the battle, and is currently no different from an ordinary person, left with only a pitiful amount of energy. Evan approaches him and asks if he is injured. Alan reassures him that he is fine, but his expression betrays his unease. Deep inside, he is shaken. Even with Evan nearby, the thought of being unable to defend himself terrifies him. Running out of mana made him feel utterly exposed. Evan asks again if he is truly alright. Alan nods, convincing himself that traveling alongside nobles and their escort knights was the right decision. He reflects that if it had been only him and Evan during that chaos, the outcome could have been disastrous. As his thoughts settle, he examines the purple crystals embedded in the goblin remains. He recognizes them immediately as amethyst. He explains that this discovery is deeply troubling, as it signifies a divine descent. Divine descent is a rare phenomenon that occurs when an outer god is preparing to manifest. In this case, the god involved is Altaltus, the god worshipped by barbarians. Under such influence, monsters become far more brutal, their physical abilities pushed beyond natural limits. Alan thinks that this situation should be impossible. Outer gods are meant to appear only after the 5 sins awaken and the laws of the world collapse. Yet this is clear evidence that at least one outer god is making its move. Whether it is only Altaltus or others as well remains unknown, but either possibility is deeply troubling. He wonders what is truly happening, especially since the children have not yet awakened their great sin forms. For now, he decides that gathering information as quickly as possible is his top priority. Nearby, the 2 nobles who had previously planned to provoke him are now panicking after witnessing his power. When Alan glances in their direction with a stern expression, they completely misunderstand his intent. He is not glaring at them at all. His mind is racing, consumed by thoughts of outer gods and his own fragile state. Still, the 2 fools interpret his look as a murderous glare, which only deepens their terror. The following day, the group arrives at the Rodiger ducal house, a grand estate that resembles a royal palace more than a noble residence. After enduring countless hardships along the road, they have finally reached the site of the grand social gathering. As always, Alan feels no excitement whatsoever. He jokingly states that he wants to return home, while Evan, accustomed to such complaints, simply pushes him forward. Inside, the mansion reveals itself to be overwhelmingly luxurious. Everything gleams as if forged entirely from gold. Even Alan admits that the place is well suited for extravagant gatherings. Noting that nearly everything truly is gold, the wine glasses shimmer with golden accents. Evan leans closer to inspect them and chuckles, remarking that Duke Rodiger is clearly showing off his wealth. He jokes that they should steal a few glasses, reasoning that someone this rich would never notice. As Alan surveys the hall, he sees nobles everywhere, exchanging pleasantries and forming connections. He considers whether he should mingle as well. Although he would rather avoid it, he decides that appearances matter. Suddenly, someone approaches him from behind. When he turns, irritation flashes across his face. It is Edorn and Krailed, the same 2 nobles who had harassed him earlier. Now, they act nervous and overly respectful, immediately attempting to bribe him. Edorn claims that he will offer the finest meat from his territory, while Krailed presents a chest filled with gold coins and suggests providing financial support from his lands. Alan frowns in confusion, unable to understand why their behavior has changed so drastically. To the 2 nobles, however, his frown looks terrifying, as if he is moments away from tearing them apart. They recoil in fear and confess that they should never have provoked him. At that moment, a flashback reveals what happened after the goblin battle. When they witnessed Alan's overwhelming magic, they were utterly stunned. They had never known he was a mage, and watching him annihilate an entire horde with ease shattered their assumptions. Desperate for answers, they pulled aside one of the escort mages to question her. She was a 3rd circle mage hired by Baron Allman, meant to showcase his wealth. They asked whether the massive spell that resembled a black hole was merely a 2nd circle spell and nothing extraordinary. The mage immediately dismisses that notion, explaining that the magic Alan used was far beyond 2nd circle. She admits that it surpassed even her own abilities, despite her being a 3rd circle mage. That revelation makes everything painfully clear to them. They conclude that Alan's magic must be above 3rd circle, possibly even 5th circle. Only then do they understand the truth. The man they mocked as a lucky count was simply hiding his power. That realization explains why he brought only 1 escort knight. Worse still, they recall how he stared in their direction after the battle. To them, it was the gaze of a predator. They convince themselves that this is the true nature of the Palacio bloodline, worse than his brothers, colder and more terrifying. Panic drives them to devise a plan to bribe him and regain his favor. Back in the present, they realize their offerings are failing. With no other option, they bow deeply and beg for forgiveness, pleading for mercy over their earlier insults. Alan, completely unaware of their internal turmoil, assumes they are mocking him again. He decides that allowing this to continue will only invite further trouble. Ivan jokingly suggests eliminating them altogether, but Alan dismisses the idea, stating that it would only create unnecessary chaos. Internally, he misreads everything. Though he usually does not care about insults, he feels that these two have crossed a line. His expression hardens, and he shoots them a cold glare. He knows he lacks the power to act on it, but he figures that frightening them a little will suffice. After all, he can be petty when he feels like it. The two fools caught the protagonist's icy, murderous glare and instantly realized they had stepped into danger far beyond their reach. He quickly reminds himself that Avon has already been sent to the Information Guild. With official intelligence being handled, he decides to focus on the kind of rumors that circulate only among nobles. Grabbing a light snack, he scans the hall for an easy mark and soon notices two nobles leaning close together, speaking with guarded caution. With his usual boldness, he quietly enhances his hearing with a minor spell. Without moving, he listens as they discuss Duchess Altabai and Count Zenonia, sounding genuinely stunned that two such powerful forces are cooperating. The protagonist decides it is irrelevant to him and not worth worrying over. He reassures himself that the Altaba house and the Zenonia line have never been compatible, meaning any alliance between them must be temporary. Shrugging it off, he returns to his egg tart and privately notes how absurdly good it tastes. Then the nobles shift topics and lower their voices further, clearly sharing something meant to stay hidden among the elite. They insist that the true mastermind behind the underworld is neither Altaba nor Zenonia, but the Count of Palacio. The protagonist freezes mid-bite. They repeat the claim with confidence, stating that Palacio is the one truly pulling the strings. Shock loosens his grip and the pastry slips from his fingers. Panic surges as he wonders who could be spreading something so outrageous. He recalls meeting Altaba only once when she was young and encountering Zenonia's infamous daughter just twice. None of it connects. He forces himself to believe this is just noble gossip, the kind of baseless rumor they thrive on. Before his thoughts can settle, someone calls out from behind. He turns uneasy, feeling as though everyone has decided to approach him today. The newcomer introduces himself as Carmine, the third son of Duke Camelon of the Ashutalon Kingdom. The protagonist responds stiffly, offering a shallow bow that borders on sarcasm and identifying himself. Internally, he curses his carelessness for forgetting that foreign nobles would attend. Carmine's expression shifts as he begins provoking him, stating that he has heard the protagonist became a count purely through luck. With a smug air, Carmine adds that his jealousy compelled him to see this so-called lucky count in person. Irritation flares instantly. In his mind, the protagonist mocks Carmine, comparing him to a twisted donut that somehow learned to speak, a jab aimed squarely at the man's ridiculous hairstyle. Before things can escalate, two nearby nobles step in and confront Carmine, demanding whether he is mocking a noble of the Asteria Kingdom. The moment Carmine recognizes who they are, the color drains from his face as he realizes his mistake. Panic overwhelms him. He had believed Count Palacio was weak and ridiculed, someone safe to insult without consequence. Scrambling to recover, he introduces himself again, presenting himself as Carmine Camelon, a charming romantic from a distant land. In his own mind, his purpose in Asteria had been simple. He believed he came to win the heart of Duke Roediger's youngest daughter and make her his wife. His ego is so inflated that he truly thinks no woman could regret choosing him. He recalls how he intended to relax at the gathering with his fiancée and deepen their bond. Instead, he behaved disgracefully, stopping to stare at other women, making crude remarks about their appearances while his fiancée stood beside him. He even insulted one woman's nose, then turned back to his fiancée and praised her beauty by comparing her to her mother, believing this made him charming. He convinced himself that this was romance. Then, without warning, his fiancée left him, leaving him stunned and unable to understand how everything collapsed so fast. He admits to himself that he ruined his chances with Duke Roediger's daughter. He still does not know what he did wrong, only that the marriage is no longer happening. Fueled by frustration, he noticed the protagonist and chose him as an outlet. Rumors painted Count Palacio as immature, isolated, and powerless, leading Carmine to believe he could insult him freely. Now, faced with real authority, Carmine understands how foolish that assumption was. The three nobles before him feel like towering giants. Watching the exchange, the protagonist, unaware of the deeper political context, assumes it is simply bullying. He fails to grasp that even a foreign noble should recognize the men standing there. They are among the most powerful pillars of Asteria. Duke Roediger, the host, Marquis Mardanio, leader of the royalist faction, Count Palin, the core of the moderate faction. Their influence is enough to crush someone like Carmine effortlessly. Duke Roediger challenges him first, implying that Carmine must be looking down on them all if he feels comfortable insulting an Asterian noble. Under the pressure, Carmine hurriedly insists he meant no such thing. Count Palin presses further, questioning why Carmine dared to address Count Palacio so casually as if they were equals. He implies that such familiarity is blatant disrespect and by extension an insult to all Asterian nobles. Carmine rushes into apologies, admitting his mistake. Marquis Mardanio steps forward and states bluntly that the issue is simple: Carmine disrespected Count Palacio. Watching this, The protagonist wonders how unbearable Carmen must be if 3 powerful nobles would defend him so fiercely. The scene feels disturbingly familiar, echoing something from his own past. The resemblance cuts deep, like a junior officer being crushed by superiors. Memories surface that he would rather forget. Having served in the military, his thoughts drift into something uncomfortably close to PTSD. Carmen finally breaks and flees the hall, crying like a child. Once he is gone, the 3 nobles turn to the protagonist and ask if he is all right, genuine concern on their faces. The sudden kindness leaves him unsettled. He cannot understand why everything is unfolding this way or why he is suddenly being treated as someone important. Still using his enhanced hearing, he listens as whispers spread through the hall. He learns that many nobles witnessed the incident and completely misinterpreted it. They now believe the rumor that he is the underworld's leader. Some even speculate that if Altaa and Zenonia move deeper into politics, then Count Palacio, who supposedly stands above them, must hold overwhelming power. Hearing this, the protagonist realizes the entire hall has built its conclusions on a false assumption. He finds it deeply irritating and briefly considers correcting the misunderstanding. Before he can, Duke Roediger and Marquis Mardeno begin praising him. They acknowledge that he must be busy but say they have something to offer him. Marquis Mardeno mentions hearing that he has been studying magic and explains that he acquired a high-quality magical artifact he wishes to gift him. He explains that the artifact can store mana. Before the protagonist can respond, Duke Roediger and Count Palin also declare that they have gifts to present. The protagonist is left speechless, his mind blank. Temptation wins instantly. He decides the smartest move is silence, which proves surprisingly effective. By saying nothing, he receives 2 magical artifacts and 5 mana potions without spending a single coin. At dawn, in an annex of Duke Roediger's estate, the true architect behind the rumors finally appears. A breathtaking woman dressed in black asks Marquis Mardeno how things turned out. He replies that Alan accepted the gift with grace. Among nobles, small gifts are mere courtesies, but magical artifacts carry intent. The offerings from Marquis Mardeno, Duke Roediger, and Count Palin signal their desire to align with Alan's faction. The woman reveals herself as Duchess Altaba. She welcomes Marquis Mardeno into Alan's faction and declares that they now share the same purpose. Alta asks how the others responded. Marquis Mardeno answers that they accepted readily. Inwardly, he reflects that Altaba, who rarely acts personally, appeared only for a carefully selected few. Once the pieces were chosen, those selected were guided through a quiet rite of passage, sealed with a sincere bribe. Rumors spread wildly, but this was simply politics at work. Recognizing the moment's significance, Marquis Mardeno resolves to seize the opportunity without hesitation. Altaba smiles with satisfaction and states that they can finally begin moving in earnest. The focus returns to Alan. By the 4th day of the banquet, he notices offerings being added to his pile one by one. He assumes it is due to the false rumors linking him to Altaba and Zenonia. For now, he decides to accept everything, privately wondering if someone will try to reclaim it later. He plans to treat it like a hit and run, taking what he can before things turn ugly. At that moment, Avon appears behind him and rests a hand on his shoulder, announcing his return. Alan flinches. Avon asks why he looks startled. Alan brushes it off, saying he was lost in thought. They move into a private discussion. After Avon reports what he learned, Alan is stunned to hear that an outer god has descended in the north. Avon confirms it and adds that Caliban is in chaos. He also reports that scholars, citing ancient texts, believe amethysts are linked to outer gods. Alan asks about the additional information he requested. Avon reveals that the person Alan is searching for is in a village north of Ashtalon. Alan states they can stop there on the way, and declares that they are heading to Caliban. Avon is visibly shaken and questions the sudden decision, asking if Alan truly plans to go north. Alan says he will explain everything along the way and orders Avon to prepare for immediate departure. Avon acknowledges the order and leaves to make preparations. Once alone, Alan exhales slowly and admits that he hoped it would not come to this. Calamitous entities like the 5 great sins and the outer gods are impossible to predict. No one knows which will descend or when. That uncertainty is why Alan has been gathering information and moving as fast as he can. Even so, he never expected things to escalate this quickly. Data fragments and probability lines race through his mind as memories from the game resurface with disturbing clarity. After seeing countless routes, he can already envision the ending. The allied kingdoms will fracture and destroy themselves in foolish wars across lands tainted by otherworldly power. In the end, Alan's life will shatter in an instant. He forces himself to remember that he has a plan. After descending, an outer god enters a stabilization period, remaining dormant for several months. During that window, it cannot fully unleash its power. That fragile time is the only chance to strike. Nothing is certain, but Alan knows he must try. With that resolve, he writes a letter, stamps it with his seal, and briefly wonders what that kid might like. 1 week later, the vice commander hands Alan's letter to the commander. After reading it and grasping its meaning, Deuce is left in shock. He immediately orders the vice commander to announce that the next northern schedule will be delayed by 2 weeks. The scene shifts to Pakran, a village north of the Ashtalon kingdom. As Alan spotted someone ahead, he reflected that he never expected to find him this quickly. The encounter felt unreal. Standing before them was a bright-eyed child who greeted them warmly, and Alan immediately sensed an unusual presence about the boy, something that made him stand apart. Alan recognized him at once. This was the real protagonist, the playable main character from the roguelike turn-based RPG Psychedelia. Seeing him in person unsettled Alan, because the boy looked exactly as illustrated in the game. A protagonist truly looked like a protagonist. The child was clearly a boy, yet his beauty was striking to an almost unnatural degree. Alan asked whether the boy even knew who he was. The child replied that he was simply happy to meet someone new and introduced himself as Elaban. Alan reflected that no matter how much this world diverged from the game, the protagonist would always remain the protagonist. Elaban would become famous and powerful. Alan commented that Elaban's personality was remarkably bright, while privately admitting how strange it felt to meet a character he once controlled. Alan handed Elaban a small pouch and explained that he should take it. When Elaban opened it, he found a heavy pile of gold coins. Alan then instructed Evan to bring the other item. Evan stepped forward, opened another box, and revealed it was filled with potions. He explained that everything belonged to Elaban. More boxes followed until a stack of gifts sat before the child. Elaban lit up with joy, overwhelmed and confused, saying that it did not feel real and that he did not understand why he was being given so much. Alan calmly explained that it was an investment. Internally, he affirmed that he had gathered everything the true protagonist would need for early growth. Alan explained that he was doing this because Elaban was destined to become someone important. In his thoughts, he urged Elaban to grow quickly, because one day Elaban would face threats like the outer gods in his place. After thoroughly bribing the real protagonist, Alan walked away. Tired but composed, Alan reflected that long journeys were naturally exhausting. Even, still irritated, thought about how the final stretch had been worsened by a ridiculous labyrinth detour. Without it, he felt he might have arrived with some pride intact. Alan accepted the hardship calmly, knowing nothing could change it now. As the carriage moved forward, Alan held his locket and sank into thought. They had traveled constantly, preparing for the coming war against the outer gods, gathering strength and resources along the way. His mind drifted to Dias, and he wondered if what he had done so far would be enough. Something warm and heavy stirred in him, like a father's heart that wanted to give without hesitation. As the capital gates drew closer, Evan noted that inspection was approaching. He dismounted to handle it, expecting a simple identity check, and said he would return quickly. Alan waved him off casually and leaned back inside the carriage. He rested briefly, relieved that procedures here seemed efficient. The calm ended quickly. Evan returned with a tense expression and urgently explained that a small issue had arisen. Alan asked what kind of issue it was. Evan explained that they had been told to step aside. Alan's identity was verified, yet something else was causing trouble. Without agitation, Alan stepped out of the carriage. A knight approached from behind, wearing a crooked, confident smile. He confirmed whether Alan was Count Palacio and introduced himself as Varan, a direct disciple of Master Knight Fiola, known as the Fourth Sword. His smug gaze lingered on Alan as tension thickened at the northern gate. Alan felt irritation stir at the mention of Fiola, realizing he had no idea who that was. Keeping his expression cold, he questioned why Varan had brought multiple knights and demanded the reason for this display. Varan calmly explained that a friend from Asteria had contacted him, claiming he owed Alan a debt. Alan immediately denied it. Suspicion formed, and he concluded it could only be Carmen. With blunt boredom, he asked if Varan meant Carmen. Varan confirmed it with a twisted smile. Recalling Carmen's furious rant about being humiliated beyond measure, Varan had vowed to take revenge for that disgrace. The scene briefly shifted to the past, showing Carmen speaking through a magical globe, consumed by rage. He described how Count Palacio had harassed him with the help of 3 others, branded Alan a bastard, and demanded that Varan cripple him. He tempted Varan by suggesting that improving one's sword required more abyssal bodies. Varan had laughed and resolved to put on a proper show. Back in the present, Varan's knights moved in unison, drawing their swords and surrounding Alan and Evan. Evan reacted on instinct, drawing his own blade and standing beside Alan. Alan felt irritation surge as he recognized the pattern. Carmen had provoked, fled, and sent someone else to take revenge. He found it cowardly and pitiful. Varan stepped forward, pointing his sword at Alan's chest and stating that if Alan handed over all valuables, he might show mercy. He treated it like a simple favor, confident and unafraid. In Varan's mind, the odds were perfect. Alan was just a fringe noble with no influence in the Union or Caliban. Varan believed there would be no consequences. Alan's irritation sharpened into anger. He clenched his fist as a violent flame, like aura gathered in his palm. At the same time, Varan charged forward, grinning wildly, believing that even if something went wrong, his master would handle it. Before they could clash, someone seized Varan by the neck from behind with brutal force. Varan screamed as bones cracked. Lifted effortlessly into the air, he dropped his sword and groaned helplessly as veins bulged across his face. The one holding him was Deuce. Diaz stated that his own identity was irrelevant and condemned Varan for daring to touch his benefactor. Varan remained suspended, groaning uncontrollably. The Deuce hurled Varan to the ground, then kicked him mercilessly. He grabbed Varan by the hair and forced him down, then warned the surrounding knights that moving would bring unimaginable consequences. A brutal kick to Varan's chest sent blood spraying as he was launched away. Alan watched in shock, recognition dawning as he realized this was Deuce in the present. Deuce told Varan that he should be grateful he could not be killed. Varan barely managed to stand before Deuce slammed a knee into his chest, pinning him to a tree. Deuce continued striking without restraint, even commented to Alan that his earlier strike looked impressive. Alan's thoughts drifted to Deuce's outrage at anyone harming his benefactor. A realization settled in. Deuce truly regarded him as his benefactor. Alan had assumed that, grown powerful, Deuce would not welcome him. Remembering the lack of replies, Alan felt as though he had already received every reward possible for raising a son. Alan acknowledged that Deuce had truly grown. He thought of him as a troublesome rascal, yet an upright one. Pride swelled, heavy and warm, like that of a father seeing a well-raised son. Another impact echoed. Evan teased that Alan should know his son was beating someone senseless. Alan dryly replied that he could not hear him. Alan understood why Deuce intervened. It was because his father had been disrespected on foreign soil. Deuce continued kicking Varan relentlessly. Soon, Varan lost consciousness. Alan could not help thinking the punishment was excessive, then remembered that Deuce was one of the 5 great sins. Deuce finally turned away from the unconscious Varan, approached Alan, bowed respectfully, and stated that he would serve as Alan's escort. The remaining knights stood frozen in stunned silence. The scene opens on a frozen wasteland scarred by war. The icy ground is covered with bodies, their stiff forms scattered across the battlefield. Some of the fallen are already burning as the victorious army shows no mercy, flames consuming the corpses in the cold air. At the center of the battlefield stands Delman, commander of the Crimson Flame and wielder of Caliburn's 3rd sword. Filled with triumph, he raises his blade high. He proclaims that one of the 8 barbarian chieftains, the Great Khan, along with his entire tribe, has been wiped out. He declares that the Red Flame Knights have secured victory on the kingdom's land. The Crimson Flame Knights erupt in celebration. They shout, jump, and cheer after the brutal fight. Once the excitement fades, Delman states that everyone should return to the outpost and begin preparations. The knights answer in unison that they understand and begin moving out. As they leave, Delman's expression hardens. He reflects on the battle and believes that after achieving such a victory, he should no longer tolerate being pushed around by the newly appointed Master Knight. His teeth clench in anger. He thinks bitterly about the man's hidden schemes. Delman believes that while others may not see it, he understands the truth. For generations, Caliban and the barbarians fought according to a silent code. Their war followed rules of honor. This time was different. Khan had been deceived. The barbarian leader was lured out alone and killed by a hidden force. Delman remembers how the Great Khan's warriors were slaughtered and how dishonorable the entire operation had been. Once the tide turned, the tribe was completely destroyed. He curses that man under his breath. He recalls receiving a report claiming victory over the Kurga of the snowfield. The situation had unfolded because Delman demanded clear results from the expedition. During the chaos of battle, Khan's body disappeared. Even if the chieftain had survived, the poison used against him would eventually kill him. After some thought, Delman convinces himself there is nothing left to do except return to Caliban and report the mission as a success. A faint smirk forms on his face as he steps forward. Then he suddenly stops. In the distance, near the forward base, a lone man stands motionless. Confusion appears on Delman's face. The man slowly turns toward him and calls his name. Delman immediately attacks, swinging his sword as flames burst violently from the blade. Yet an uneasy feeling crawls along his spine. Delman thinks that the man standing before him should already be dead. As he looks closer, a terrifying aura rises from the figure. Within the man's shadow, Delman senses something monstrous forming, like a demon taking shape. The man declares that Delman has defiled a sacred duel that should have been fought with honor. A suffocating presence spreads across the battlefield. Even warriors capable of slaughtering hundreds would fear such a being. Cold sweat runs down Delman's face. He realizes that the figure before him is no longer truly Clank. Desperate, Delman attacks again, releasing another wave of fire. The man dodges effortlessly and demands that Delman answer him first. Ignoring the demand, Delman attacks again with greater power, flames surging across the battlefield. Once more, the man avoids the strike without difficulty. Delman thinks bitterly that believing in honorable duels during war had been foolish. The flames scorch the land and melt the surrounding ice. The man stares at him coldly and acknowledges that Delman is strong for a human. He offers one final chance and demands a duel. Sensing danger, Delman shouts for his knights to prepare for battle. The Crimson Flame Knights quickly surround the stranger. The man responds with a slight smirk. Dark demonic mana gathers in both of his hands. He declares that a mortal without honor does not deserve an honorable death. He states that no duel will take place between him and a barbarian like Delman. Poisonous mana erupts from his hands and spreads through the battlefield. The toxic energy enters the corpses lying across the ice. Soon the living knights begin screaming in agony. Their eyes turn blood, red as the poison ravages their bodies. Several of them beg for death, pleading for someone to end their suffering. Their screams echo before fading away. The man calmly steps forward. With a swift motion of his bare hand, he slashes Delman's throat. Immediately afterward he strikes the ice with immense force. The impact causes a violent explosion that throws the remaining knights into the air before smashing them back onto the ground. Blood scatters through the sky like a dark mist. Then the man delivers a final devastating punch. His fist pierces straight through Delman's chest. Blood spills from Delman's mouth as he collapses. He weakly murmurs in confusion before falling to the ground, his body shaking from unbearable pain. He cries that the pain is too much and begs to be killed. Moments later, he dies. As Delman's life fades, the man's eyes glow blood red. He condemns them as savages, creatures formed from the dead who were denied their rightful deaths. Around him, the fallen knights begin to rise. Their lifeless bodies stand again, surrounding the remaining Crimson Knights. Shock spreads through the survivors. The man calmly announces that the bloody Colosseum is now open. A terrifying presence suddenly descends. Althus appears with a twisted smile. He proclaims that he is the god of all barbarians and the father of duels. He declares that he will personally grant them honorable deaths and challenges them to prove otherwise if they claim they are not barbarians. Blood begins to rain from the sky. The scene then shifts away from the battlefield. Deuce lowers his head respectfully and states that he will escort Count Alon. The surrounding knights freeze in shock. In Caliban, the reputation of the swordless duke, Deuce Massilian, is said to reach the heavens. He once defeated the second prince and rarely shows courtesy to anyone except the king. Alon studies him quietly. The nearby knights whisper in disbelief, wondering what kind of man Count Palladius must be to receive such respect. They stare at Alon in confusion, and one knight quietly questions who he truly is. Diaz summons a luxurious carriage and politely invites Alon to sit inside. Alon feels uneasy with the attention, even calmly tells him to go ahead and assures him that he will follow behind. Soon Alon arrives at Diaz's mansion. When he steps out of the carriage, he sees a massive brightly lit structure resembling a giant crab-like fortress. Inside the mansion, everything is silent. Alon reflects that coming here should count as a success. He managed to obtain Kim Dong Dong. Yet despite that, something about the situation feels wrong. After thinking carefully, Alon decides to be honest. He says that he wishes to speak privately for a moment because he came with a specific purpose and has a favor to ask. Deuce looks visibly surprised and says that Alon came to request something from him, asking him to explain. Alon nods and says that he will explain everything clearly. Deuce immediately replies that helping him would be an honor. Internally, he realizes that Alon is not giving an order but making a genuine request. He then suggests that they sit and discuss it properly. They move to a tea table. Silence settles in the room. Alon briefly wonders if the host should normally sit at the head of the table, yet despite the awkwardness he feels oddly comfortable. After a pause, Alon speaks again. He says that he has 2 requests and understands they may be difficult to accept. He explains that he must travel north and would like Diaz to accompany him. Diaz smiles faintly and replies that he would gladly travel with him. Alon feels uncertain for a moment, but Diaz then reveals that he had already been planning an expedition to the north. Relief appears on Alon's face. Then Alon continues with the second request. He says that it concerns the royal treasury of Caliban. The atmosphere immediately grows heavier. Alon states that he wants to borrow a certain artifact. Looking directly at Diaz, he specifies that he wishes to borrow the Ring of the Madman. Outside the estate, a knight steps forward and bows respectfully, reporting that he has returned from the escort mission. The man before him calmly replies that he has done well, and that there had been no concern since the captain personally handled it. In his thoughts, he recalls that the escort had indeed been led by Deuce himself, personally guiding Count Palatinio. A moment later Styla, Deuce's younger sister, approaches gracefully. Curiosity shines in her eyes as she asks carefully whether the guest must be someone extremely distinguished if her brother handled the escort personally. The knight chuckles softly and confirms that she is correct. Earlier that day, Diaz had stood silently while reading a letter, studying every line carefully. After finishing, he lowered the parchment and ordered the warrior before him to inform the others that the northern schedule would be delayed by 2 weeks. One subordinate stepped forward respectfully and asked the reason. A faint smile appeared on Deuce's face as he explained that his benefactor, the great moon Count Palatinio, would soon be arriving. Nearby a white-haired knight quietly observed, thinking that he had never seen the vice-captain show such an expression before. The arrival of the Count from the Kingdom of Austria had stirred the entire estate, and even Styla struggled to hide her anticipation. The scene returns to the present. Alon stands before Diaz calm yet tense. A thin layer of sweat forms on his face as he carefully asks whether it would be possible to borrow the Ring of the Madman from the Caliban treasury. He fully understands how unreasonable the request is. It could place him deeply in debt to the royal family, yet the ring is essential for his plans. He looks directly into Deuce's eyes. Without hesitation, Diaz slightly lowers his head and says that of course it is possible. At that moment, Evan enters the room and bows politely, apologizing for arriving late. Alan smiles faintly and says that his timing is perfect. He asks if Evan brought the items. Evan nods confidently and says that he will bring them immediately. He soon returns carrying several elegant boxes. Their polished surfaces reflect the light as Alan personally presents them to Diaz. Diaz looks at them with mild curiosity and asks what they are. Alan opens one carefully and explains that they are gifts he prepared personally. He adds that he especially recommends the gemstone string tie because it is quite popular. Inside, Alan steadies his breathing. He chose the gift carefully, its refined design decorated with delicate gemstones to give it a noble appearance. He sincerely hopes Deuce will like it. Deuce accepts the gift calmly and expresses thanks, but he does not open the box. Alan hesitates and asks if he will not open it. Diaz turns slightly and replies politely that opening it in front of him would be discourteous, and that he will do so later when alone. Doubt briefly crosses Alan's mind. He wonders if the gift failed, or if he simply appears like a foreign noble offering something meaningless. Then he notices the subtle brightness in Diaz's eyes and remembers the bond between them. Clearing his throat, Alan says that if the request causes any inconvenience, he will compensate properly. He adds firmly that he intends to retrieve the ring of the madmen immediately. He then asks whether Deuce truly heard where the artifact is located. Deuce calmly answers that it is inside the royal treasury of Kelvin. Alan frowns slightly and asks whether retrieving it would not be extremely difficult. Deuce replies quietly that under normal circumstances, it would take about 1 week. Silence follows as he falls into deep thought. Alan and Evan wait patiently, but when no answer comes, Alan sighs and begins considering the political complications. He even wonders whether sending 50 elite disciples might be necessary. Suddenly Diaz's expression sharpens. He asks seriously whether he should begin immediately. Alan quickly shakes his head and says that such extreme measures are unnecessary. Diaz nods slightly and says that he understands and will retrieve it as quickly as possible. Gratitude fills Alan. It is clear that Diaz is willing to fulfill the request by any means necessary. Their conversation ends and they prepare to leave. Suddenly Styla bursts into the room excitedly, calling for her brother. At the same moment Evan smiles warmly and greets her, saying that it has been a long time. The two greet each other warmly, like siblings reunited after many years. Alan watches quietly, surprised by the genuine happiness on their faces. He remembers clearly that Styla is the girl he once ordered Evan to save. In the original timeline she had died tragically. Seeing her alive makes him realize how strongly she resembles Diaz. The warm moment ends abruptly. Diaz steps forward, his expression darkening as he pulls Styla slightly behind him. He narrows his eyes and coldly says that she should address him properly, explaining that but Mr. Shock freezes the room. Alan and Evan stumble awkwardly over their words. Alan remains silent as he observes. He knows Diaz carries deep emotional scars about family, yet he had never realized how fiercely he protects Styla. The atmosphere turns tense. A faint dark purple glow appears in Deuce's eyes as his aura deepens ominously. He speaks in a chilling tone and orders silence, warning Evan not to speak to his sister so casually. Evan raises his hands defensively and explains that he only meant to greet her. The tension continues to rise. Alan suddenly understands something important. Deuce treats him kindly because Alan saved Styla. He wonders quietly whether Deuce's loyalty will remain unconditional, or if he has already pushed his luck too far. Before the situation worsens, Styla gently steps forward. She turns toward Alan and politely asks if he is Count Palatinio. Alan confirms that he is. She bows sincerely and says that she heard he ordered Sir Evan to save her. Alan modestly replies that he simply did what was necessary. Inside, however, he admits the truth to himself. If she had died, her brother would have become a merciless killing machine. Styla gently holds Deuce's hand and expresses her heartfelt gratitude. Her sincerity catches Alan completely off guard. He acted out of calculation and never expected genuine thanks. Yet her warmth stirs something unexpected within him. He smiles faintly. Later that evening, Alan remains at the mansion for dinner. During the evening meal, Deuce returned calmly and announced that he had brought the item. Alan looked up in disbelief. Only a single day had passed, yet Deuce had already retrieved the treasured ring. Alan opened the box and inhaled sharply when he saw the ring of the madman resting inside. He asked how it had been retrieved so quickly. Before Diaz could answer, Evan rushed into the room and announced that he had discovered something extremely strange. Alan raised an eyebrow and told him to explain. Evan hesitated before carefully revealing that Diaz had caused a disturbance inside the royal treasury while demanding the ring. Alan stiffened in confusion. Lowering his voice, Evan explained that the second prince attempted to stall him, which led Diaz to repeatedly slap the prince while demanding the artifact. Alan stood speechless at the revelation. After that incident, preparations continued for 3 days. Soon afterward, Alan departed north alongside the solar eclipse knights. 2 weeks later, at a southern border outpost, terrifying news arrived. Northern forces were collapsing, entire units had been slaughtered, and demonic monsters were appearing across the battlefields. Inside the war tent, chaos erupted. One officer urgently insisted that they should retreat immediately. Another slammed his fist against the table and argued that abandoning the barbarians after witnessing such devastation would be disgraceful. A third officer countered that the soldiers were exhausted and could barely stand, making further combat impossible. Another voice added that the first sword had already fallen and that victory seemed impossible under the current conditions. Suddenly, a sharp clap echoed through the tent. Silence immediately followed. All eyes turned toward Deus. Standing beside him was Folia, the fourth sword of Caliban. Deus spoke calmly, saying that every opinion carried merit and that a decision should only be made once everyone had regained composure. Later, outside the camp, Folia explained the situation grimly. He said that the outer god was sweeping through their bases using armies of undead. He continued heavily, revealing that the third sword, Dalaman, had fallen and that the second sword, Kirin, was critically wounded. Deus gazed toward the distant horizon and remarked that he could already sense the presence. Folia nodded and described the mana as overwhelming, distorted, and filled with a strange red aura. Only warriors who had reached the realm of three opened eyes could perceive such terrifying corruption. Folia frowned and admitted that the aura kept drawing his attention, adding that retreat might truly be the wisest option. Suddenly Deus narrowed his eyes and pointed toward the camp, asking what the rising smoke was. Across the camp, Alan sat calmly beside a small flame, slowly roasting a sweet potato. Deus stared in disbelief. He quietly remarked that it was simply a sweet potato. Alan appeared strangely relaxed, as if the war meant nothing. Suddenly voices erupted behind them. A young woman was sharply scolding two soldiers, insisting that the treatment had already been completed and explaining that she had come to investigate the barbarian ritual. One soldier pleaded that saving lives should come first. She coldly interrupted him and explained that there was nothing more they could do besides watch over the wounded. Deus suddenly looked up and quietly identified her as the wise master of the Blue Magic Tower. He noted that she had arrived. The woman continued speaking irritably but suddenly froze. Her eyes locked onto Alan. Deus raised an eyebrow at her sudden silence before realizing she was not looking at him but at someone behind him. Pania's trembling voice broke the tension as she whispered in confusion. Terror filled her eyes as if she had encountered something impossible. Her body subtly trembled. Deus instinctively followed her gaze. Alan stood there calmly, the same man who had been casually eating a roasted sweet potato moments earlier. Now he stared back at them. After a brief pause, Alan calmly greeted her and remarked that it had been a long time since they last met. Pania stiffened and nervously replied that it had indeed been a while. Her head lowered like a frightened kitten, and all traces of her earlier fury vanished. Alan tilted his head slightly and asked how she had been. Pania nervously replied that she had been doing well. Watching this scene, Deus felt completely baffled. The woman Alan was addressing had always seemed overwhelmingly powerful to him, yet she now behaved like a frightened stray cat. Deus wondered silently whether he had simply been ignorant all along. Alan then turned slightly and politely asked the Vice Tower Master if he could request a favor. He calmly asked if she could create a potion of levitation. Pania immediately bowed her head and eagerly agreed. The Eclipse Knights froze in shock. Even the Silver Knights, who had only recently been scolded by her, stared in disbelief. They knew her reputation well. Pania was infamous for being eccentric, explosive, and nearly impossible to deal with. She was the notorious 6th rank wizard of the Blue Tower, widely known across northern expeditions as Hysteric Pania. Whenever Blue Tower wizards were sent north, they constantly complained about her unbearable temper. It was impossible not to know her reputation. And yet she now stood there obediently. More than obedient. She was clearly trying to avoid upsetting Alan. Alan hummed thoughtfully and asked another question, wondering if she either possessed or knew how to produce the elixir of exceptionality. Pania swallowed nervously and admitted that she did not have it, but believed she could create it. She hesitated and explained weakly that the process would take a long time and that she already had other responsibilities. Alan simply replied that he truly needed it. Pania immediately straightened and promised that she would make it. The knights could hardly believe what they were witnessing. The Vice Tower Master of the Blue Tower was following instructions without protest. Even the other Blue Tower wizards stared as if witnessing the end of the world. One muttered in disbelief, questioning what was happening. Another whispered that it felt like an illusion. Someone nervously wondered whether the Vice Tower Master had completely lost her mind. Another wizard recalled that she once refused to create the same potion because it was too difficult and spent weeks complaining about it. Some even wondered if someone had cast an illusion spell. Alan calmly asked how much payment she would require. He casually added that if the cost were too high, the payment might be delayed because his finances had not been strong recently. Pania immediately waved her hands frantically and blurted out that 1 gold coin would be enough. Alan blinked in surprise and questioned whether a single gold coin was far too cheap. Pania quickly insisted that it was perfectly fine. Alan smiled faintly and replied that he would not refuse such a generous offer. The surrounding knights and wizards stared in silence. Each of those potions normally cost hundreds of gold coins. Slowly they turned their heads toward Alan. their eyes filled with admiration, as if they wanted to crown him with a hat in honor. Meanwhile, desperate to escape the overwhelming pressure of the moment, Pinea bowed deeply and excitedly announced that she would immediately prepare the potion. Then, like a rocket, she vanished from the camp. Alan blinked and quietly thought that there must be some misunderstanding, yet he concluded that at least obtaining the potions had been easy. Several hours later, while Dias discussed matters with his assistant, an ominous energy spread through the air. The assistant suddenly stiffened and asked in alarm if Dias had felt the same presence. Dias slowly rose, his hand resting naturally on the hilt of his sword. He states coldly that they are under attack. Outside, the undead were advancing. Steel clashed against rotting flesh. Despite the knight's strength, the undead absorbed the strikes with numb bodies that felt no pain and continued marching forward relentlessly. Then a sharp voice rang across the battlefield. Pinea raised her staff and declared the casting of an ice spell. Instantly, hundreds of advancing undead froze solid before cracking and shattering into pieces. It was a magnificent display of magic. Yet the true symbols of hope were the two master knights, Fiola and Dias. Among them, Dias's presence was overwhelming. In a single instant, hundreds of undead around him froze in place as if time itself had stopped. With one horizontal sweep of his sword, every immobilized corpse was sliced cleanly in half. One strike created hundreds of bodies. Hope ignited in the soldiers' eyes. Then a deafening explosion tore across the battlefield. The outer god had arrived. For a brief moment, even the undead stopped moving. Ash and dust filled the air. When the cloud cleared, a towering figure appeared. Though dressed like a barbarian, the creature had long surpassed humanity. Its massive body was blue-skinned and monstrous. A voice thundered across the battlefield as Oltultus declared that barbarians must not defile the sins of those who lacked honor. At his words, the undead rose again. The tide instantly shifted. Before anyone could react, Fiola vanished and reappeared directly in front of the outer god. As one of Caliban's fastest master knights, blessed with divine speed, he struck before Oltultus could react. His blade pierced the giant's heart, but only the tip entered. Oltultus looked down with contempt and slowly turned his gaze toward Fiola. He declares coldly that barbarians know nothing of honor. The air cracked as he continued speaking. He states that those who abandon honor abandon their very existence and the nobility of their souls. In the next instant, Fiola's body collapsed. His head separated cleanly from his neck, yet Oltultus continued speaking calmly, declaring that those who disregard all values do not deserve an honorable death. Fiola's headless body twitched. Then it rose again. Horror spread across the battlefield. Everyone understood the truth. The battle was already lost. Fear consumed the soldiers. Despair gripped the knights and wizards alike. Even Pinea and even Dias. They had sensed it earlier. The being before them was far beyond anything they expected. While despair swallowed the battlefield, one man began walking forward step by step. Neither hurried nor slow. He spoke calmly, addressing the mighty god of duels, Oltultus, and invoking the great oath of Calgunius. His face remained completely calm, as though he had seen this moment countless times before. He then declared that he, Alon Palatio, Count of Palatio, stepped forward under the authority of that oath. He finished by demanding the duel of Babylonia. With a smooth motion of his wrist, Alon raised his arm. A bracelet glowing with deep gray light illuminated the battlefield as he stood face to face with a god. Oltultus's expressionless eyes locked onto him. Alon returned the gaze without hesitation. A low hiss escaped the giant's lips. Oltultus slowly exhaled, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. Then he erupted into thunderous laughter. The sound shook the entire battlefield. The ground trembled violently beneath the force of it. Even the undead, who had been chanting in despair, fell silent. Oltultus raised his voice with visible delight and praised the noble challenger. His laughter was not mocking. It was genuine, filled with joy and excitement. The atmosphere around him shifted from contempt to exhilaration. He loudly proclaimed that he would accept the duel under the Great Pact. At his declaration, the undead moved in perfect coordination. They formed a massive circle around Oltultus and Alon. Blood flowed from their bodies and soaked into the ground, marking a boundary. A blood-red colosseum formed across the ash-covered battlefield. Oltultus then declared that under the Great Pact, no one could interfere until the sacred duel ended. As those words were spoken, the undead bodies exploded. A crimson wall rose around the arena. Oltultus smiled broadly in pure delight. In contrast, Alon's face remained completely expressionless. Yet beneath that mask, his body trembled. Quietly, he whispered that he wanted to go home. Behind his calm exterior, terror gripped him tightly. He reminded himself repeatedly that this was why he came north. His purpose had always been to kill the outer god Oltultus. He had prepared everything since the moment he learned that the gods were awakening. All that remained now was execution. Yet the pressure radiating from Oltultus far exceeded anything he had imagined. Alon forced himself to steady his breathing and told himself to remain calm. Even after drinking the elixir of exceptionality to stabilize his mind, his heart pounded violently. He realized something was wrong. The manifestation process had progressed far too quickly. All outer gods required time after descending into reality. They needed time to adapt and eventually become wise gods. Oltultus should have been no different. Yet his manifestation had advanced much faster than expected, and the closer a god came to becoming a wise god, the stronger it became. Oltultus tilted his head slightly and asked with curiosity why someone born among savages knew of the ancient pact, especially since Alon clearly did not belong to this era. Alon swallowed dryly. He had no time to answer. Doubt flooded his mind as he wondered whether he could truly accomplish this. Oltultus was far stronger than expected. Even with potions stabilizing his mind, his resolve trembled, but he forced those thoughts away. There was only one path forward. He had known that from the beginning. Seeing his silence, Oltultus smiled broadly and declared that if the challenger did not wish to speak, that was his right. He then announced that the sacred duel would begin. Raising his arm, he formally proclaimed the duel of Babylonia. Oltultus stepped forward. Each step echoed across the blood-soaked ash. His massive footprints sank into the stained earth. Alon did not move. He simply waited. The giant approached and raised his enormous fist. Still Alon remained still. Outside the arena, shocked murmurs rose among the survivors. Yet Alon did not move for a simple reason. The rules of the duel. Moving or fleeing would violate the sacred Babylonian duel, a ritual from the ancient age of gods. The duel had only two rules. First, attacker and defender alternate turns, and the defender cannot move. Second, the one who requests the duel must allow the first attack, a turn-based battle. If Alon moved even once, the entire meaning of the duel would collapse. Worse, he would lose his only chance to kill this god. Without the duel's restrictions, he could never defeat a being capable of killing master knights with a single strike. This duel was his only weapon. Alon whispered the first spell, declaring fixation. A sphere of energy appeared before him. He followed with condensation, compressing the sphere and focusing it toward his left arm. Then he declared reinforcement. Deep light radiated from his arm. Finally, he completed the sequence with intensification. Oltultus smiled widely. He drew his fist back like a loaded ballista. Muscles tightened as immense force gathered. Then he struck. The impact roared across the battlefield. Everything nearby was swept away. The ground split open like a broken shell. The air detonated violently. For a brief moment, the world seemed to fall into a vacuum. Then a delayed explosion followed, deafening and immense. Gray dust scattered everywhere. A distant voice whispered in disbelief that the power was unbelievable. Where the fist had landed, nothing remained. A massive cone-shaped crater carved deep into the earth. The gray sky seemed to crack apart as a purple sunset poured over the battlefield. The living stared in awe and despair. Then Peenia suddenly gasped and cried out that the Count was still alive. Diaz stared forward in disbelief. Count Palladio was still standing. His body was drenched in blood and barely upright. His right arm hung limp at his side. Blood poured from countless wounds, and his body trembled at the edge of death. Yet he remained standing. In his hand he held the potion prepared by the Vice Tower Master. He remembered it had been described as a redemption potion capable of soothing unbearable pain. He noted that when used at the exact moment, it worked perfectly and allowed him to remain on his feet. He poured the golden liquid over himself. Warm light enveloped his body, slowly restoring his strength. He assessed that it would not fully heal him, but it would allow him to keep moving. Alon's gaze turned cold as he declared that he had finally fulfilled the conditions required to enter the state of stillness. He raised his hand, and a ring appeared upon his finger. Golden light burst from it, cutting through the crimson mist as he activated Binding Summon and announced that the long-awaited moment had arrived. He muttered inwardly that it was finally his turn to attack, explaining that he had been waiting for this exact opportunity. Alon reflected that fighting Oltultus required understanding the rules of the duel beforehand. He explained that he deliberately accepted the sacred duel of Babylon in order to restrict the outer god's movements through its rules. He added that he had survived the giant's earlier strike only because of the reincarnation pendant that prevented death and the healing potion that kept him alive. He then revealed the key condition. The Ring of Radiance could only activate when its user stood on the brink of death. Now the condition had been fulfilled. Alon stepped toward Oltultus and stated that within a sacred duel no defense or counterattack was permitted during the opponent's turn. He explained that in the original game he had simply endured the first attack, noting that reinforcement effects there had been limited by turns. In reality, however, those effects were governed by real time, meaning there was no strict limit. He began casting. He declared the first constraint, explaining that when magic was used on snowy terrain he could slightly bend the laws of the world. A red eye opened above his head, followed by a blue one. As he activated diffraction, magic gathered before his hand. He invoked the second constraint, stating that when magic was used at the gates of death, he could twist the world's rules even further. He activated Primeval Point. Lightning condensed into the form of a spear, which he hurled toward Oltultus. He layered the spell with extinction, darkening the energy with a sinister aura. Then he invoked the third constraint, explaining that when fighting a god he could distort the world's rules even more. Silent Front activated, strengthening the magic further. Finally came the fourth constraint. Alon declared that when magic was used against the great god of duels, Oltultus, the spell intensified even further. Oltultus simply stood with his arms open, The attack struck him directly. A colossal explosion erupted. Alan explained inwardly that he could twist the rules only one final time, and that the plan required the god to be destroyed in a single blow. Then silence fell. The quiet was so deep that even breathing felt intrusive. Only the faint crumble of gravel echoed across the battlefield. The living stared at Alan with mixed emotions. The soldiers looked at him with awe. The knights looked at him with hope. Yet Alan himself stood expressionless. Behind that blank face, however, he was desperately praying, begging that the single strike had annihilated the outer god. But he soon realized his prayer had not reached the heavens. A giant still stood there. Old Toldus faced the sunset with his arms raised and a radiant smile. A massive hole pierced through his chest. In a low voice the giant remarked that the attack had been impressive. The sight of the smiling giant, standing proudly despite his heart being destroyed, filled the soldiers and knights with a strange reverence that went beyond fear. For Alan, however, it meant despair. He quietly concluded that it was over. His attack had indeed landed perfectly. But the problem was simple: it had destroyed the heart, not the entire body. He wondered if his firepower had been insufficient. Objectively, for a mage, who had only recently reached the 3rd tier, the fact that he could produce such power was already extraordinary. The constraints in Babylonian invocations had amplified the spells significantly. But those same constraints also limited him. The attack he had just used was his strongest trump card, and it had failed. That meant defeat was inevitable. Destroying the heart alone could not erase an outer god. Old Toldus continued standing proudly, smiling broadly despite the gaping wound and the burns covering his body. The giant calmly remarked that he now understood that Alan had still been holding on to his will. The cryptic words made Alan release the hand seals he had been maintaining. The high-grade potion continued restoring his body, and though pain lingered, he had recovered enough to move. But that changed nothing. The recent spell had drained the magic stored in his bracelet, leaving him unable to continue fighting. He raised his gaze toward Old Toldus with quiet uncertainty. Then he noticed something strange. Old Toldus's body was slowly beginning to disappear. Sunset light reflected off the giant as his form began dissolving from the feet upward. Alan stared in confusion and wondered briefly whether the god was disintegrating. But he quickly dismissed the thought, realizing he had never seen an outer god vanish this way. Old Toldus spoke again, praising the noble challenger. He remarked that he had not expected Alan to carry rank within him. Though confused by the statement, Alan continued listening. Smiling widely, Old Toldus sat down heavily, resting his chin on his hand as he spoke again. He explained that although they had exchanged only a single strike, the duel had been magnificent. He added that the black one and the blue one had chosen well. The strange voice echoed directly in Alan's mind, filling him with questions. Yet his expression remained perfectly calm. Old Toldus continued speaking. Since he had lost the duel, he announced that he would grant Alan both a gift and authority. With a grin, he urged Alan to remember them, the beings who preserved the mystery and legacy of the forgotten great gods. By then nearly half of his body had vanished, and the dissolution was accelerating. Still smiling warmly, Old Toldus spoke again. He declared that when the usurpers eventually escaped their restraints, Alan should summon him again. He instructed Alan to call his true name rather than the false titles spread by others, explaining that Alan had earned that right. Finally, he commanded that he be called the god of chaos and disorder. With those final words, Old Toldus vanished completely, leaving only a faint lingering smile behind. Alan stared silently at the small accessory left where the god had disappeared, illuminated by the fading sunset. The battlefield soon grew quiet. The once frozen land, previously filled with the voices of the dead, now held only the sound of cold wind. The restless undead had finally found peace. The survivors began gathering the remains of the fallen. About a day later, after confirming the defeat of the outer god, the expedition began its journey back toward Caliban. The scene shifted to Alan's carriage. Peenia sat inside with him. Alan calmly announced that he would ask the next question. Before he could continue, Peenia immediately guessed that he was a second-rank mage. Alan corrected her, stating that he was rank 3. She quickly agreed and admitted that she had misspoken. Alan then asked what she knew about the blue things and the black things mentioned earlier. Peenia shook her head anxiously and insisted that she knew nothing about them. She claimed she had never seen anything described as black or blue like that and swore that she was telling the truth. Her answer comes so quickly that Alan is left speechless, wondering whether she even thought before speaking. Realizing she will give him nothing useful, he simply nods. She bolts out of the carriage at once, thanking him repeatedly as she leaves. Watching her go, Alan thinks dryly that he never even gave her permission to leave. He then reflects that if people keep thanking him for trivial things, he may start believing he is some kind of dark criminal. His thoughts soon return to the duel. He wonders why Old Toldus disappeared even though the attack should have failed. The giant's final words only left him with more questions. Beside him lies the belt Old Toldus left behind. Alan studies it and notes that he remembers this item from the game, though the explanation had only mentioned the bracelet before. The item is the Belt of the Forgotten, the reward for defeating Old Toldus. Its effect is simple and dangerous. It doubles both damage dealt and damage taken. Inside it, an inscription reads that the one who inherited his will should let his steps lead him to Kahala, the city of the ancient gods. Alan murmurs that this is the first time he has seen that inscription and wonders whether Kahala will reveal the answers he is missing. Just then, someone knocks on the carriage door. It is Deus. Surprised, Alan asks what he wants. Deus says that the mage dared to leave without properly seeing Alan off and asks whether he should kill her. Alan immediately stops him and says that will not be necessary. Privately, he wonders whether things have gone too far. At that same moment, far away, Pania shivers for no clear reason and wonders if someone is speaking badly about her. In truth, she had nearly lost her head. 2 weeks later in Kidrum, the capital of Caliban, Deus heads to the castle to deliver his report, officially concluding the northern expedition. He also returns the Ring of Radiance. Alan, meanwhile, prepares to leave again without hesitation. With the outer god gone, he no longer has any reason to remain in Caliban. As he glances at his carriage, a satisfied smile appears on his face. It is packed with gifts, all sent by Caliban's quick-witted king in an effort to strengthen their friendship. Alan looks over the rather excessive collection with clear satisfaction before turning to Deus and saying that they will meet again next time. As he moves to leave, Deus suddenly asks if he may ask something. Alan stops and asks what it is. During the month they spent together, from the northern expedition to their return to the capital, Alan had never heard Deus ask such a direct question. Usually he only showed growing respect without pressing further. Alan waits patiently. After a short silence, Deus finally asks whether he too can become stronger. The question catches Alan off guard. Deus is already powerful, so he wonders what prompted it. He soon concludes that the magic he used against the outer god must have left a strong impression and deepened Deus's admiration. So Alan answers that of course Deus can become stronger. Deus asks if that is truly possible. Alan says that it is and explains that with effort, a person can reach whatever strength they desire. He is not lying. Among the 5 sins, Deus already possesses extraordinary talent even before the descent of the gods. Even without his special abilities, he could become a swordmaster through skill alone. Reaching that level in only a year proves that greater strength is only a matter of time. Thinking about it leaves Alan slightly envious of the talent standing before him. He tells Deus not to worry and says that he should be going. But Deus asks one more question. He asks why Alan always requests things instead of ordering him. Alan is briefly puzzled and wonders whether Deus suspects some hidden motive behind all his support. Wanting to leave him with sincerity, Alan replies that no one gives orders to family. With that, he says his final farewell and departs for Asteria by carriage. Deus is left surprised by those words. Inside his carriage, Alan thinks that Deus must still suspect some hidden purpose behind the sponsorship. He admits to himself that he did want to prevent the descent of the 5 sins, but insists that all the money he spent was also done out of genuine goodwill. He then complains inwardly about the absurdity of raising a child at all. That evening, Deus sits alone in his room with Alan's gifts before him. He reflects that he had followed Alan out of gratitude, yet Alan continues doing favors for him. After a quiet moment, he recalls the battle and instinctively raises his left hand. He wonders whether the motion had looked like this back then. Trying to imitate Alan, he extends his middle and ring fingers and releases a trace of magic to scan the room. He quietly repeats the first line of silence under his breath. Nothing happens. Even so, alone in the room and copying Alan's actions, Deus feels both embarrassed and oddly satisfied. He adjusts his posture again, and thinks that it would be nice to possess even a fraction of Alan's magical talent. Then he remembers Alan's words about family, and that thought leaves him quietly content. About a month later, Alan finally arrives back at Count Palladio's estate. It has been nearly 3 months since his last return. As he steps inside, he stretches his stiff shoulders and quietly says that he is finally home. After such a long journey, he wants only one thing: sleep, a peaceful, uninterrupted nap. Without wasting a second, he heads straight for his room. Reaching the door, he exhales in relief and pushes it open. Then he freezes. The smile fades from his face. This is not his bedroom. It is his office. And inside waits a mountain of paperwork stacked so high it resembles a fortress built from documents alone. The papers seem almost alive, as though they are welcoming him home only to demand that he finish his work. Alan slowly closes the door, turns around, and walks away as if nothing happened. He calmly tells himself that he must have opened the wrong door. He takes 3 steps, then 5, then 10. Then he stops. After a long silence, he sighs deeply and rubs his face. He admits that he is fooling no one. Since the work must be done sooner or later, he turns around and returns to the office like a man marching toward execution. Such is the tragic fate of an overworked noble. Soon he is seated at his desk. One hand writes, the other stamps documents. Meanwhile, his soul seems to drift out of his body from exhaustion. As he stamps another page, he vows that once this backlog is finished, he will take a vacation no matter what, even if the kingdom collapses. Leaning back in his chair, he sighs and wonders when he is ever supposed to live the peaceful, noble life he dreamed of. After finally clearing the mountain of work, Alan rewards himself with a week of rest and fully embraces the life he always wanted. He sleeps late, toasts bread in the morning, and eats perfect steak for dinner. The simple routine brings him a kind of happiness that even powerful magic cannot match. Still, he does not become completely idle. Even on vacation, his mind refuses to rest. He knows one thing for certain: otherworldly beings have already appeared once, which means more may descend again. Now that the 5 great sins have been sealed, the world has quietly entered a new phase. Rather than resisting that truth, Alan accepts it. If saving the 5 sins caused this butterfly effect, then the occasional arrival of otherworldly beings is still better than the alternative. At least such beings leave signs before they appear. The 5 sins, by contrast, descend like a bomb without warning. So throughout the week, Alan quietly gathers information and continues researching magic. Eventually he clicks his tongue and mutters that he may need to go to Colony for answers. Normally, he prefers investigating matters personally instead of relying on the information guild. But one problem remains: the location of the ancient city of Yahello has not yet been discovered. Alan crosses his arms and thinks carefully. If his memory from the game's psychedelia is correct, the city should be discovered this year. In the original story, Yahello was found 3 years before the protagonist left the village. And this year is that exact year, so all he needs to do is wait. At that very moment the door opens. Evan steps inside and immediately frowns. He hesitantly remarks that the room feels strangely cold. Alan blinks, then he looks down. An ice magic circle has been unconsciously drawn across the floor, and the entire office is slowly freezing over. Alan scratches his head awkwardly and remarks that his research seems to be working. Apparently, his experiment has turned the office into a refrigerator. Evan clears his throat and says that he is not quite sure how to put it, but a hidden city has just been discovered in Colony. Alan freezes, his eyes widen. He asks what Evan just said. The timing is so perfect that it feels suspicious. For a moment, Alan wonders whether the world has been listening to his thoughts. Elsewhere, the Blue Moon meeting begins. The members usually gather once every 6 months. Because they live far apart, they communicate through a crystal orb created by Rein. Normally these meetings are extremely brief, rarely lasting more than 10 minutes. Yucha usually leads the discussion. Seorang occasionally adds innocent remarks. The others simply reply with short responses such as agreement or refusal. Deuce almost never speaks at all, mostly because he is naturally quiet, so no one expects what happens next. During the meeting, Seorang casually asks about a rumor that the Great Moon recently departed and wonders what it was like to meet him in person. Everyone waits for a short answer. Instead, Deuce begins speaking. He explains that the Great Moon once stood before the otherworldly entity Oltultus. While everyone else trembled with fear, including the Vice Tower Master of the Blue Tower, the Great Moon stepped forward and challenged the creature to a duel. The members listen politely. 5 minutes pass, 10 minutes pass, 20 minutes pass, 30 minutes pass. Gradually the others realize something horrifying. Deuce is giving a full lecture. He continues calmly, reflecting that the Great Moon must have been preparing his magic from the very beginning of the encounter. By the time the speech reaches the 1-hour mark, everyone is staring at the crystal orb with empty expressions. Rein finally attempts to interrupt and says that Diaz is drifting off topic. Diaz calmly replies that they should simply listen because the story is about the Great Moon. Then he asks himself where he left off and calmly restarts the story from an even earlier moment. Rein and Seorang exchange desperate looks before silently pleading with Yucha to stop him, since she is the only one who could. Instead, Yucha smiles brightly and says that the Great Moon truly sounds remarkable, encouraging Diaz to continue. At that moment, the others realize the meeting will not end anytime soon. As expected, Diaz finally finishes the story. 2 hours later, the meeting falls into complete silence. Rein, Radan and Seorang quietly engrave a lesson into their minds: never ask Deuce about the Great Moon again. Deuce calmly concludes by saying that he may have talked a little too much and that they will meet again in 6 months. Yucha smiles warmly and says that the story was very entertaining. The meeting ends. It is already dawn. Meanwhile, Alan suddenly finds himself facing another strange sight. An entire room is filled with gift boxes, large boxes, small boxes, polished boxes, and suspiciously expensive boxes. For a moment he simply stands there, staring at the mountain of gifts like a man who wandered into the wrong house. Then he slowly turns to Evan and asks what exactly he is looking at. Evan opens one of the boxes. His eyes widen instantly as he says that the artifact inside came from the deep floors of Aberranth. He carefully lifts the item and adds in disbelief that this single object alone could probably purchase a mansion. Alan blinks. He picks up a golden cup from another box. It is absurdly expensive. In his other hand are several letters delivered with the gifts. He reads the names and immediately frowns, saying that he does not recognize any of these nobles. The letters are extremely polite and full of praise. Some even sound suspiciously respectful. Alan slowly nods and concludes that rumors must have spread. Even so, he remains amazed that all of this happened simply because he has a connection to a master knight. He leans back and whistles softly in disbelief. Then something awakens deep inside him. His old business-minded instincts. After thinking briefly, Alan reaches a very practical conclusion. If people give him things, he should accept them. He neatly folds the letters and thanks the generous nobles who sent the gifts. Looking at the overflowing boxes, he laughs and says that everything should simply be stored in the secret chest. A week later, Even returns with even more gifts. He places the new boxes down and sighs, explaining that the deliveries do not seem likely to stop anytime soon. Alan stares at the growing pile and slowly nods. Leaning back proudly, he reflects that this must be what happens when someone knows a master knight. He crosses his arms and thinks that Deuce must be doing well. He even concludes that the boy is finally acting like a proper son, and generously forgives him for never writing back. What Alan does not realize is that these gifts are actually bribes from nobles, hoping he will allow them to join his faction. In Alan's mind, however, they are simply friendly presents. A month later, gifts are still arriving. By now Alan begins to feel slightly embarrassed. While examining a ridiculously luxurious jewel box, he sighs and wonders if he should return some of the more excessive ones. At the beginning of summer, just as the deliveries finally begin slowing down, the Grand Assembly begins in Tyria, the capital of the Kingdom of Asteria. Unfortunately for Alan, he arrives late. The result is a strange sight: Count Alan Palladio walking quickly toward the assembly hall while Evan follows behind. Alan is clearly trying to avoid drawing attention to the fact that he is late to his first Grand Assembly. Evan notices his unusual speed and assumes his master must be in a hurry. He also notices that several other nobles have begun following behind Alan. Alan pushes open the enormous doors of the assembly hall. Then he freezes. The center of the hall is completely empty. Alan blinks before sighing in relief, concluding that he must not be late after all. He recalls the seating arrangement he researched earlier. Royalists sit on the left, aristocrats sit on the right, so the middle must be for neutral nobles. Alan nods wisely and decides he will simply sit near the back, but the moment he steps forward, something strange happens. The nobles entering the hall suddenly stare directly at him. Alan is startled and wonders how they appeared so quickly when they were outside just moments ago. He then worries that they might be judging him for choosing a seat in the back. Trying to avoid suspicion, he changes direction and walks toward the middle row. The nobles continue staring, their expressions growing increasingly shocked. Their thoughts, however, are completely different. They are wondering why he is not sitting in the front. Eventually Alan gives up and decides that he will just sit in the front row. The moment he sits down, every noble in the hall immediately takes their seat as well. Alan slowly looks around in confusion. Scratching his head, he wonders if they were all waiting for him. He frowns and questions whether no one else had the courage to sit in the front row. Leaning back, he sighs and wonders what the point is of sitting so close to the faction leaders anyway. Soon the presenter calls the assembly to order and announces the beginning of the Grand Assembly. The presenter explains that a new faction has officially received voting rights. The faction is called Kalpa. Alan blinks but pays little attention, hoping the meeting will end quickly. Then the presenter suddenly calls his name and identifies him as Count Palladio, the president of Kalpa. Alan jumps in surprise and answers instinctively. Then his mind freezes. Inside his head he panics, asking himself what Kalpa even is. He quickly turns around to see if anyone else looks confused. Instead he sees Alti and Shinonius sitting together. Both stare at him with pure admiration. Alan's mind shuts down completely. He wonders why those two are sitting together and questions whether they somehow formed an alliance. He even suspects they named the faction Kalpa. His sanity begins slipping as he tries to imagine how those two could stay in the same room without fighting. Then the presenter politely asks whether Count Palladio, as president of Kalpa, would like to say a few words. Alan slowly turns back toward the front. His face remains completely blank, and in that moment he realizes something horrifying. He has apparently become the president of a mysterious and possibly dangerous faction he never even knew existed. In the frozen northern wasteland, the battlefield where the outer god and the Count of Asteria had clashed was now covered in graves for the bodies the expedition never recovered. A hooded figure in a black sacred robe stood among them, dark ornaments clinking softly at his waist and hands. His face stayed hidden, but after studying the field, a faint smile appeared. In a layered voice that hid whether he was male or female, he remarks that this was interesting. His eyes stop at the exact place where the outer god vanished after Alan delivered the final blow. After watching it for a moment, he mutters that he wanted to see how far this would go, then adds that they should watch. Satisfied, he turns and leaves. Elsewhere, in the Grand Council Hall, Alan is suddenly struck by the absurd realization that he had somehow become the leader of a secret faction. To him, it felt like the plot of a cheap web novel. The moderator politely asks whether he has anything to say. Alan panics internally, wondering why he was suddenly being treated as the leader of some shadowy alliance, but before he can speak, the moderator calmly says they would move on. Alan's chance to ask anything is gone. He turns toward Duke Altea, who gives him a confident nod, the kind that says everything was unfolding exactly as he intended. Countess Zenonia, now smiling at him with the faith of someone staring at a terrifying mastermind, only makes things worse. Alan wonders whether this was a prank, hallucination, or some effect of poisoned wine. Then it clicks. He finally understands why the nobles reacted so strangely when he sat down earlier. He had unknowingly taken the leader's seat of the Kalfa faction. After the council, he somehow ends up at a banquet celebrating the faction's birth, despite not remembering agreeing to attend. Countess Zenonia says that everything was perfect now, while Duke Altea adds that it had all been arranged exactly as Count Palladio intended. Alan is bombarded with confusion, but he keeps a calm, noble expression, instead of panicking in front of two women he now suspects might be dangerous masterminds. As they watch him expectantly, Alan reaches a ridiculous but strangely believable thought. He wonders whether he had a split personality that created this faction while he slept. After all, he was not close to either of them. He had only met Duke Altea once, years ago, and that encounter ended badly when Loria begged him for help and he refused. He barely knew Countess Zenonia either, and during their second meeting he had ordered her thrown out of his manor. Realizing he has stayed silent too long, Alan finally says that he understands, though inwardly he is still screaming. Since the two women clearly believe he planned everything, he decides to play along until he can gather enough information to understand the misunderstanding. Then Duke Altea says sincerely that she was glad to repay him for saving her life. Alan nearly breaks down internally because he has no memory of ever saving her. Still, he pieces together three facts. First, the alliance between Duke Altea and Countess Zenonia had apparently formed because of him. Second, the Kalfa faction itself was born from a letter he had sent to Countess Zenonia. Third, the many gifts he had been receiving were actually from nobles asking permission to join the faction, with Alan as its leader. As the two women continue praising his supposed schemes, Alan reconstructs the truth. He had never ordered Zenonia to form an alliance, and all he had really done was send a letter saying he disliked the other nobles. Somehow, through coincidence and misunderstanding, that had grown into an entire faction. That is, when he realizes something even worse. There was no easy way off this train anymore. Both the royalists and the aristocrats already saw him as an enemy, so abandoning Kalfa now would only create more problems. He briefly considers telling the truth, but when he looks at Duke Altea and Countess Zenonia, he cannot shake the fear that two people who saw him as a mastermind might react in a way he could not predict. In this world, people like that were rarely stable, so Alan reluctantly decides to remain the leader for now and find a safe excuse to step down later. He wants none of the burdens of leadership. His ideal life was to be a lazy noble who lived comfortably without work, and fashion leadership was the exact opposite of that. When Duke Altea asks what he plans to do next, Alan stalls for time and says that for now, they should clean up the underworld. Countess Zenonia asks what he means, and Alan calmly replies that it would make things easier to operate. In truth, he has no clear idea what that means, but since he can barely remember the council discussion, vague words are the safest option. After that, Alan quickly says he has other matters to attend to and leaves before they can ask more questions. His pace quickens through the corridor, and by the time he reaches his carriage, he's nearly running. When Evan sees him, Alan immediately orders him to head straight to the colony. He had already decided to leave that very day, hoping the letter he sent had already arrived and that he might receive help there, just as he once had with Deus. Soon, the carriage rolls into the midsummer night. Back at the banquet, Countess Zenonia reflects on Alan's words about cleaning up the underworld. Duke Altea says there could only be one meaning. Since their own territories were already firmly controlled, the only possible target left was the remaining territories outside their influence. A dangerous thought forms between them. Separately, it would have been impossible, but with their alliance and the Kalfa faction, it was now within reach. Countess Zenonia says with growing delight that they could unify the entire underworld. Duke Altea answers that it sounded fun. Both women smile. Countess Zenonia says Alan grew more intriguing every day, and Duke Altea says she could not wait to see what he had planned next. They gently clink their wine glasses, their admiration for Alan deepening as the scent of wine fills the hall. Far to the south, in Malteon of Ashtalon, Carmine, the third son of Duke Comelon, sits in an underground chamber with a man who shows no fear despite Carmine's reputation as a tyrant. Carmine asks whether he is the agent. The man, wearing a lazy smile and half-closed eyes, pulls out a quill and casually says that he does not tolerate rats during a mission. In the next instant, he moves. A sharp splatter echoes through the chamber. Hidden figures collapse from the shadows, and blood spreads across the stone floor. 9 corpses lie dead. Carmine smiles with satisfaction and says the agent was as strong as expected. Then he states his request plainly. He wants Count Palladio of Asteria killed. Smirking, he asks whether the agent would really refuse the tyrant of Ashtalon. The agent chuckles and replies that with the right payment, there were no failures. Then he wonders whether Carmine can actually afford him. Carmine answers by placing 4 black cubes on the table. They are so dark they seem to swallow light itself. The agent's expression shifts the moment he recognizes them as abyssal cores. Unlike abyssal jade, which only boosted physical strength, abyssal cores granted special powers. They were rare, priceless, and released only in tiny quantities by Duke Camelon through the black market. The agent stares at them and remembers that he had only ever tasted a tiny amount before, thanks to the leader. He wonders how much stronger he could become with this much. Then he calmly says that he would return as quickly as possible. With that, he disappears. Carmine clenches his fist and darkly declares that Palladio was a fool if he thought he could ignore him and still live in peace. Afterward, the agent visits Duke Camelon, the head of Ashtalon's nobles and the true ruler of the allied underworld. Bowing slightly, he asks whether the matter would be acceptable. The Duke, looking bored, says that he had wondered what that useless son of his was plotting when he stole the abyssal substances. Then he coldly adds that he heard nothing and tells the agent to leave. The agent immediately realizes the Duke was turning a blind eye. Delighted, he bows again and politely asks whether he should send the Duke's regards to the leader. Camelon smirks and says that the agent had come uninvited and was now trying to invent an excuse. Leaning back, he lazily tells him to do as he pleased. After the agent leaves, another man appears. Camelon asks whether he had not said he could not influence Asteria. The man kneels and respectfully answers that it was true, then carefully reports that Kalfa was growing there around Count Palladio. Camelon's eyes grow cold, and he says that it would have been troublesome if he had to move personally, so this outcome suited him perfectly. Meanwhile, Alan heads south from Tyria toward Colony. Above the same road, the agent spots a distant carriage and quietly says that he had found Count Palladio. He draws out his quill and thinks that killing Palladio would be easy, but the problem was not the Count himself. It was Deus. The agent believes Deus would definitely act, and though agents were as strong as swordmasters, needless enemies were troublesome. Even so, 4 abyssal cores were too tempting. Excited by how much stronger they might make him, he raises his quill. Black ink spreads into the air as he softly says it was only business and draws a line. Then, something feels wrong. He looks down and realizes his right hand is gone. Confused, he mutters that something important seemed to be missing. Then the pain hits, and he screams. Before he can finish, another blow hurls him into a tree. When he lifts his head, he sees a black-haired, blue-eyed boy standing there, far too young. The agent stares in disbelief and tries to speak, but his mouth will not move. Panic fills his eyes. The boy smiles brightly and cheerfully says that it was unfortunate. A chill runs through the agent, then his neck twists once, then again, he dies without understanding anything. The boy calmly says that if the target had been anyone else, the agent might have lived. Then he quietly adds that, unfortunately, it had been the Count. After that, he disappears. 2 weeks and 3 days after leaving Tyria, Alan is crossing the southern desert on the way to Colony. The heat is unbearable. Evan wipes away sweat and miserably complains that it was filthy hot, saying that an ice crystal stone would save him. Panting with his tongue out, he looks ridiculous. Alan glances at him and thinks that he would laugh if he were not suffering too. The desert feels like fire itself. He thinks he should have arrived already if he had moved faster. In truth, he reached the desert edge more than a week earlier, but he delayed for 2 reasons. First, he wanted to bring Sailring a gift even if it was their first meeting. Second, crossing the desert alone was practically suicide, so he joined a caravan. As Alan quietly watches the caravan, Evan leans closer and asks whether he would not practice magic. His eager eyes reveal his real intention, but Alan flatly refuses. While continuing to observe the caravan, Alan notices someone already watching him. A striking red-haired woman turns toward him sharply. It is Leon Aguileras. She coldly asks what he was looking at. Alan calmly replies that he had only glanced over. Leon mockingly asks whether he enjoyed spying on others. Alan sighs and says he had no such hobby. Leon sharply answers that she had assumed someone who spread rumors so eagerly might also enjoy peeping. Evan is stunned and inwardly wonders since when their Count had become someone who spread rumors. Alan only thinks that this was troublesome. Leon was the daughter of the Red Magic Tower Master, a 4th-rank mage whose name alone was frightening, especially because he had once charged alone at one of the 5 great sins and died doing it. To Alan, that made him a complete lunatic. Alan decides not to argue, not out of patience, but caution. He thinks it was best not to get involved with someone like her, especially since once the desert crossing ended, he would never see her again. That night, everything changes. Without warning, a bandit swings a chain sickle and kills a mercenary instantly. After a moment of silence, chaos erupts. But it is not a battle, it is a massacre. The bandits do not negotiate. They slaughter the mercenaries in moments, and blood stains the sand. Then a man with an eye patch and twin scimitars steps forward. He surveys the scene with a cold smile before fixing his eyes on Leon. She's captured at once. The eye patch man raises his sword, blue energy flaring around it, and loudly advises everyone to cooperate quietly for their own safety. Leon turns pale. She instantly knows he was far beyond an ordinary knight. Nearby, one surviving mercenary recognizes the symbol and realizes they were the Bloody Sand Bandits. Despairing, he thinks that if they had seized Lady Leon before she could react, then everyone was finished. The eye patch man mockingly says he had been told the Tower Master's daughter was here, and now he had found her. Leaning closer, he asks with a twisted grin whether she wanted special treatment. Leon trembles. Her breathing turns ragged. Fearfully, she asks who he was. Then, everything changes. Leon suddenly notices her breathing steadying. White mist escapes her lips. Confused, she realizes the desert had turned cold. The scorching heat vanishes, sand begins to freeze, and even the eye patch man loses his smile. Then calm footsteps echo through the silence. Every bandit turns. It is Alan. His expression does not change. Ashen energy flows from the bracelet on his wrist, and the cold deepens. He stops, looks over the scene, and quietly says that everything should freeze. Leon's eyes widen in disbelief. Ever since meeting Alan, she had believed he was a fraud, a weak man who stole credit from Deus and had pitiful mana. She had been sure he could never do this. Yet reality is in front of her. A frozen domain spreads around Alan. The desert becomes a tundra, and frost covers the sand. Leon whispers that it made no sense. Instinctively analyzing it, she realizes it was compound magic, at least 3 spells layered together. Shaken, she says that such a thing should have been impossible with so little mana. Then the eye patch man moves. He vanishes and appears before Alan in an instant. No one even sees how. Leon urgently cries out and starts casting, but she is too late. The eye patch man raises both scimitars and confidently declares that Alan was dead. Alan does not move. He calmly says that he should freeze and fall silent. The bandit leader stops mid-swing, completely frozen into an ice statue. Leon's mind goes blank. Alan slightly raises his hand and quietly says that it was time to shatter. With a crack, the frozen bandit explodes into pieces. A white breath leaves Alan's lips. He lowers his hand, looks at the remaining bandits without emotion, and coldly says he would give them one chance. Then he simply tells them to get lost. After a brief silence, panic breaks out, and the bandits flee without daring to look back. After that, everything changes again. The surviving mercenaries gather around Alan with admiration. One eagerly offers him special wine from Gur. Another brings premium ham and insists he must try it. Alan politely thanks them and accepts, but inwardly he has only one thought: food secured. He quietly eats and drinks, finally at peace, and thinks that this was exactly what he wanted. When the mercenaries leave, he leans back and calmly reflects that things had gone according to plan. Nearby, Evan keeps eating non-stop. Alan reviews the battle in his mind. He concludes that reducing the constraint penalties had been the right choice. The spell he used, Extreme Cold, was something he spent half a year developing by combining spatial, frost, and maintenance magic. It transformed the environment itself into frozen land. He thinks that this fulfilled one of the spell's conditions, since magic became stronger and suffered fewer penalties when cast on land of extreme cold. Then he touches the Belt of the Forgotten and notes that it doubled damage both ways, meaning he could also die twice as quickly. Dryly, he decides it did not matter as long as he never got hit. At that moment, Leon approaches. She walks over slowly and bows deeply. Both Alan and Evan freeze. Evan blurts out in shock that they were doomed. Alan calmly wonders what he had done this time. Leon raises her head and sincerely apologizes for her earlier behavior. Evan blinks and whispers in disbelief that they had actually survived. Leon then softly asks whether, if it was not inconvenient, she could discuss magic with him. Alan stares at her in silence, wondering how someone who had spent the whole trip provoking him had changed so suddenly. Evan, meanwhile, is mostly annoyed because she never gave them one of the ice crystals. Still, Alan accepts her apology. Evan immediately looks proud, while Leon seems surprised. She thanks him sincerely. From the next day on, Leon begins approaching Alan often to ask about magic. She asks whether parts of a magic array could be arranged freely, and Alan explains that in compound magic, the structure had to be maintained, but instead of fixing it rigidly, it could be rotated. These conversations also help Alan. Until then, he had been self-taught, relying on language and instinct to shape spells. Leon's academic knowledge gives him a new perspective. Whenever Alan explains something more advanced, Leon softly says that she understood, and strangely, Alan finds that satisfying. After more than a week of travel, they finally arrive at the desert city of Colony, and Leon politely bows her head. Leon thanks Alan for everything he taught her and asks whether he will attend the conference. Alan calmly says that he was not invited because he did not belong to any tower. Leon warmly suggests that he join the Red Magic Tower, adding that she enjoyed their talks. Alan thanks her, and as she leaves, she says she would see him there. Watching her go, Alan thinks that he actually needed something from the conference tower, so this worked out well. Soon, Evan returns and says he has handled the carriage and luggage. Alan nods, but before they can move on, a massive explosion shakes the area. The ground cracks, rocks scatter, and Evan instantly reaches for his sword. Then they see several men lying on the ground, barely alive. Before they can react, something flashes past too quickly to follow. Another explosion erupts, and then the figure appears. It is Sail Rang. In an instant, she finishes off the remaining men and vanishes again. Evan steps in front of Alan at once and tells him to stay back. But before anyone can understand what happened, Sail Rang reappears smiling, her golden tail swaying behind her, and casually wraps an arm around Alan. Alan freezes as she warmly greets him as her godfather. He says her name in disbelief. Sail Rang happily says that he should have told her he was coming, since the place was full of nasty thugs. Evan stares in shock, unable to reconcile this cheerful girl with the blur of violence from moments ago. Sail Rang proudly says that he does not need to worry because she already took care of them. Then she grabs his hand and excitedly says that she had been waiting for him ever since she received his letter. The nearby fighters are stunned. Some whisper that she was the Golden Flash, while others wonder who Alan was for her to treat him that way. Alan, however, is just as confused as they are while being dragged along by a blood-covered sailrang. Though grateful and oddly proud, he cannot help wondering whether he was at least safe from being killed. Following sailrang, they arrive at a huge building more than 9 stories tall, rare enough in this city to feel like a skyscraper. Alan quietly notes that it was big, and Evan, just in case that observation needed help, blurts out that it was huge. Inside, they head straight for the top floor. Along the way, several golden-haired beastfolk salute sailrang stiffly. At the top, another beastfolk with golden hair and a scar across his face bows and welcomes her back. When sailrang casually asks whether anything happened, he says that nothing had. Then he adds that she had been waiting for Alan so eagerly that she sat at the entrance every day. Alan looks at sailrang as she laughs shyly. She opens the door with playful movements that completely ruin the fearsome image people had built around her. Alan and Evan follow her inside, though Alan briefly senses a strange stare from behind and decides not to think about it. Evan then mentions that sailrang's reputation was terrible. People called her the mad dog and described her as cruel. Alan looks at her again and simply says that she seemed good at taking care of her guild members. Sailrang immediately lights up and proudly says that they were all her family and that she would protect them no matter what. Then she suddenly pauses, widens her eyes, and seriously clarifies that Alan was not included in that group. After that, she starts muttering to herself and tries to rank the important people in her life, putting family first, then Utia, and then struggling to place Alan. In the end, she apologetically concludes that no matter how important he or Utia were, they were not blood relatives. Alan is not offended. Instead, he thinks that his rank was higher than expected. Since they had barely interacted before, that already felt like a win. He even concludes that if something dangerous happened, he could probably ask for her help at least once. Still, she feels too unpredictable to handle normally, so Alan falls back on his usual strategy. He signals Evan, and Evan immediately places a pile of gifts on the table with perfect timing. Sailrang's reaction is instant. Her eyes sparkle, and the conversation becomes much easier. From then on, things go more smoothly than Alan expected, even more smoothly than with Deus, which confuses him a little. Sailrang agrees with him enthusiastically, tells him to speak casually with her, and stays so full of energy that she can barely sit still. When Alan says that she must have much to worry about while running a guild, she dismisses it and reminds him that even if they were not family, he was still her master. Alan nods awkwardly, but inside he feels unexpectedly proud. Then Sailrang explains that thanks to him, she had gathered the scattered members of her tribe. She proudly shows him the glove she wears, and Alan quickly recognizes it as an essence of the Golden Mane tribe. Realizing that, he thinks the rumors were true. Meeting them really did awaken their true power. After that, the conversation relaxes. Alan asks about her life, shares stories about Deus, and listens to her experiences. At some point, he absurdly decides that he was actually a good father who had successfully raised his children. Then, without warning, Sailrang suddenly throws Alan over her shoulder like luggage and says that he must be tired from the long trip, so she would take him to rest in her room. Alan does not resist at all. For someone who valued comfort above everything, being carried for free was practically perfect. As she carries him, she casually asks how the desert was, then answers for him that it was nothing but sand and not fun at all. Evan tries to be more serious and says the desert was dangerous. That catches Sailrang's attention, so he explains that they were attacked. At once, Sailrang's cheerful face freezes for a moment. Alan calmly confirms that they were ambushed by the Bloodsand bandits in broad daylight, which was unusual since they normally operated at night. Sailrang calls them bad people with mild curiosity, and Alan makes it clear that they were exactly the kind of people he never wanted to see again. To Alan, that was just a complaint. To Sailrang, it was an order. If her master never wanted to see them again, then they simply should not exist anymore. A cold smile briefly crosses her face before she returns to her usual cheerful tone and tells them to rest. That night, the Bloodsand bandits' long-standing hideout is completely erased. Their trained men are buried beneath sand and rubble. It is not a battle so much as a disappearance. Golden lightning tears through the darkness. Sailrang appears holding 2 severed heads, then casually throws them away. Draco, unable to process what happened, stares in terror. He shouts her name, demands whether she understood what she had done, and desperately brings up Carmine Arentz, hoping that name will save him. It changes nothing. Sailrang does not hesitate. She calmly explains that he had touched her master, and more importantly, that she did not want to be scolded. That is enough. She wipes out what little remains and disappears, leaving only silence. The next morning, Evan immediately tells Alan that the Bloodsand bandits have been completely wiped out. Half awake, Alan asks when that even happened, only to hear that it happened yesterday. Even more absurdly, the whole city already knows. As Alan tries to process it, Sailrang cheerfully announces that she took care of it. Alan and Evan freeze. She proudly confirms that she wiped out the Bloodsand bandits. When Alan asks why, she simply reminds him that he said he did not want to see them again. Alan tries to explain that he did not mean it that way, but Sailrang brightly explains that if they were gone, then he would never have to see them again. In her mind, the logic is flawless. Alan immediately feels the same helpless dread he always felt around Deus, the sense that things had gone far beyond what he intended. Then he asks the most important question. Did she really wipe out the entire group by herself? Seorang casually nods. Alan falls silent. The Bloodsand Bandits were not weak. There were hundreds of them, many able to use magic in battle, yet Seorang had killed them all, including Draco, by herself. Alan already knew she was strong. The title of Baba Yaga was not earned lightly, but this was far beyond what he expected. Without thinking, he pats her head like she was a cat that had brought him a gift. Then he remembers that she would one day become the embodiment of the sin of pride, and his attitude toward her grows slightly more respectful. Far away, the Colosseum, the heart of the nation and its greatest spectacle, roars with constant cheers, screams, and bloodshed. When the referee's amplified voice echoes across the arena, hundreds of gladiators charge at once. Some carry swords, some axes, some only their fists, but all of them rush one man. That man is Carmine Arentz, one of Colony's Baba Yagas, and the one who had held the title the longest. That alone should have warned them. Before the gladiators can even reach him, Carmine casually throws a punch into empty air. The blow hits no one, yet the shockwave alone sends hundreds of charging gladiators flying and clears the arena in an instant. For 5 full minutes, the Colosseum falls silent. Bodies cover the ground while Carmine stands at the center as if nothing happened. Then the crowd erupts, screaming and cheering without caring that most of the gladiators were dead or dying. Carmine looks over them with satisfaction and remarks that fools still believed numbers could defeat a Baba Yaga. As he walks back, Rog appears and asks whether he knew who wiped out the Bloodsand Bandits. Then he answers it himself and says it was Seorang. Carmine pauses, but instead of anger, he simply accepts it as something expected. When Raug asks whether the bandit leader was not supposed to be Carmine's brother, Carmine casually admits that it was only a rumor he spread. He says he kept the man around because he brought in money and adds that he planned to kill him eventually anyway. Then Raug reveals an abyssal core and says it could elevate the worthy. Carmine immediately grins and says that with it he could finally crush the arrogant beastkin who had been acting as if the colony belonged to her. Raug says it would happen in 2 days at the ruins. He adds that once Seorang was dead, Carmine could keep eroding royal authority while he himself took over the underworld. Then he casually asks Carmine to kill the noble standing beside Seorang as well, explaining that the man was her master and that killing him first in front of her would be amusing. Carmine agrees at once, and the two part ways fully confident in their plan. 2 days later, Alan leaves the guild with Seorang and Evan and heads to the ruins by carriage. When they arrive, Alan steps out, thanks the coachman, and walks inward. After a while, Evan points ahead and says he could see a light. Soon, Alan steps out before a massive fortress. He'd already seen the place before, so he is only mildly surprised. Then a voice speaks, one only he can hear, telling him that he had finally come, magician. When Evan tries to follow, Alan stops him at the entrance and goes in alone because the voice had specifically called him to the central tower of Kahara. Though he had visited these ruins before, this was the first time anything like this had happened. Still, he feels at once that it was tied to the same mysterious existence he had encountered earlier, so he moves forward without hesitation. He reaches the center, climbs the tower, and finally faces something that barely resembles a figure. Its shape seems human, beast-like, and monstrous all at once, as though reality itself cannot define it. Even its shadow never stays still. The being warns Alan not to stare too long, explaining that no matter how hard he tried, he would never fully perceive its existence. Alan restrains the urge to do something reckless and instead says that he came because of the words left behind by Ulfoltus, or whatever that entity truly was. The figure seems intrigued and says that if Alan knew that name, he might be worth testing. It calls the test an opportunity, then immediately says it had nothing to teach him, which only makes things stranger. Alan asks about divinity, the term he once heard from the god of monster strength, and asks what it truly meant. The being vaguely replies that divinity was the standard by which the world judged him. Then it casually says that an outer god would descend soon and that Alan should deal with it. After that, it says that once Alan handled it, he would meet the conditions to speak again. Then, as if suddenly interested, it finally offers something useful. It explains that magic was not mere power, but a system of laws imposed on the world by a mage. It breaks magic into 3 parts: incantation, logic, and manifestation. First comes the incantation, then the logic, and through that logic, power is manifested. That, it says, is magic. Alan is genuinely shaken, especially by the mention of logic, something he had never heard before. The figure immediately points out that of course he would not know. Then it steps closer with a grin and says it would teach him one piece of proper magic. While Alan is occupied with that impossible lesson, outside the ruins, everything collapses into bloodshed. Seorang's guild is ambushed, and the battle quickly turns into a massacre. One of her kin, who had been speaking only moments earlier, drops dead in front of her without warning. For a brief instant, Seorang freezes in disbelief. Then she slowly turns back, clenching her fist so hard that lightning crackles around it. That is when she sees Carmine rushing toward Rauga, who is leading the defense. She moves instantly, intercepts him, and blocks his punch head-on. Their fists collide and release a violent shockwave strong enough to warp the air itself. Even she grimaces under the force. Then she notices something wrong. Carmine had looked serious a moment ago. Now he is smiling. And right then, pain tears through her back. She turns and sees Ralga standing behind her, smiling with twisted satisfaction. Blood spills from her mouth. Before she can understand anything, Carmine follows with a kick that sends her flying across the ground. She crashes down, stunned and unable to process what had happened. Looking at Ralga, still smiling, she can only ask why. Ralga approaches casually and explains that the blade was coated with poison from Camonesis, so she would be unable to move for at least an hour. In other words, she was completely helpless. Then he crouches before her and reveals the reason. Seolrang slowly asks whether he betrayed her for that. Ralga looks almost baffled that she still does not understand. Then he bluntly explains that the guild she built, the family she believed in, never existed the way she imagined. The clans did not remain because of loyalty or affection. They remained because of power, because of the gauntlet, because of what she could give them. To hammer the point home, he taps her face with the gauntlet as though mocking her naivety. Seolrang's expression darkens. Deep down, she had always known some part of it was true. She knew the power of the gauntlet was why the Golden Mane tribe gathered so quickly. But even so, she believed the 2 years they spent together had become real. She believed she had rebuilt her family. So when she says that it could not be true, it is not denial, it is desperation. Ralga simply snaps his fingers. One by one, the members of the Golden Mane tribe gather behind him, the same people she greeted only days before, the same people who spoke with her earlier. All of them stand behind Ralga without a single wound. Only then does it truly sink in. For the first time, Seolrang laughs, but it is cold and empty. Ralga seems pleased and admits that her special attitude had always disgusted him. Watching her act as if she mattered while using power she never earned had always been unbearable to him. Then he asks how it felt to wake from the dream. Instead of answering, Seolrang asks whether the others were traitors too. Ralga is clearly ready to say more, but Carmine cuts him off. The time for words was over. He says it would be troublesome if she somehow recovered, so it was better to kill her now. Then he transforms his arm into a blade and raises it. At that exact moment, everything changes. A puzzled look crosses Seolrang's face. It is not fear or rage, only confusion. Ralga also freezes. Because a hole has appeared in Carmine's body? Only a moment earlier he had stood there ready to kill. Now his torso is pierced through. In the distance, from the forgotten city of Gahara, Alan silently emerges. There is no dramatic entrance, only Alan walking forward, yet with every step, the ground freezes beneath him. Frost spreads as if the world itself were reacting to his presence. Gray-white magic flows from the bracelet on his left wrist and wraps around him like living ice. His steps are calm and steady. Even with enemies, traitors, and a Baba Yaga before him, his expression never changes. There is no anger, no fear, not even interest, only indifference. That unnerves everyone far more than fury would have. Ralga, who had been mocking Seolrang moments earlier, suddenly looks far less certain. The others are no better. They all saw what happened. A Baba Yaga, a monster among monsters, had been pierced in an instant as though he were nothing. So when the man responsible keeps walking toward them as calmly as if he were out for a stroll, no one remains at ease. At last, Alan reaches Seolrang. Her body barely responsive. Her eyes are hollow, filled with despair and dangerous rage. Dark energy leaks from her as though she were about to break completely. Alan wastes no time. He pulls out the highest grade potion he has, one of the precious gifts that had once been showered on him, and forces it into her mouth. Calmly, he tells her to drink. Then he tells her something else. He says that the only ones who betrayed her were the people standing before her, so she did not need to worry. Still shaken, Seolrang asks whether that was really true. Alan answers at once that it was. Inside, Alan is already calculating. He knows his magic takes too long, and no enemy would politely wait for him to finish preparing it. That leaves only one option. So he asks whether she can hold them off until he finishes readying his spell. Seolrang had just swallowed a full dose of high-grade potion. Her body had barely stabilized. The poison still remained, and she was far from recovered. Even so, when Alan asked whether she could hold them off, she nodded without hesitation. Then she charged. She hurled herself at the traitors with lightning-like speed, ignoring her wounds, the poison, and the risk. Alan chose to trust her. He formed a seal, and the cold aura around him vanished at once, as if everything had been drawn inward. Then he spoke and invoked ice and snow. As he closed his eyes, he recalled the lesson of the formless being, that true magic was not merely power but law. This time he understood. The spell gathering at his fingertips changed. It stopped being ordinary magic and refined itself into a vast crystalline snowflake, with a flawless spear forming at its heart. Alan opened his eyes and completed the spell. The instant Ralga saw it, he realized that if Alan finished, everything was over. He rushed forward in panic. Seolrang blocked him at once. She cut off his path completely, refusing to let him reach the man who had just saved her. While she held him there, Alan finished the spell and launched the spear. It struck Ralga squarely in the chest and hurled him away. Seolrang barely avoided the spell's range and turned toward Alan in shock. Evan could only stare. The battlefield was no longer a battlefield. The ground, the air, and the enemies had all frozen over. It looked finished. Then Ralga moved. He barely managed to speak, and in that instant, Sealrang's guard slipped for only a moment. That was enough. Ralga still retained power stolen from her, since the Golden Mane authority had not yet been revoked. He rushed at her with the same poisoned dagger as before. Sealrang realized too late. Her body was exhausted, injured, and still slowed by poison. She could not move in time. The dagger drove toward her heart. Then Alan moved first. Without thinking, he yanked Sealrang backward just enough to save her from a direct hit. Blood burst from his mouth immediately after. Ralga froze. Sealrang froze. Then Sealrang crushed Ralga's head in a single furious stomp, erasing him instantly. Evan shouted in panic, but Alan was not truly wounded. The dagger had barely touched him and only tore his clothes. The blood came from mana exhaustion. The spell had drained him so badly that his body had begun damaging itself from within. As he steadied himself, Alan quietly admitted that the spell's power had exceeded his expectations. He also realized he would need some way to restore mana next time. Thinking back on what happened, he concluded that the spell had become so powerful because he had been facing something godlike. In this case, anyone who absorbed abyssal substance counted as close enough. Carmine and Ralga had not merely been strong, they belonged to another category entirely, and somehow, against beings like that, Alan could bend the laws of the world. Then he looked at Sealrang. She was badly injured, but what stood out more was her expression. She had gone quiet and hollow. Considering that she had just been betrayed by the family she spent 2 years rebuilding, it was only natural. Alan considered comforting her, mostly because letting her spiral into some future embodiment of sin would be extremely inconvenient. But Sealrang spoke first and asked why he had not dodged. The honest answer was that he could not. Instead, Alan gave her a better one. He said it was because he trusted her. Sealrang paused and repeated the answer as if checking whether she had heard correctly. Alan nodded and said that because she said it was possible, he believed in her. The truth in his head was less noble, but the result was the same. Then she asked why he saved her. Alan did not have a complicated answer. To him, saving someone close simply felt natural. So he said that people did not need a reason to save family. The moment he said it, he realized his mistake. Sealrang took the idea of family very seriously. She quietly pointed out that he was not truly family, because family was tied by blood. Then she added that she wanted to become family with him. Before Alan could understand where that was going, she grabbed his shoulders, her eyes shining, and proposed marriage. Alan's mind stopped. Evan nearly collapsed from shock. Sealrang's tail wagged happily. 5 days later, news spread throughout Colony that Carmine and Ralga, both Baba Yagas, had tried to kill Sealrang and failed. Not only had she survived, she had defeated them, and public support for her exploded. People even began calling her the first Baba Yaga, overtaking Carmine's old reputation. Now Alan sat in a carriage with her, hearing the same proposal for the 19th time. At this point, it no longer felt like a proposal. It felt like a system alert that refused to disappear. Sealrang leaned close, ears raised and tail wagging, waiting for an answer. Alan sighed and repeated what he had already said many times, that he saw her as family. As always, Sealrang immediately countered that they were not real family. Then she presented her flawless solution. If they married, they would become real family. Alan tried another route and asked whether she even understood what marriage meant. Sealrang confidently replied that she was sure she could make him happy, which was not the answer he wanted. Realizing the conversation would only loop forever, Alan gave up and told her that marriage was serious and that she needed to think about it more carefully. Sealrang insisted that she was serious, so Alan told her to think even more seriously. That ended the conversation, for now. Deep down, Alan had no intention of marrying anytime soon. More importantly, no matter how things looked, he still saw Sealrang as much closer to a daughter than anything else. In his mind, this was just a phase. When they returned to Colony, Alan prepared to leave immediately, deciding that distance was the safest answer. Before departing, he told Sealrang that they would meet again next time. She happily agreed, but added that next time he had to give her an answer. Alan gave her a vague reply and left. Sealrang watched his carriage until it vanished, then turned back to the guild. Surprisingly, the guild looked almost unchanged. The building, the routine, and the atmosphere remained the same. Only Ralga and his faction were gone. Ironically, their betrayal had made the rest more loyal. Many members were genuinely furious on her behalf. In a way, the guild was closer than ever to the family she wanted. But Sealrang only sighed. She realized she could never return to the happiness she once had when she was younger. For a long time, she believed that rebuilding her family would restore that warmth. Now she understood that it never would. Even so, she smiled when one person came to mind: Alan. She remembered how he trusted her while preparing his magic. She remembered how he moved without hesitation to save her. No speeches, no grand promises, only action. To her, that felt more like family than the guild she spent 2 years building. Her tail began to wag again. If he was not family yet, then she would simply make him family. Naturally, that brought her right back to marriage. Still, even Sealrang understood she could not force it immediately, so instead she focused on something else. If she could not make him family right away, then she would at least make sure no one could ever touch him again. She decided to create a personal guard, a force strong enough to protect him from anything. Meanwhile, Alan had already moved on to his next problem. He returned to the forgotten city of Kahara and examined its eastern edge, where he found a stone tablet. As he read the inscription, he suddenly realized something impossible. He could understand it perfectly, even though it was written in a language he had never learned. That made no sense. He decided to ask the strange tower entity about it later. As he left, he reflected on the contents. The tablet spoke of gods and foreign gods, but the meanings were completely reversed from what he thought he knew. Even the examples clearly pointed to the 5 great sins under different names. At that point, Alan did the most practical thing possible. He stopped thinking about it and saved it as a problem for later. Back in the carriage, he asked Evan whether he checked the guild. Evan confirmed that aside from Ralga and his faction, no one else had behaved suspiciously. Alan was relieved, though to be safe, he had already ordered the Information Guild to investigate further. Not because he cared about the guild itself, but because if something happened to Seolrang again, it would eventually become his problem. Leaning back, Alan let out a deep sigh. Colony was mostly handled. Then Evan casually mentioned news about the children. Apparently, one of them had already defeated the first word. Alan was stunned. Even in the game, that opponent was absurdly strong. Reaching that level in only half a year felt ridiculous. Then Evan said that Ryan had entered the Triumvirate, the group that controlled Artania's policies. Alan calmly noted that she was rising quickly. Then Evan hesitated before mentioning Radan. That was a bad sign. According to him, Radan had united the 5 archipelagos and become the pirate king with a bounty in the millions, just like the first one. At that point, Alan's brain nearly stopped. Somehow, somewhere, Radan had become the pirate king, which had never been part of any reasonable plan. Meanwhile, during one of Blue Moon's regular meetings, everything seemed calm until Seolrang proudly announced that she was going to marry the Great Moon. The room fell completely silent. Then Utia exploded, her face hardened instantly, and the atmosphere turned dangerous. No one dared interrupt. Utia furiously demanded to know what Seolrang was talking about. It was not confusion, it was anger, because with that single sentence, a war had begun. Then Seolong raised her hand and confidently declared that she meant it, and that she was going to marry the Great Moon. Silence filled the meeting. Utia closed her eyes, forced herself to stay calm, then asked Seolang if she understood what she was saying. Seolang proudly answered that she did, because they would become family, and she was confident she would do well. Raiden whispered that she sounded like she was applying for a job. Rain whispered back that it was worse, because Seolang seemed to think she had already been accepted. Utia took another breath and said that even if Seolang was confident, it was impossible, because they were the Great Moon's shadows. Seolang blinked and asked if she could not marry him while still being his shadow. Utia's smile cracked. She slowly told Seolang to listen carefully, explaining that shadows did not stand beside their master. Seolang nodded fearfully, and everyone thought the matter was settled. Then Seolang added that the most important thing was still what the Great Moon thought. Everyone stared in horror. Utia coldly asked if Seolang truly believed he would choose her. Seolang puffed out her chest and said their master had told her she was not too bad. Utia froze and demanded to know what had happened. In truth, the Great Moon had only said that to comfort Seolang when she was whining. But Seolang had somehow interpreted it as approval for marriage. Deus quickly asked Seolang to explain exactly what happened. Seolang brightened and began telling the story in excessive detail. The meeting completely derailed. After a long time, Seolang finally finished and proudly said that he had told her she was not too bad. Deus nodded seriously, and when Seolang asked if that was amazing, he smoothly said it reminded him of the Great Moon's majesty in the north half a year ago. Rain and Radan immediately realized he had changed the subject. Deus began dramatically describing the Great Moon standing against the sunset, and Seolang eagerly listened. 2 hours later, Deus finally finished, calling it a lengthy tale. Rain nearly cried from relief, while Radan almost applauded. Utia then returned to the point and firmly told Seolang she still could not marry him. Seolang insisted that she could. Utia repeated that she could not. Seolang shouted back that she could, and Utia snapped that she could not. Radan sighed and said they had learned 3 things. Rain agreed, saying that no one should ever ask Deus anything about the Great Moon. Utia became surprisingly childish over him, and Seolang had misunderstood everything. Meanwhile, in a back alley of Asteria's capital, Marquis Philboyd drank beneath the dim lantern light. He asked Duke Rimgrave if he truly wanted to form an alliance to bring down the Cal faction, calling them a pack of maniacs. Rimgrave remained calm and smiled. Philboyd admitted that the Cal faction unsettled both sides and needed to be dealt with, then asked for the plan. Rimgrave said they would involve the Holy Kingdom of Rosario and use a reformation letter. The meaning was clear. A reformation letter was a holy decree used to judge suspected heresy. Only cardinals or those above them could issue one, and at least 2 cardinals had to agree. Philboyd smiled and said it was the perfect excuse. Then he asked what Rimgrave wanted. Rimgrave answered that since 2 cardinals were needed, he would take half the bribe. After a brief silence, their cups clinked. Philboyd chuckled and agreed. Rimgrave said he had already spoken with the cardinals, so things would move quickly and they could leave the rest to them. Elsewhere, Cardinal Sergius waited in his mansion. He was one of Rosario's 8 cardinals, but after more than 20 years in power, he had become nothing more than an indulgent, corrupt man. When the door opened, he greeted Cardinal Utia Blutia with a grin, saying they were both busy and that this was only their second meeting. Utia smiled faintly and replied calmly, though without warmth. Sergius stepped closer and said he needed her name for a reformation letter targeting Count Alan Palladio. He claimed it was a good offer and added that fabricating heresy against someone like Alan would be easy. Utia tilted her head and repeated that he wanted her name on a reformation letter meant to bury Alan. Sergius confirmed it, then whispered that she would be rewarded generously. He also said he would keep quiet about Cardinal Biantrea's suspicious death. He believed he had won. In his mind, Utia was corrupt like the others, and he imagined keeping the bride for himself while enjoying gold, wine, and luxury. Then pain shattered his thoughts. An invisible force crushed both his hands. His bones broke, his flesh twisted, and the pressure spread to his arms, shoulders, and legs. His body folded under merciless power as he screamed. But the scream never left the room. Utia had already sealed the space. She lowered her hand and coldly asked if she had allowed him to speak of killing the one she worshipped. Then she told him to scream as much as he wanted, because no one would hear. Sergius writhed, barely human, and begged her to kill him. Utia said he would not die. Holy white light gathered in her palm and healed him completely, restoring his bones, flesh, and organs. But that only made him scream louder, because he understood what would happen next. He collapsed, trembling and sobbing, begging her to stop and kill him. Utia stepped closer and said there was something he had to do for her before she granted him death. Then she raised her hand again and said that because he had dared to harm Alan, he would be punished. His terror returned. So did the screams, again and again. When Utia finally turned away, she calmly told him to reflect on his sins so he could be forgiven. About a month after Alan returned to the Count's estate, he was finally doing something productive. He recovered from the disaster in the desert while investigating things that should not exist yet, including the abyssal entity and the warnings left by the mysterious being. Now he had to leave again because peace never lasted. There were 2 reasons. Leon Aguilaris, the daughter of the Red Tower's lord, had invited him to a magic conference. Worse than that, he also had to attend a social gathering. Alan immediately did not want to go. Unfortunately, as the head of Kalfa, he had appearances to maintain. He now had reputation, authority, and responsibilities, all things he found exhausting. Then everything changed because of money. A normal letter arrived, confirming that he was officially a faction leader and listing his regular payments. When Alan saw the amount, his soul healed. The number was so large that he finally understood why powerful leaders refused to step down. It was not power, it was motivation. Alan thought that with this income he could go through hell every day and keep going. As Evan carried the luggage, Alan held the letter like a sacred relic and thought only about the faction's income. To him, money was the ultimate cure. Not therapy, not emotional growth, but financial stability. He tucked the letter into his coat, almost moved to tears. His motivation, soul, and faith in life had all returned. To Alan, this was the magic of capitalism. Later, they arrived at Marquis Billiton's estate, and Alan instantly regretted coming. The place was packed with nobles, mercenaries, merchants, and other influential people. It looked less like a noble gathering and more like a crowded networking event. Alan scanned the area, trying to prepare himself. Then he ran into Duke Altea and Count Zenonia. Of course he did, because things could always get worse. Duke Altea and Count Zenonia greeted Alan casually, asking how he had been as if the situation were completely normal. Alan answered politely, but inside he was tense. Even if they were technically on the same side, dangerous misunderstandings still remained between them. If they ever learned the truth, things would become disastrous. After exchanging only the bare minimum of courtesy, Alan immediately escaped toward the food table, because snacks were safer than nobles. As he picked up something to eat, he silently prayed that the greetings were over and everyone would leave him alone. Naturally, the universe refused. Evan appeared beside him and quietly reported that the royalist leader had received a reformation letter and had been taken to the Holy Kingdom. Alan kept eating and casually said he was fortunate he had never crossed paths with that man, since his life was already complicated enough. Then Count Zenonia noticed someone approaching and asked what they wanted. Alan turned and saw Marquis Filboid, the leader of the aristocratic faction and a powerful political figure. But instead of looking dignified, Filboid was trembling, his lips shaking as he walked straight toward Alan. Then he lowered his head and said that he had lost. A moment later, he bowed deeply and begged Alan to spare him. The entire hall froze. Nobles stopped moving. Duke Altea and Count Zenonia were stunned. For a noble, bowing like that was not simple respect. It was surrender, the complete abandonment of dignity and pride. Yet Filboid, a man of great influence, was shaking before Alan and begging for mercy. Count Zenonia slowly looked at Alan, expecting surprise or confusion. Instead, Alan's face was completely calm. That made him look even more terrifying. Filboid lowered his head even further and repeated in a trembling voice that he had truly lost. Then he begged Alan to forgive him. A few days earlier, Filboid had received a simple letter. Inside was a small magic orb and one short message. When he activated the orb, it revealed Duke Lingrave strapped to a white chair, trembling in terror. Lingrave cried that he truly knew nothing, apologized desperately, and said they had to read the sacred letter and look up at the sacred moon because they had made a mistake. Filboid went pale. The duke he had schemed with was completely broken. Then the orb shattered, leaving only the letter. Filboid read the remaining message and saw that it said he was next. His hands trembled as he realized Count Palacio somehow had connections in the Holy Kingdom stronger than the cardinals. He did not understand how, but the result was clear. Limgrave had been destroyed, and Filboid was next. Back in the present, Filboid dropped to his knees and begged Alan to spare him. He said he only wanted to live peacefully, that he was quitting politics, and that he hoped it would end with the Reformation letter. Gasps spread through the ballroom. Alan stared at him blankly, unable to understand why Filboid was confessing all this to him. Behind him, Count Zenonia whispered in awe that this was just as expected of the Count. Duke Altea agreed with admiration, saying it was truly overwhelming. Alan nervously wondered why they were looking at him like that, and what kind of scheme those two masterminds of Asteria had created this time. Since he had no idea what to say, Alan finally nodded and vaguely said that he would try to be lenient. The silence that followed felt heavy and impressive. Count Zenonia and Duke Altea both looked even more respectful, convinced that Alan was someone who never revealed his hand carelessly. Alan, however, only wanted to escape before anyone asked him questions. He turned and left the ballroom beneath countless gazes, while the misunderstanding behind him grew even larger. That day, everyone became certain that Count Palacio was no puppet. He was the one pulling the strings. 3 days after the debate began, Alan left the Viridian estate and headed east. The debate still had 2 days left, but his next destination was the Magic Society. On the 5th day of the journey to Bluegill, Evan reported that Marquis Filboid had finally received a conversion letter. Alan paused and said that Filboid had been dragged away in the end. Evan looked surprised and asked if that had not been Alan's doing. Alan frowned, pointed at himself, and asked if Evan truly thought he had time for that while they had been together the whole time. Evan hesitated, then reminded him that Alan had said he would try to be lenient that day. Alan froze, then asked if Evan had understood it that way. Internally, Alan was baffled, because he had only said it to escape an awkward situation. Elsewhere, in Lartania, the city of the Labyrinth, a place of endless opportunity and home to the 5 great guilds, members of the Ironblood Guild discussed a rumor. One member said someone had supposedly defeated 1,000 enemies alone. A younger member asked if that was even possible. A senior member replied that guild leaders were practically superhuman, so they should not be underestimated. Aldrich laughed and dismissed the idea as ridiculous. He said he had only accepted this mission because of the massive advance payment. Another member pointed out that floors and multiples of 5 were supposed to be safe zones. Aldrich admitted that it was unusual, but said he had explored more than 50 floors and there was nothing to worry about. When they reached the 20th floor, a girl pointed ahead and asked what that was. The group saw a goblin-like creature. One member mocked it as just a goblin, another said it looked weak, and a third joked that this would be an easy reward. Then the creature raised its head. The king coldly said they were making too much noise. Before anyone could react, a single slash cut through the air and split several guild members apart. Aldrich widened his eyes in shock, then charged forward in rage while shouting at the creature. Another slash fell. Aldrich was cut down instantly. The king of the labyrinth looked at the corpses with contempt, then began walking upward toward the surface. Meanwhile, Alan and Evan arrived before the central tower. Evan looked up in awe and said it was incredible. Alan agreed that it was extremely tall, inwardly comparing it to the Eiffel Tower and thinking it felt like game graphics brought to life. Soon, people dressed in red approached them. Leon stepped forward and said the official conference would begin tomorrow, so Alan was free to explore for now. Alan said he wanted to visit the library. Leon agreed to guide him, then told Evan that he would need to wait in the break room. As they walked, Leon explained that there would be a presentation from the Green Magic Tower and friendly duels. Suddenly, loud shouting interrupted them. Leon sighed and said it was happening again. When Alan asked what she meant, she explained that it was another dispute involving the Blue Tower's vice master, a woman who thought far too highly of herself. They approached the room and saw Pania standing arrogantly with her arms crossed. She claimed that even 20 rank 5 mages would not stand a chance against her. Another mage shouted that she would regret saying that one day. Pania smirked, turned toward Leon, and mocked her as the half-baked magician who could not even hold her own against her last year. Leon glared at her. Panea began asking if Leon had brought a friend this time to help her stand up for herself, but then her gaze landed on Alan. She froze, her face turned pale. Leon looked confused and asked what was wrong with her. Then Panea bowed deeply and greeted Alan formally. Leon froze in shock because Panea had used polite speech. Alan greeted her calmly and said it had been about 6 months, then asked how she had been. Panea answered nervously and formally. Alan told her she did not need to be so stiff, reminding her that he had already said she could speak casually. Pania hesitated and asked if she should speak informally. Alan thought briefly, then told her to do whatever felt comfortable. Pania thanked him for his consideration. Nearby, Milan blinked in disbelief and wondered if this was an illusion. He cast Dispel magic, but nothing changed. Pania remained polite, leaving everyone stunned. Alan casually said that mages should try to get along. He had not meant it as a reprimand, but Pania took it seriously. She immediately rushed back to the other mages, bowed, apologized for her earlier behavior, and said they should get along. The other mages stood frozen. Pania returned to Alan. He said he would see her later. She bowed again, answered respectfully, then fled instantly with a lightning step. Alan watched her leave and quietly noted that she seemed stiffer than last time. He wondered what was going through her head, then noticed everyone staring at him and worried that he had done something wrong. As they continued walking, Leon said that crazy woman only acted politely when Alan was around. Alan asked if she was calling Pania crazy, though inwardly he agreed that Pania was an arrogant genius. Soon, Baruch approached with a smile and greeted Leon in an overly familiar way, asking if she had come to see him. Leon coldly said she certainly had not. Baruch looked at Alan and asked who he was. Leon firmly introduced him as Count Palacio and told Baruch not to be rude before ordering him to leave. Baruch glanced at Alan dismissively and said he was the one from the rumors, then introduced himself as Baruch, the son of the Purple Tower Master. Alan politely greeted him while thinking he had never seen him before. Baruch placed his hand on Leon's shoulder and said she would eventually warm up to him, then left. Leon told Alan not to bother with him, explaining that although Baruch was rank 4, he stole other people's research to humiliate them. Alan nodded and said he understood, while inwardly thinking that reaching rank 4 at that age was still impressive. Eventually, Alan and Leon reached the 38th floor. Leon told him that the library was there and reminded him not to forget the presentation later. Alan answered that he understood, then stepped inside. The moment he entered, he looked around in quiet awe. Books filled the enormous space, and some even floated through the air. Alan reminded himself of his 2 goals. He had to set every clock needle to 12 and find a black book with no title or author. After searching through the library, he finally found the book. He reached inside and pulled out the item hidden within. It was the Ring of Radiance. The next day, after the presentation ended, someone informed Alan that Baruch had challenged him to a friendly duel. Alan paused in frustration and asked if this was happening again. As he stood there, he felt every wizard's gaze on him. Curiosity, judgment, and suspicion filled the room. The entire magic community seemed eager to see what kind of person Count Palladio really was. Alan quickly remembered how Leon had glared at Baruch the day before and started connecting the situation. Baruch was a 4th-rank wizard, and in the world of magic, the higher the rank, the wider the gap became. The difference between 3rd and 4th rank was not small at all. If Baruch had reached rank 4 at his age, then he was undoubtedly a genius. Unfortunately, that also meant he was probably arrogant and troublesome. As if proving Alan's thoughts correct, Baruch casually implied that the famous wizard who had supposedly helped defeat an outer god might actually be fake. In other words, he was calling Alan a fraud and demanding that he prove otherwise. Even the surrounding wizards looked uneasy at his provocation. Alan immediately understood that this was not random. Baruch was deliberately trying to provoke him, and Alan had a simple belief. If someone picked a fight for no reason, then he should give them a reason to regret it. So Alan put on his magic-enhanced glove and calmly accepted the duel. Baruch was pleased. Everything was going according to plan. From the start, provoking Alan had not been about anger, it was about publicity. As the son of the Violet Tower Master, Baruch already had influence, but he wanted more attention. Challenging the man surrounded by absurd rumors was the perfect way to raise his own standing. He'd also prepared carefully. The ring on his finger was an artifact that measured a person's rank and magic power. It had shown the same result yesterday, and it showed the same result again now. Alan was 3rd rank. Baruch smiled, convinced the rumors were exaggerated. To him, Alan was a large fish waiting to be caught. The referee warned them not to kill each other, then began the match. Baruch stepped forward confidently, wondering how to make the duel impressive. Ending it too quickly would be dull, but dragging it out too long might look suspicious. He decided to finish it fast, but not instantly. Then he inhaled and saw white mist leave his mouth. He froze in confusion. It was not winter, yet cold air filled the arena. Before Baruch could understand what was happening, his legs were encased in ice. Then the frost spread everywhere. The ground, the air, and the entire battlefield turned into a frozen wasteland within seconds. At the center stood Alan, calm and expressionless. Baruch finally realized he had made a terrible mistake. Alan had already begun casting. He invoked the glory of the snowy mountains, then called forth crystal. A short time earlier, Milan had been standing near the arena, still troubled by what he had seen the previous day. Pania, the arrogant menace of the Blue Tower, had acted polite and obedient in front of Count Palladio. Milan had doubted his own eyes and even used dispel magic, but it had not been an illusion. Now, like many others, he watched the duel with suspicion, partly expecting Alan to be exposed as an overhyped noble. Then the arena became a frozen nightmare, and everyone fell silent. Professors, senior wizards, and lower-ranked spectators all stopped speaking. No one could casually analyze what they were seeing anymore. They were not watching a fraud. They were watching something they could not understand. Baruch panicked and hurried to prepare his strongest spell, one of the Violet Tower's main offensive magics. It was far beyond what should be used in a friendly duel, but his pride no longer mattered. Before he could finish, one of the floating spheres quietly burst. There was no explosion, just a soft pop. In the next instant, Baruch became an ice statue. He could not move, cast, or even preserve his dignity. Silence returned. The referee, stunned and shaken, finally announced Alan Palladio as the winner. The duel had ended almost instantly, leaving the entire audience speechless. The same wizards who had doubted Alan moments earlier now stared with open mouths, unable to process what had happened. They understood what he had done, and that was exactly why they were horrified. It was composite magic, not one spell, not two, but more than three woven together perfectly. A skilled, fifth-rank wizard could attempt something similar, but controlling it without mistakes, instability, or self-destruction was another matter entirely. The question was no longer what Alan had done, it was how he had done it. All suspicion disappeared. The wizards surrounded Alan with questions, asking what seal he had used, whether it was ancient magic, how the structure worked, and what theory supported it. Alan stood there, realizing something strange. None of them recognized his seals or incantations. He knew his magic came from a forgotten era, but their complete ignorance still felt suspicious and worth investigating. Then the subject shifted to his rank. When Alan casually said he was third rank, everyone treated it like an obvious joke. They assumed he was being modest, lying, or teasing them, because no one could believe that a third-rank wizard had just frozen the entire arena with such advanced composite magic. Alan, overwhelmed by the attention, escaped as soon as possible and decided he had endured enough social interaction for one day. As he left, he played with the ring on his finger, the Ring of Radiance. Its ability was simple but powerful. It could store a spell and allow him to use it later. For most people, it was just a useful artifact. For Alan, it was a game changer. Because his body limited how many spells he could cast, the ring effectively doubled his options. Before, every spell cost him dearly. Now, he could store, reuse, and fight more efficiently. Night fell, but instead of resting, Alan returned to the library. The vast room was empty and silent, lit only by blue moonlight. Then a deep voice echoed inside his head, saying that someone had solved the riddle. Alan instantly grew tense, because he knew who the voice belonged to. It was Heinkel, the first human to reach the 8th tier after the Forgotten Age, a legendary archmage feared by players as much as she was respected. Alan carefully reminded himself not to say anything strange, not to trigger her, and especially not to mention anything dangerous. Blue magic gathered before him, forming a small figure with an overwhelming presence. Alan prepared himself for a deadly test, but the moment Heinkel saw him, she froze in terror and asked what was happening. Alan was confused. The legendary terror was somehow afraid of him. Then he noticed something completely unrelated but impossible to ignore. She was far shorter than he expected, and her hat had been doing most of the work. Still, Alan tried to follow the expected path and said that he had come to solve the riddle. Before he could continue, Heinkel panicked and said she would just give him the reward. Alan asked what she meant, but she immediately summoned a box and handed it over as if trying to remove him from the library as fast as possible. She nervously asked if that was enough, then announced that she was leaving. A moment later, she vanished. Alan stood alone, holding the box and trying to understand what had just happened. This was not how the event was supposed to go. He even canceled the emergency spell he had prepared, since it clearly was not needed. When he opened the box, the item he wanted was inside. It should have been a perfect success, but instead, it left him with more questions. Heinkel had not been looking at him. She had been looking behind him. Alan slowly turned around, expecting some horrifying presence, but there was nothing. Only the empty library, the blue moonlight, and complete silence. Somehow, that made it even more unsettling. For the next few days, Alan continued attending the magic conference. He listened to several presentations and found the theories extremely useful, especially because most of his magic knowledge came from self-study. At night, he often discussed magic with Leon. Those conversations helped him improve greatly. Unlike Alan, who had excellent mana control, Leon was skilled at constructing the magical frameworks needed to manifest spells properly. Because of that, Alan gradually became confident that he might soon attempt 4th-rank magic. However, 4th-rank spells consumed enormous mana, so he had no intention of trying one carelessly. On the 4th day of the conference, Evan brought unexpected news. He reported that a foreign entity had appeared in the labyrinth of Lartania. Alan immediately asked what he meant. Evan explained that the entity had caused mutations throughout the entire labyrinth. Alan asked how long it had been there, and Evan answered that it was uncertain, but it was believed to have appeared around 5 days ago. He added that the Information Guild suspected it may have appeared about a week earlier. Alan asked how far Lartania was from their current location. Evan replied that it was about 5 days away by carriage. After a short silence, Alan handed him a letter and ordered him to send it to Lartania. Then he said they would leave immediately. Alan left the central magic tower and prepared for the journey. Before departing, he said farewell to Leon, who looked disappointed that he was leaving earlier than planned. He also met Panea, who reacted with far too much energy after hearing he was leaving. Then Alan headed straight for Lartania. 5 days later, after traveling non-stop by carriage, Alan and Evan arrived at the Labyrinth City. Evan looked around in admiration and said the city had changed greatly since the last time he saw it. After passing through the city, they reached the southern district and stopped before a shop called Maerd, owned by Rhine. Alan froze as he stared up at the massive building. He asked if this was really Maerd. Evan looked just as confused and said he believed it was the right place. The building was enormous, towering over the surrounding 4- and 5-story structures. Alan asked if it was really supposed to be a shop. Evan said it should be, admitting that he had heard it was large but never imagined it would be this huge. Alan nodded slowly. He knew Ryan's business was successful, but not to this extent. He thought that a magical appraiser could clearly hold tremendous influence, and that money carried power in this world just as it did in his old one. That influence was also why he had come. Dealing with the foreign entity was his main goal, but he needed Ryan's help as well. Alan told Evan they should go inside. At the entrance, a receptionist politely asked if they had an appointment. Alan asked if one was required. The receptionist explained that urgent meetings were possible without an appointment, but only by paying a fee. Alan asked how much it cost. The receptionist answered that meeting Lady Ryan without an appointment required 3,000 gold coins. Evan's eyes widened. Alan repeated the amount in disbelief. 3,000 gold coins was enough to buy a mansion, even in the capital. After a moment, Alan asked how long it would take if he made an appointment normally. The receptionist checked and said it would take about 10 months. Alan felt dizzy from the absurd answer. He then asked her to at least deliver a message, saying that Count Palladio had arrived. Before he could finish, a rude noble interrupted and told him to stop being noisy and leave. The man radiated arrogance, and several mercenaries stood behind him. He mocked Alan as a penniless beggar standing around where he did not belong. Alan stared at him blankly. Ignoring Alan, the noble tossed a pouch of money to the receptionist and ordered her to open the door. After checking the pouch, she respectfully nodded. The massive doors opened with a heavy rumble. Before entering, the noble looked back at Alan and mocked him again. His mercenaries laughed as they followed him inside. Before Alan could speak, Ryan's voice came from inside, saying there was no need to enter. Ryan stepped through the open doorway, her green eyes faintly glowing. Lavalda's face brightened at once, and he eagerly said that Ryan had come out personally for him. Ryan looked at him coldly and told him to get lost. Without hesitation, she shoved his shoulder aside and walked past him and his mercenaries. Ignoring the stunned receptionist, she approached Alan directly, lowered her head with complete respect, and said she had been expecting him, calling him Godfather. Everyone froze. The receptionist could not understand what she was seeing. For nearly 2 years, she had watched Ryan meet powerful nobles, lords, and even a prince of Ashtalon, yet Ryan had never bowed to anyone. Now she was bowing to an unknown count. Lavalda's face twisted as he demanded to know what Ryan had just said to him. Ryan calmly repeated that she had told him to get lost. The receptionist's shock deepened. This was no longer subtle disrespect. It was open hostility. Lavalda laughed in disbelief, then sneered that he did not know what was special about that penniless noble. He warned Ryan that she would regret turning her back on him, then stormed out with his mercenaries. Once he disappeared, the atmosphere settled slightly. Ryan calmly told Alan that she had received his letter and politely said the journey must have been difficult for him. She also glanced at Evan and greeted him respectfully. Unlike Deus, who barely spoke, or Seolang, who spoke too much, Ryan's calm manner felt balanced. Alan looked at her for a moment, then asked if what she had done was really all right. Ryan asked what he meant. Alan explained that he was talking about Lavalda. Now that he clearly remembered the man's identity, he was worried. The Lord of Lartania had great authority and was known to protect his son. Ryan calmly told him there was no need to worry. Alan asked if that was truly fine, pointing out that Lavalda was still the Lord's son and could cause trouble for her. Ryan answered that he probably would not appear again. Then she added that she had not expected Alan to know who he was. Alan naturally replied that Lavalda was famous in Lartania for both his face and his personality. Ryan accepted that and repeated that there was no reason to worry. Her tone remained emotionless, but it carried firm confidence. Alan nodded and said that if she was sure, he would trust her. After that, they spoke casually for a while. They discussed Ryan's work in Lartania, whether she still kept in touch with the orphanage children, and other ordinary matters. Alan found himself strangely satisfied. Ryan had grown up well. Deus and Seolang had also matured in their own ways, but Ryan especially felt like a diligent daughter, and that made Alan oddly proud. Eventually, Alan brought up the real reason for his visit. He said there was a favor he wanted to ask. Ryan immediately told him to ask freely. Alan asked if a subjugation force was being formed against the outer god. Ryan thought briefly, then answered that preparations were already underway. Alan asked if she could help him join it. That was why he had come to her immediately after arriving in Lartania. Without influence, joining the force would be difficult even with his reputation, and after the incident with Lavalda, it might be even harder. Alan hesitated and said the earlier situation might have complicated things. But Ryan interrupted and said it should be possible. Alan blinked and asked if she was sure. Ryan simply confirmed it. Still concerned, Alan mentioned that things between her and the Lord's son had looked tense. Ryan asked if Lavalda was really that important to him. Alan answered that Lavalda was the Lord's precious son, so he had assumed the man could cause her trouble. Ryan repeated that he did not need to worry. Her blunt tone was strangely reassuring, so Alan nodded and said he would leave it to her. After a little more conversation, Alan suddenly asked why she called him Godfather. Ryan blinked, and Alan explained that Deus and Seolang called him benefactor or master, so he wondered why she used that title. Ryan thought carefully before answering that it simply felt like the most fitting word. Alan accepted it. Ryan then said he should rest because he must be tired from the journey. She prepared rooms for Alan and Evan inside Mayrd, then left. Once she was gone, Evan said that Ryan had really matured. Alan asked if he thought so. Evan nodded, saying she was still blunt, but she had always been that way. He added that among all the children, she seemed to have grown up the best. Alan agreed, saying she had matured in the most proper way possible. Since Ryan said she would update them later about the next steps, and since they had only recently returned from the north, Alan decided to rest. He slept deeply, yet still woke up groggy. When sunlight streamed through the window, Alan changed clothes and followed Evan to the dining area. There, Ryan was calmly eating lunch. As soon as Alan sat down, Ryan casually said she had handled the matter he mentioned yesterday. Alan blinked and asked if it was already done. Ryan nodded and said there was a regular meeting today, so he could attend it. Alan was briefly impressed by her efficiency. Then Ryan continued eating her sausage and calmly added that she had also handled Lavalda Greystone. Alan almost nodded automatically, thinking she had done well. Then his mind caught up. He froze and asked what she had just said. Ryan calmly explained that she had killed him cleanly, so Alan did not need to worry anymore. Alan stared at her in shock. To be fair, Lavalda Greystone truly was human garbage. In Psychedelia, he was responsible for numerous atrocities, including the massacre at the Level 30 mercenary camp, the Monster Abyss absorption incident, Chimera experiments, and countless other terrible events in Lortania. Objectively, the city was safer without him. But the problem was that Lavalda was the Lord's son. In Lortania, that made his position nearly royal. Ryan had casually committed something close to regicide. Alan slowly asked if she had really killed Lavalda Greystone. Ryan nodded and answered as calmly as if she were discussing breakfast. Alan felt his soul nearly leave his body. He weakly asked if she was serious, and Ryan tilted her head, asking if there was a problem. Alan stared at her before asking why she killed him. Ryan answered immediately, saying she did it because Alan had said Lavalda was bothering him. She added that if he stayed alive, he would probably continue bothering Alan. Cold sweat ran down Alan's back. He suddenly remembered that Ryan was one of the 5 great sins. Because she acted so much like a well-raised daughter, he had briefly forgotten that she was destined to become one of the seeds of disaster. Then another question struck him. He wondered how she had even killed Lavalda. Lavalda himself was not strong, but the mercenaries guarding him were powerful, with most of them at least A-rank level. Ryan was an appraiser, not a combat specialist. As Alan remained visibly confused, Ryan cautiously asked if there was truly a problem. Because he kept repeating himself, she seemed slightly dejected, as if worried she had made a mistake. Alan hurriedly shook his head and said it was not exactly a problem. He explained that he was mainly concerned about whether she was safe. Ryan immediately said he did not need to worry because she had disguised herself properly. Her expression remained neutral, but she sounded oddly proud. Alan awkwardly realized that this was what it meant to have a completely different mindset. He cleared his throat and told her that, anyway, he appreciated her concern for him, so she did not need to feel too bad. Ryan flatly said she was not feeling bad. Alan silently thought she had definitely looked dejected a moment ago, but Ryan repeated firmly that she truly was not. He stared at her in amazement, wondering how someone could casually kill the Lord's son yet become embarrassed over being misunderstood. After a short silence, Alan told her to avoid putting herself in danger, because she could get hurt and everything she had built in Lartania could collapse. Ryan tilted her head, genuinely confused, then seemed to realize something and calmly said, Alan did not need to worry because she understood her duties properly. Alan stared blankly. They were speaking, yet somehow not about the same thing. Still, since Ryan had acted for his sake, he decided not to continue. While eating, Ryan suddenly said she wanted to show him something. After the meal, Alan followed her into another room where a golden eye surrounded by blue light floated in the air. He immediately recognized it as the Eye of the Tracker, though in the game it had only been a simple low-level appraisal artifact. Ryan explained that the engravings were gathering smoothly. Alan finally understood that the artifact could accumulate and enhance engravings, which explained how Ryan's engraving skill had made Mayrd so influential. The problem was that Alan had never known about this hidden function. Not wanting to expose his ignorance, he calmly said she was using it well. Ryan answered that the gathering had slowed after 400 engravings, but it was still continuing, and she expected to finish within a few years. Alan nodded seriously while desperately suppressing his curiosity. Then Ryan guided him to the meeting room. Alan wanted to join the extermination force for 2 reasons. First, even the elite mercenaries from the 5 great guilds would not be enough against the Outer God. Second, he needed powerful fighters willing to follow his strategy if they wanted to minimize casualties. But the moment he entered, hostility filled the room. Maverick of the Tyrannomad Guild clicked his tongue. Hyman of Arcadia looked Alan over with disdain and asked if they were really bringing someone so weak-looking. Mion, the beastwoman master of the ancient trackers, mocked him as a noble who survived on rumors and came to steal credit. Argonia, master of Kalimadra and the strongest among them, only watched silently. Alan had expected suspicion, but not this much. Mion stepped forward, blocking his path while spinning a dagger. She mocked him for meddling where he did not belong and told him to leave. Alan silently judged that he needed to prove his value first. He raised his left hand and his gauntlet rang faintly. In the next instant, frost burst across the room. Alan compressed mana around Mion and ordered it to freeze. Ice swallowed her before she could react, trapping her shocked expression inside a crystal. The room fell silent. Alan had chosen Mion because, based on what he remembered, she was the weakest combatant there and had not yet reached true superhuman strength. The other mercenaries immediately prepared to fight, and Maverick shouted that Alan was picking a fight with them. Alan coldly said they had started it first. Then he walked past them, sat across from Argonia, crossed his legs, and calmly said they were finally at a level where they could talk. Outwardly, he looked composed. Inwardly, he was sweating, knowing he had used all his mana and that Mion would go berserk if she thawed. Everything depended on Argonia. Maverick moved toward his sword, and Alan thought he was dead, but Argonia sharply told Maverick to stop. When Maverick protested, she said they had ignored Alan first, then repeated her command with enough pressure to silence him. Maverick finally lowered his sword. Alan nearly collapsed from relief but kept his expression steady. He asked when they would descend into the labyrinth. Argonia politely answered that they would move in 2 days. Alan almost broke character at her sudden politeness, then suggested they continue the meeting tomorrow because it would be difficult with one person frozen. Argonia agreed. Alan left with perfect composure, but the moment he exited the mansion, he clutched his chest and thought he never wanted to do something like that again. Then he hurried away before Mion thawed. After he left, Maverick angrily asked why Argonia had let that pretentious noble leave. Hyman scoffed and said Maverick should be grateful Argonia had saved his life. Argonia quietly agreed, saying Maverick would likely have died if he had attacked Alan. Maverick began to argue, then noticed Argonia was sweating. Even Hyman looked tense. Argonia remembered her mother, the Red Dragon, warning her that if a black eye ever appeared in the night sky, she must look away, never acknowledge it, never remember it, and erase the memory if she became powerful enough. Her mother had told her never to look directly at the one who consumes boundaries. But behind Count Palladio, Argonia had seen not one eye, but two, a blue eye and a red eye. The memory alone chilled her soul, especially because one of them had seemed to look at her playfully, almost smiling. Argonia silently wondered who Alan truly was. The next day, the meeting proceeded far more smoothly than Alan expected. He learned that the foreign entity was on the 12th floor, while the mercenaries planned to intercept it on the 5th. Alan explained his prepared strategy and disguised his knowledge as information from an ancient book. He expected objections, since the mercenaries were not his subordinates. Instead, everyone accepted without complaint. Alan blinked in confusion. Even yesterday's display should not have made the 5 great guilds this obedient. He glanced at Rhine, but even she seemed faintly surprised and quietly said the meeting had gone smoother than expected. Even Mion, who should have resented him, stayed silent. Alan eventually decided his gained knowledge must have worked. After preparations ended, the group descended into the labyrinth, cutting through waves of monsters. Watching the mercenaries fight, Alan trembled slightly and thought he was lucky he had not come alone. During a rest in a safe zone, Mion approached him. Alan tensed, expecting trouble, but she asked if he had any prejudice against beastfolk. Alan said he did not, and that freezing her had nothing to do with discrimination. Mion said that was a relief, then suddenly asked if he would be interested in sleeping with her. Alan's mind froze. Mion explained that this was already their 3rd meeting and that she had recognized his strength. Alan remembered that her tribe revered power above all else, then sighed and declined. Mion looked briefly disappointed, admitted she had been excited when he overpowered her in one move, then playfully told him to let her know if he changed his mind because she was charming. As she walked away, Rhine appeared behind Alan and asked if she should take care of it, saying Mion had spoken rudely to him. Alan immediately told her there was no need, internally panicking that she might have seriously considered killing Mion over a few words. A day later, the group reached the 4th floor, but frustration spread because they still had not found the foreign entity. Alan clicked his tongue, realizing reality was nothing like the game. Moving as a large group was slow, there were no shortcuts, and monsters kept attacking from every direction. Soon, a mercenary announced they were close to the 5th floor. Alan saw a massive glowing door ahead, and the group finally entered the 5th floor. Rhine explained that it was a safe zone, so it was relatively peaceful. Argonia ordered everyone to rest briefly and prepare. Maverick watched Alan, still unimpressed. To him, Alan looked like someone already tired just from walking. Then Maverick noticed something strange. The noise had vanished. He turned and saw the mercenaries frozen in place like dolls. A moment later, their bodies collapsed one by one, blood spreading across the grass and ruins. Standing before the corpses was a goblin. The instant Maverick met its gaze, despair crushed him. He understood that this creature had killed his men and that it was a foreign entity they had come to destroy. But he could not move, shout, draw his sword, or call for help. His instinct screamed that it was no goblin. The creature asked who had given Maverick permission to meet its eyes. It slowly raised one finger toward him, marking him for death. Maverick shut his eyes in terror. Then Alan's cold voice ordered everything to freeze. Ice spread across the plains like a living creature. Maverick opened his eyes and saw Alan standing before him, while the goblin was trapped inside a crescent-shaped crystal of ice. The creature lowered its finger and said Alan was doing something amusing for an insect. Alan watched it tensely and called it callous. Callous, born lowly, had endlessly sought knowledge until he reached the boundary of truth, awakened to the laws, and ascended into something godlike, the king of gluttony, the devourer of boundaries. When Alan spoke its name, Callous grew more interested and said Alan was impressive for knowing it. Alan silently wondered why the timeline had changed, since Callous was supposed to reach the 5th floor 3 days later. Callous then said he was in a pleasant mood, so he would show mercy. He pointed toward the upper floors and said they could leave, and he would spare their lives. Alan immediately ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Argonia suppressed her fear and commanded all units to enter formation. Weapons were drawn, mana surged, and the mercenaries moved according to Alan's strategy. Alan thought that this time they were prepared. Callous looked at him like a fool and said he had been willing to spare them because Alan seemed entertaining, but if they insisted on punishment, he would grant it. Then Callous extended his hand. A massive wave of magic exploded outward, rushing toward Alan and the extermination squad like a catastrophic storm. Argonia and Maverick unleashed their sword arts and charged at Kairos together. As soon as they moved, Kairos mocked the sword of dissipation with a contemptuous smile. Watching the scene, Alan immediately understood that his earlier judgment had been correct. The technique truly worked against the power of an outer god that had not completely manifested. That realization brought him some relief, and he felt grateful that he had prepared beforehand. At the same time, Maverick, Argonia, Hymen, and Meow attacked together. Arrows, mana blasts, and sword strikes came from every direction, yet none of them even managed to graze their opponent. Kairos evaded every attack effortlessly. The strikes that missed instead crashed into the goblins around the battlefield, knocking them down one after another. As the chaos intensified, Alan realized that they no longer had the luxury of time. He understood that if they wanted even the smallest chance of winning, they had to seize the momentum immediately. Without hesitation, he activated his spells. Snowflake Formation, Glory of the Snowy Mountains, and Blind Man's Fatality appeared one after another. A gigantic snowflake condensed before him, overflowing with tremendous power. At the same time, Rhine opened her book and released her own mana. Countless chains erupted from her magic and shot toward Kairos in an attempt to restrain him. Together with those chains, Alan hurled the massive snowflake directly at their enemy. Witnessing the overwhelming power behind both attacks, Meow, Hymen, Maverick, and Argonia were left speechless. Alan believed that if such power struck its target, it would finally leave a wound on Kairos. However, Kairos simply raised a finger. With that casual motion alone, both attacks were destroyed instantly. He smirked and mockingly remarked that they had missed. He said that even in his incomplete state, the outcome would still provide him with entertainment. Then he released his own mana. Expansion, the Way of the Anonymous, activated. An overwhelming shockwave exploded outward. Argonia and Maverick were instantly cut in half by the attack. When the fog cleared, the battlefield had become a wasteland. The earth was shattered and ruins covered the area. Hymen stared at the devastation in disbelief. Before anyone could recover, Kairos lifted a finger once more. In the next instant, Hymen's body split in two. Laughing, Kairos mocked him and wondered if he could dodge attacks that descended from above. Hymen's severed body collapsed onto the ground. Meow screamed Hymen's name in shock and rushed toward him in desperation, but Kairos struck him without mercy and sent him flying backward. With a cruel grin, Kairos admitted that he had expected great things from Meow and remarked that he wished to see how much longer they could continue amusing him. Watching the slaughter, Alan realized that he had never encountered magic like this before. Kairos was even capable of using ritual gestures and incantations. Beyond that, the difference between them was painfully obvious. The gap extended far beyond skill. Their opponent surpassed them in knowledge, preparation, and sheer power. Everything had collapsed before them. Alan understood that they had reached the absolute worst possible situation. Even so, he refused to surrender. The only thing left was to push his magic beyond its limits. With that resolve, Alan cast again. Glory of the Snowy Mountains, crystallization activated. Then rotation followed. Crossing his fingers, he created an enormous ring-shaped mana surface. As the spell stabilized, he realized it was functioning correctly. At that moment, only speed and continuing the battle mattered. Knowing he could not accomplish it alone, Alan called upon Rhine. She immediately joined her power with his, merging both spells before launching another massive attack at Kairos. Yet even while attacking, Alan understood a horrifying truth. Despite all of his efforts, the outer god merely watched him with twisted delight, like a cat toying with a mouse trapped beneath its claws. Just as before, Kairos smiled and effortlessly shattered both Rhine's chains and Alan's spell. The backlash of the destroyed magic slammed directly into Alan himself. Even then, he refused to stop. He attacked again and again, desperately casting one spell after another. None of it mattered. Kairos effortlessly rendered every attack meaningless. Breathing heavily, Alan continued fighting. By now, he had already consumed 5 mana potions. The effects of mana toxicity had begun spreading through his body, making every movement increasingly difficult. Then, in the middle of battle, Kairos suddenly appeared right in front of him. At that instant, Alan realized that this was the chance Ryan needed. Without hesitation, the two combined their powers once again and launched another attack. As the spell formed, Alan focused on the final remaining restriction of his magic. He clearly remembered the conditions. Magic had been used against the great god of duels, Ertholtis. Magic had been used upon snowy terrain. Magic had been used at the gates of death. Magic had even been used against a god. He realized that adding one more restriction might allow him to bend the world's laws further. Yet deep down, he knew that even that would not be enough. Desperately, he forced his mind to search for an answer. There had to be a method, something capable of ending everything with a single strike. Then Kairos' earlier words echoed through his mind. He remembered how Kairos had mocked him and declared that he still understood nothing. At the same time, the words of the shadowy figure resurfaced in his memory. The mysterious being had explained that this world possessed incantations and principles, connecting all things together. Alan became convinced that a clue existed somewhere within those truths. He believed that clue would lead him to the next stage. Sweat poured down his face as he grabbed his hair and clenched his teeth. Then enlightenment finally arrived. A completely new casting activated. Alan declared the confusion and enlightenment were fundamentally the same. He explained that opening one's eyes would grant a key. The moment the spell activated, his mana erupted outward and formed a gigantic spear. Even Kairos showed a slight hint of surprise as he tried to understand what Alan was attempting. Without hesitation, Alan hurled the massive spear. For the first time, the attack wounded Kairos. The slight injury immediately irritated him. In response, Kairos redirected Ryan's attack back at them. Before it could strike her, Alan stepped forward and intercepted it himself. The attack severed his hand and tore through his arm. Even while enduring the agony, Alan finally understood what had happened when he formed the mudra of the Wisdom Fist. The spell had become a key, and when that key turned within the crystal, a completely new form of magic had been born. Its name was the Ice Crystal Halberd. An overwhelming power exploded outward, trapping Kairos inside an enormous prison of ice. In the next moment, the entire plane transformed into a colossal glacier. Alan explained that magic was governed by the pathways of the land and the rules established within it. He explained that the laws of fate, which obeyed the Creator's will, were transformed versions of the laws of nature, where ordinary logic no longer held meaning. Among those laws existed the power known as the Ice Crystal Halberd, a force capable of freezing everything before it. Kairos found himself imprisoned within a gigantic cage of ice crystals. Seeing it, he immediately recognized the phenomenon. It was the manifestation of essence. At the same time, he understood that such advanced magic remained beyond his reach. However, his objective had already been accomplished. Soon, his body began crumbling apart and fading into the air. Even while disappearing, he laughed and admitted that they had played their cards well and succeeded in defeating him. He explained that the vessel he had possessed was far too weak. He stated that if his true body had descended, such a simple manifestation could have been brushed aside with a single motion. Before he could continue, Aster calmly remarked that assumptions and excuses could never alter reality. Hearing those words, Kairos smiled with amusement. He praised the answer and acknowledged that such words truly belonged to a genuine mage. Accepting defeat, he dissolved into the wind and vanished completely. With the battle finally over, Alan's body reached its limit. Overwhelming exhaustion consumed him, and he collapsed unconscious. Afterward, he found himself in a strange dream. Utia appeared before him. Within that peaceful vision, she assured him that the world had finally found peace. She promised that she would always remain beside him. But the comforting dream suddenly shattered. A sharp pain spread through Alan's head. Slowly regaining consciousness, he realized that his headaches had returned. He understood that he had lost consciousness after the battle. As he forced himself awake, he struggled to recognize his surroundings. Eventually, he realized that he was inside the Strikeforce camp. The moment he attempted to move, he noticed how exhausted his body had become. Everything felt numb. Despite his terrible condition, he considered the result far better than it could have been. He remained convinced that with enough time he would eventually recover and stand again. At the same time, he remembered the horrifying consequences of mana toxicity caused by excessive potion consumption. Such damage could permanently destroy a mage's core, cause mana sclerosis, or even lead to death. Realizing how close he had come to such a fate, Alan quietly considered himself fortunate simply for still being alive. Not long afterward, Rian entered the room carrying medicine for Alan. She informed him that he had been unconscious for an entire day and asked how he was feeling. Alan admitted that the mana toxicity had left him completely exhausted, but he explained that he would recover with enough time. Even while bedridden, his thoughts immediately turned toward the others. Concerned about the situation outside, he asked about everyone's condition. According to the reports, Mian's recovery was progressing surprisingly fast. Argonia, however, remained in a critical state, hovering between life and death. Alan found it hard to believe that she had survived such a horrific injury. Yet once again, the incredible vitality of half-dragons proved itself to be terrifying. As they spoke, Rian suddenly asked why he had chosen to save her. She confessed that she could not understand why her life was valuable enough for him to risk defeat and possibly his own death. The question caught Alan completely off guard. He coughed awkwardly and asked where such thoughts had come from. Rian quietly confessed that she considered herself useless. She explained that, in her eyes, Alan had gambled everything merely to protect her. Even if he still needed the tracker eye, she believed that such a sacrifice could never be justified. No matter how much she thought about it, she simply could not understand his reasons. Hearing that, Alan immediately clarified that he had never brought any of those children to his side for the sake of using them. Rian's surprised reaction made him panic internally. He realized that she had genuinely believed that all this time. At that moment, he could not help wondering why everyone seemed convinced that he rescued people only to exploit them. He even questioned whether he really appeared that evil or if he somehow possessed the face of a villain. Alan then sincerely explained that he considered every one of them to be family. Because of that, protecting them felt natural. After all, they had saved him countless times as well. Their relationship was not built upon necessity, selfish motives, or mutual benefit. To him, their bond ran much deeper and it was never one-sided. He then jokingly remarked that if Rian truly felt grateful, she could simply wish him a happy birthday when the day came. Even while speaking sincerely, he secretly admitted to himself that he might as well take advantage of the opportunity a little. Those words finally made Rian understand something. Just like Jura long before her, she had misunderstood what family truly meant. She had believed that they existed merely as tools meant to destroy the abyssal entities. Embarrassment immediately washed over her. After calming herself, she quietly acknowledged Alan's feelings and accepted his sincerity. Alan simply replied that it was good. Still, deep inside, he hoped that she had truly understood how genuine his words had been. 5 days later, Alan had recovered enough to leave his room. As he looked around the strange labyrinth, he noticed that night never existed there. The place seemed detached from the normal flow of time itself. Although he had regained some strength, the damage from the battle remained severe. He checked on Argonia and learned that she had finally regained enough strength to move slightly, though her body was still far from fully healed. 3 more days passed before the group finally escaped the labyrinth. The moment they returned, Evan exploded with anger after seeing the miserable state of Alan and Argonia. He complained that they had intentionally prevented him from joining them, only to return half dead. He reminded them that Alan had insisted the guild leaders would be enough support, yet the outcome had clearly proven otherwise. Meanwhile, Alan and Rian sat quietly like children receiving a lecture from their mother while Evan continued scolding them. Deep down, Alan admitted that the true reason he had not wanted Evan to come was because his presence would have completely disrupted his plans. In the original game, Evan had never been involved with Labyrinth City. Soon, news of the Strike Force's victory spread throughout the continent. At the same time, Alan and his companions prepared to leave Merida. Before departing, Alan met with Ryan one last time. During their farewell, Ryan asked him for his birthday. Alan revealed that it was on the 20th day of September. Nearby, Rian quietly promised herself that she would remember that date carefully. Not long afterward, the carriage departed. As they traveled, Evan teased Alan and remarked that he was surely looking forward to his next birthday. Alan casually answered that he had already received plenty of gifts. However, Evan pointed out that gifts from one's children always carried a different meaning. Even so, Alan lowered his expectations. He assumed that perhaps he might receive a bottle of wine or maybe a small artifact. Meanwhile, Ryan reflected deeply on everything Alan had told her. For the first time in her life, she realized that she possessed something she could truly call family. Because the Great Moon existed on a completely different level from ordinary people, absolute faith and devotion had always felt natural to her. Victory by his side had once seemed inevitable. But after receiving Alan's acknowledgement, the word family, which had once meant nothing to her, became something precious and real. Likewise, the title of patron, which she had originally chosen out of respect, gradually transformed into the symbol of a genuine emotional connection. At that moment, Ryan sincerely wished to remain beside Alan more than anyone else. She even resolved that she would answer his call immediately whenever her patron needed her. The mere thought made her blush deeply. She smiled helplessly as embarrassment overwhelmed her. Thinking about Alan's approaching birthday, she wondered what gift she could possibly offer someone who regarded her as family. After much thought, she finally concluded that, for the time being, the castle of the Lord of Lartania itself should be a sufficient present. As time passed, summer slowly disappeared and winter eventually settled over the Palladio estate. Following a well-earned period of rest, Alan gradually recovered from the effects of mana toxicity. Alongside his daily duties, he continued exchanging letters with Utia. One day, Evan approached while carrying a crystal ball. He informed Alan that a package from the Duchy of Altea had arrived and explained that the item seemed to be a communication crystal. After thanking him, Alan activated the crystal and established contact with Altea. They greeted one another normally, though Alan still found it strange that he had somehow become the head of an entire faction. Even now, watching a duchess respectfully bow before a count felt unbelievably unnatural. During their conversation, Altea informed him that Kalfa's situation was progressing smoothly. Then she announced that she had completed the task he had mentioned previously. According to her report, Kalfa had officially brought the entirety of Asteria's underworld under control as of the previous day. She calmly congratulated him on the accomplishment. Alan was utterly stunned. He immediately realized that he had never given such an order. Then he remembered casually mentioning that bringing order to the underworld would have to come first. He reflected that Asteria's underworld resembled the kingdom of Ashtalon, overflowing with criminal organizations to such an extent that controlling them should have been nearly impossible. He had spoken carelessly and never imagined that Altea would actually achieve such a thing. At that moment, he could not even comprehend how she had managed it. Nevertheless, he praised her efforts. Altea explained that the operation had become significantly easier because Alan had already removed the leaders of both the royalist and aristocrat factions. Hearing that, Alan screamed internally that he had done absolutely nothing and that all the credit belonged to her. Soon afterward, Altea asked what his next objective should be. She even suggested that perhaps they should set their sights on the king himself. Alan immediately rejected the proposal. He declared that maintaining the current balance was the best option for now. Receiving her answer, Altea formally concluded her report and ended the communication. Left alone once more, Alan could only stare blankly into space. Without lifting a finger, he had somehow gone from leading a villainous faction to becoming the king of the underworld. That absurd realization finally made him understand the meaning behind the strange letter lying nearby. His gaze slowly shifted toward the invitation resting on the table. According to the contents, the royal palace would hold a New Year's banquet 1 month later for the first time in 5 years. Furthermore, by direct decree of Her Majesty, Count Palladio's attendance was mandatory. After reading the invitation, Alan could only scream inwardly in frustration. All he had ever wanted was to peacefully enjoy his quiet life as a noble, yet fate seemed determined to drag him further and further away from that dream. Then the scene shifted to the 5th floor of the labyrinth. There, a man hidden beneath a cloak released his mana and shattered the ground beneath his feet. Once the dust settled, a glowing magic circle revealed itself before him. Upon seeing it, he smiled with interest and realized that the person responsible possessed far greater abilities than he had initially anticipated. Meanwhile, Alan carefully examined the invitation sent by the Queen and pondered the reason behind her personal summons. He concluded that the matter was most likely related to Kalfa and the recent events involving the underworld. His thoughts naturally turned to Sion Kretinia, the 5th monarch of Asteria. As the successor chosen by the royal bloodline, she had inherited the Eye of History. Through a unique ability known as succession, powers and knowledge could be perfectly passed down from one ruler to the next, much like transferring save data in a game. It was this power that embodied the overwhelming might of the royal family. When the 5 sins had once descended upon Asteria, Sion had temporarily joined the player's party and proven herself to be an exceptional ally. Yet despite her strength, she rarely concerned herself with the affairs of the kingdom. Her indifferent nature had earned her the nickname Sleeping Dragon among players. As Alan reflected upon her personality, he remembered how admired she was for her beauty and calm disposition. The more he considered the invitation, the more he felt that the situation might actually benefit him. He reasoned that if he used this opportunity to keep Kalfa in check while preserving a balance with the Queen, she would have no reason to see him as a threat. At the same time, it would allow him to retreat into a more passive role within the organization. Since the Queen herself preferred a hands-off style of governance, Alan believed everything would proceed without problems. In the end, he reassured himself that his actions had never been meant to oppose the royal family. As night arrived, the scene shifted elsewhere. A bald man stood over a corpse and examined it closely. The moment he checked the body, he realized that the target had already been dead for some time. The victim's neck had been broken twice with tremendous force. Seeing the corpse immediately brought back memories of his boss's furious complaints earlier. His superior had been enraged over the complete failure to eliminate Count Palladio. He had loudly criticized the organization's incompetence, accusing them of failing their clients before demanding to speak with someone higher up. Back in the present, the bald man kicked the body. To his surprise, it dissolved into the air. From that reaction, he deduced that a spell had been cast to prevent decomposition. He quickly concluded that someone was displaying the corpses intentionally as a warning. The entire scene had been arranged as a threat. At the same time, he grew irritated after realizing that their organization's perfect success rate had finally fallen. The rumors surrounding Count Palladio's influence suddenly seemed more believable. Believing that he could still uncover the truth, he decided to question the man closest to the Count. Soon, he arrived in Caliburn and silently appeared behind Deus, preparing to strike. However, Deus sensed his presence immediately and calmly ordered him to show himself. The bald man was startled that his perfectly hidden presence had been detected so easily. Nevertheless, he acknowledged Deus's sharp senses and demanded information regarding Count Palladio. He believed that no matter how loyal someone was, anyone would betray another person when their own life was on the line. He even prepared to issue threats if necessary. Before he could continue, his gaze shifted upward. Hanging nearby were 2 bloodied corpses. His eyes widened in horror. The ghost killer and the cursed spirit had already been killed and left hanging like trophies. The sight completely stunned him. At the same time, Deus calmly concluded that the man before him was connected to them as well. Without hesitation, Deus used his own thread and slit the man's throat in an instant. The assassin died before he could react. Deus coldly questioned how someone of such low standing dared to speak so carelessly before him. As silence returned, the scene changed once again. This time, the four sins gathered together through a crystal ball. During their discussion, Shirlang repeatedly insisted that she would marry Alan one day. Utia immediately opposed those claims. Listening to their endless argument slowly irritated Radon. Utia firmly reminded everyone that they were merely shadows serving the great moon Alan. In response, Shirlang complained to Rian about Utia's harshness. Rian calmly explained that Utia meant no harm and pointed out that she had served the great moon far longer than any of them. Hearing that only made Utia even more confident. Meanwhile, Radon quietly observed the conversation and became confused when even Rian entered the discussion. Soon, Rian explained that she wished to personally send her own letters. Utia quickly reminded her that she had always handled the group's correspondence. However, Rian explained that she wanted to personally deliver reports regarding the tracker eye. Utia insisted that her reports had never caused any problems. Still, Rian maintained that she wished to handle matters related to the tracker eye herself. In addition, she wanted to include her own personal updates. As she mentioned that, Rian suddenly blushed and giggled softly to herself. The unexpected reaction left everyone stunned. Realizing how awkward the atmosphere had become, she quickly cleared her throat and apologized, explaining that she had simply remembered something amusing. At that moment, Deus finally entered the meeting and apologized for being late. The others assured him that he had arrived on time, but they became curious about the reason for the delay. Before the meeting properly began, Deus revealed that he had important news. He explained that an organization known as the Agency had started targeting the Great Moon. The announcement shocked everyone instantly. Deus continued by explaining that the organization originally consisted of 15 members. However, only 12 remained because he had personally killed 3 of them already. He added that he had even identified several of the survivors. The moment Shirlang heard this, her expression became murderous. She immediately demanded that every single member be exterminated. Rion's face also became terrifying as she spoke about tearing them apart completely. Unlike the others, Radon tried to remain calm. He insisted that they should first gather information and establish a proper plan, just as they usually did during missions. However, his cautious suggestion only caused the others to glare at him suspiciously. Some of them even questioned whether he had become a traitor. They worried about what might happen if the enemies managed to harm the Great Moon. Radon became frustrated by those accusations. He tried explaining that he simply wanted to understand the full situation before acting recklessly, but everyone continued staring at him in silence. Eventually, he gave up and admitted defeat. In the end, he reluctantly agreed that immediate action was necessary. Finally, Yucha declared that the meeting would continue only after the agency matter had been resolved. With that decision, the four sins ended their discussion and immediately prepared to move. After the meeting concluded, Radan remained deep in thought. He felt irritated after being treated as though he were a traitor. Even so, he reminded himself that the Great Moon had granted him power and given him the opportunity to achieve his revenge. Because of that, his loyalty would never falter. Still, he could not help realizing that the devotion displayed by the other sins had already surpassed ordinary loyalty and entered the realm of fanaticism. As the atmosphere calmed, the scene shifted to Torreya, the capital of Asteria. Inside the royal palace, Alan arrived at the grand banquet hall. Several counts followed behind him, their eyes fixed on him with obvious interest. Watching the scene, Evan quietly reflected upon Alan's current position. Ever since Alan had become the leader of Kalfa and his popularity had spread across the kingdom, the peaceful days when he could spend his evenings quietly and unnoticed had completely disappeared. Even now, Evan still could not decide whether this new life was truly an improvement or not. As more and more eyes turned toward him, Alan grew increasingly nervous. Watching the nobles stare in his direction, he suddenly became convinced that everyone believed he had come to challenge the queen herself. Panicking inwardly, he hurriedly revised his plan. He concluded that displaying complete obedience before the queen would make things much easier. After entering deeper into the grand banquet hall, he carefully took in his surroundings. The sheer magnificence of the royal palace immediately left him impressed. At the same time, he noticed how openly the royalist and aristocrat factions were engaging in political maneuvering. It did not take him long to realize that most of them were paying little attention to Kalfa because they assumed the queen was preparing to crush the faction herself. Even under that pressure, Alan desperately tried to calm himself. He reassured himself that after receiving the queen's scolding, he would simply bow his head, surrender peacefully, and accept whatever punishment came. Eventually, Alan and the other counts stepped forward and respectfully bowed before the queen. Standing before them was Sion Cortinia, the 8th monarch of Asteria. After allowing everyone to rise, Sion's gaze settled directly on Alan. She calmly confirmed whether he was the current Count Palladio. Alan acknowledged it politely, but inwardly, he became convinced that Kalfa's destruction was finally at hand. However, the queen's next words completely shattered his expectations. Instead of condemning him, Sion calmly announced that she had decided to elevate Count Palladio to the rank of Marquis. Alan froze in complete disbelief. Sion acknowledged that he had cleaned up the corruption festering within Asteria's underworld and declared that this promotion was his reward. Countless thoughts raced through Alan's mind. To him, it looked as though the queen was openly supporting Kalfa. She had never shown much interest in governing the kingdom, yet now she was personally distributing rewards. No matter how he looked at it, nothing he had done justified being promoted to Marquis. The entire situation seemed utterly absurd. At the same time, Alan wondered whether this was simply Xian displaying her overwhelming confidence. It almost felt as though she was silently reminding everyone that she possessed the power to crush them whenever she pleased. Then Xian ordered him to raise his head. She slowly approached and gently lifted the corners of his lips with her finger. A faint smile appeared on her own face as she remarked that he looked much better when smiling. After that, she calmly declared the matter settled and instructed him to enjoy the banquet before quietly walking away. The moment she departed, the surrounding nobles immediately crowded around Alan and congratulated him. Kalia expressed her astonishment and remarked that even the queen had smiled at him. Alida also admitted that Alan was truly extraordinary, yet while everyone else celebrated, one marquis watched the scene with burning hatred. Soon afterward, the scene shifted to the slums of the kingdom of Ashtalon. The enraged marquis wandered through the streets while struggling to suppress his fury. He reflected on how he had once humiliated himself and begged desperately for mercy, only to spend an entire month being tortured in solitary confinement within the Holy Kingdom. Although he had not suffered permanent damage like Ringrave, he had lost all of his influence. He had patiently waited to witness Kalfa's ambitions collapse. Instead, he was now forced to watch Alan receive the Queen's direct approval. Consumed by resentment, he eventually arrived before a hidden room. After knocking, a voice inside demanded a password. Once he gave the correct answer, he was allowed inside. One of the members guided him deeper into the hideout and informed him that the boss was waiting in the back. As he proceeded further, the identity of the organization's leader was finally revealed. The boss turned out to be none other than Shor Lang. The Marquis stood frozen in shock. He had heard countless rumors about a bloodthirsty hybrid who mutilated corpses for amusement, but he had never imagined that it was her. The horrifying truth became even clearer when he looked around. Corpses littered the room. Xiaolong stood calmly among them with one foot resting atop a severed head. Sensing his presence, she casually asked who had entered. Trying desperately to maintain his composure, the Marquis introduced himself as a member of the agency and explained that he wished to commission the assassination of Palladio. He desperately declared that he was willing to pay any price she desired. Xiaolong chuckled in amusement before casually pointing toward the true owner of the establishment. Without warning, she kicked the severed head beneath her foot straight at him. The horrifying sight shattered the Marquis's composure. He screamed in terror and tried to flee. Still trembling, he finally realized that the room truly belonged to its owner. Xiaolong casually remarked that the place had become somewhat untidy. Moments later, she activated her thunderstick magic and incinerated every corpse scattered around the room. The terrified Marquis immediately begged for mercy. However, Xiaolong coldly declared that nobody was permitted to touch her future husband. Immediately afterward, she cleanly severed his head as well. Far away from that gruesome scene, Alida and Kalia continued trying to speak with Alan. Somehow, Alan had managed to survive the entire week-long banquet by doing nothing except tasting every cake he could find. To him, the experience had been surprisingly enjoyable. Not long afterward, Alan finally began his return journey. As the carriage rolled onward, his thoughts returned to the Queen's strange behavior. No matter how much he pondered it, he still could not understand her intentions. During the trip, Evan accidentally addressed him by his old title before quickly correcting himself after remembering that Alan had now become a Marquis. Alan immediately reassured him and said that he could continue calling him whatever he wanted since the official ceremony had yet to take place. Evan awkwardly agreed and once again referred to him as Count. Not long afterward, Evan pointed toward the forest Alan had been searching for. The place lay near the border, separating the plains from the desert. Alan immediately recognized the location. Since the desert was close to Colony, he decided that they should investigate the forest first. However, his mind soon became occupied with numerous concerns. After defeating Kairos, he still needed to revisit the Kahala ruins. He also had to travel to Roxas and activate the item Heinkel had left behind. On top of that, he had unexpectedly become a Marquis because of the Underworld affair. Alan realized that he needed to prepare carefully, especially if the Bone Eater within the Empire became involved. His thoughts then drifted toward Psychedelia and Calypsophobia, two games that both took place on the continent of Ampelon. Although both titles had been developed by the same team and their events occurred simultaneously, the two worlds barely intersected and shared almost nothing in common. Alan remembered abandoning Calypsophobia early on, meaning he knew very little about its story. Still, he quietly hoped that all the changes occurring in this world would not trigger a butterfly effect that altered Calypsophobia's events. Eventually, he convinced himself that the protagonist of the Western Empire would probably handle whatever problems arose. Soon, Evan stepped out of the carriage and informed Alan that they would have to continue the journey on foot. At that moment, Alan mentally prepared himself. It was finally time to lure out the nearest member of the agency. As he approached Akamai's hideout, he carefully recalled the original method used to enter the cave. According to his memories, all he had to do was recite a certain incantation while stepping inside. Even so, seeing an actual boss area with his own eyes sent chills through his body. Back in the game, players had referred to the leader of the agency as the Spine Slicer, all while cursing him endlessly whenever his name came up. Convinced that everything would proceed according to the original scenario, Alan reassured himself and approached the entrance. Following his memories precisely, he attempted to summon Alchemy, the leader of the agency, while reciting the required protocol and requesting assistance. Before he could even finish the incantation, Evan immediately remarked that things clearly were not going to be that simple. At that moment, the story shifted several hours into the past. Earlier that day, Utia had personally appeared before Alchemy, the leader of the agency and the strongest group of elite assassins in existence. The moment he saw her, Alchemy assumed that she had come to kill him. He explained that he had already obeyed the pilgrim's wishes and withdrawn from worldly affairs. He regarded her appearance as an insult and believed that she was underestimating him. Rage began building inside his heart. After all, he had spent nearly 3 centuries beheading the strongest warriors across the world, and he could not tolerate being treated so lightly. Yet before his fury could erupt, blood suddenly burst from his head. It felt as though every thought inside his mind was being violently ripped apart. The agony was unbearable, forcing him into endless screams. At the same time, Utia released her long hair. The strands wrapped around Alchemy completely and restrained him. Then the hair pierced directly into his head. As she tortured him, she spoke about fear and guilt, endlessly repeating within her own mind until nothing remained but despair and emptiness. She declared that merely thinking about laying a hand on him was an unforgivable sin, and that punishment was now unavoidable. Utia continued crushing him with her powers while Alchemy screamed in agony. Watching his suffering, she smirked coldly and remarked that such a death was still far too merciful. She even commented that he should be grateful to Xiorlang. Moments later, she read the letter Xiorlang had sent and realized she needed to hurry. And so, the agency that had once controlled the entire underworld vanished forever into darkness, never to rise again. Soon afterward, the story returned to the present. Standing inside the cave, Evan questioned whether this was truly the location Alan had been searching for because nothing seemed to be functioning at all. Alan confirmed that this was indeed the right place, though even he had no idea what could have happened. Despite the unnatural silence, the enormous mansion hidden within the cave still looked magnificent. Then Evan noticed the mountains of gold stacked throughout the residence and immediately suggested taking everything with them. He desperately hoped Alan would not refuse and claim that they were forbidden from touching anything. Meanwhile, Alan quietly realized that if Alchemy had truly been present, nobody would have been allowed to lay a finger on even a single coin. That realization alone proved that something terrible had happened to him. A smile slowly appeared on Alan's face as he agreed that they should take everything, especially the potions and jewelry. Evan stared at him in disbelief, wondering whether he was serious. Not long afterward, the two of them began carrying away an absurd amount of treasure. The carriage became so overloaded with gold that some of it started falling out because there was simply no room left. The situation felt ridiculous, as though they had stumbled upon endless riches without lifting a finger. And in that place, wealth truly ruled above all else. Contrary to Alan's earlier fears, they safely reached their next destination while dragging a mountain of treasure behind them. After completing the journey, Alan returned to Xiorlang's kingdom once again. The moment she saw him, Xiorlang became unusually affectionate and remained close to him the entire time. As they headed toward her palace together, she suddenly mentioned that she had a favor to ask. Without hesitation, she handed him an official marriage certificate and calmly requested his signature. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the kingdom of Ashtalan. Inside the duchy of Kumlan, the Duke received news that the agency had completely disappeared. He remarked that they had worked together well and considered the end of their partnership unfortunate. His attention then shifted toward Asteria. He learned that every organization worthy of receiving an abyssal body had vanished, leaving no suitable candidates behind. As a result, they had lost all influence inside Asteria. His assistant apologized and explained that Kalfa's growth had exceeded all expectations. The Duke showed no concern over the apology. Instead, he casually released black mana and killed the assistant on the spot. Without wasting any time, he summoned Ingala and entrusted him with the remaining work. His thoughts then turned toward the experiment. Lord Carmine still remained imprisoned inside the isolation chamber. Absorbing the Abyss Jade had filled him with endless anxiety, while the abyssal body had destroyed his ability to control his violent impulses. The Duke concluded that Carmine had never been a suitable vessel to begin with. Still, he was not surprised. Carmine had merely been a replacement after they lost another test subject. Every guinea pig used in his experiments possessed enough power to endure the absorption of an abyssal body. Unfortunately, the specimen from Colony had already been lost, and the recent experiments had failed to deliver satisfactory results. Among all the subjects, Coleman remained the only successful case. The story then briefly shifted to several weeks earlier. At that time, the Pilgrim had showered Coleman with valuable rewards in exchange for assassinating Count Alan. Despite all the support and resources, Kalman had ultimately failed. Returning to the present, the Duke admitted that he had believed Kalman would be sufficient for the mission. Looking back, he realized that his greatest mistake had been underestimating Count Alan's true strength. He then ordered Ingala to closely monitor the underworld of Colony. Although he claimed not to be the type to hold grudges, the situation had become increasingly irritating, and he wanted it resolved quickly. The Duke instructed Ingala to have the corrupt nobles offer their condolences to Palladio. He explained that damaging Alan's reputation would naturally create cracks among the nobles of Asteria. Since those same nobles constantly sought their support, he intended to use the opportunity to expand their influence even further. Finally, he declared that the plan had to succeed no matter the cost. He firmly believed that everything they were doing was ultimately for the benefit of everyone. The scene then returned to Xior Lang. She handed Alan the marriage certificate once again and asked him to sign it. Seeing the determination in her eyes, Alan realized that calling her family had only led her to misunderstand his intentions. He sighed inwardly and thought that raising children was much more difficult than he had imagined. At the same time, he knew that he could not bring himself to hurt her feelings. Rather than rejecting her directly, Alan gently explained that she should think about it again after she had grown older. He believed that another 2 or 3 years would allow her to mature and understand her feelings better. Zhurlong happily accepted his words and agreed to wait. Alan smiled and patted her head. Deep down, he believed that once she truly became an adult, she would eventually understand her emotions and one day marry the person she genuinely loved. After that touching exchange, the group finally arrived at the Forgotten Ruins. Alan instructed Evan and Xiorlang to remain outside while he entered alone. As he ventured deeper into the ancient structure, he realized that it was once again time to meet another mysterious individual. When he reached the central tower, he came face to face with the dragon woman. She greeted him with amusement and admitted that she had been completely certain that he would fail. Alan calmly acknowledged that he had indeed come dangerously close to failure. The dragon woman burst into laughter and remarked that such an outcome was only natural. In her eyes, he was merely a human who had been forced to confront a god. Curious, she asked how he had managed to survive. Alan explained that he had somehow used manifestation of essence, although he admitted that even he did not fully understand how he had done it. The answer stunned the dragon woman. She questioned whether he even knew what spirit projection was. Alan honestly admitted that he had never heard of such a thing. Her laughter grew louder. She remarked that arrogance truly was a common flaw among mages. At that moment, Alan realized she believed he was lying. Still laughing, she declared that if he could truly prove such an absurd claim, she would willingly acknowledge him as her master. Her attitude irritated Alan, and he wondered whether he still possessed enough mana to attempt it. Even so, he decided he had no choice but to try. Without hesitation, he began gathering his mana. Snowflake Formation, Glory of the Snowy Mountains, Blind Man's Fatality, Ice Crystal Halberd. The overwhelming surge of mana instantly shocked the dragon woman. Alan calmly reminded her of the promise she had just made. Instead of accepting defeat gracefully, she became furious. She accused him of lying from the very beginning and insisted that there was no way he could have accomplished such a feat without knowing spirit projection. She declared that it was unfair and stubbornly claimed that it did not count. After proving himself, Alan once more reminded her of the promise. Though pouting in frustration, the dragon woman reluctantly accepted him as her master. Even then, she genuinely wanted to know whether he truly knew nothing about spirit projection. Alan once again insisted that he was completely ignorant of it. Unable to believe him, she demanded to know how he had managed to cast such magic. Alan explained that he had simply organized his incantations according to their principles and memorized their names. He further pointed out that this was exactly what she had taught him during their previous meeting. The dragon woman then decided to explain the true nature of magic. She revealed that magic was not merely a superficial phenomenon governed by principles. True magic required access to the laws engraved by the original mage who created it. Once a person comprehended the incantations, sentences, ritual gestures, and their meanings, they could freely manifest and reshape the essence of that magic. As Alan listened, he realized that this was essentially what he had been doing all along. However, the dragon woman clarified that before a person could manifest essence through sentences, they first had to invoke spirit projection. She explained that spirit projection represented the memories of the very first moment a mage engraved a law into existence. Incantations, principles, sentences, ritual gestures, and manifestation of essence all stemmed from those memories, forming the foundation of every spell. Upon hearing this, Alan concluded that sentences actually served 2 entirely separate purposes. The dragon woman nodded and explained that without spirit projection, or without inheriting the legacy of another mage, nobody should have been able to understand those things. Sentences were the key to comprehending magical laws. The hints she had accidentally revealed previously should never have been enough. Without spirit projection, such understanding should have been impossible. Alan calmly replied that he had always cast magic the same way. He simply recited the incantations while performing the proper gestures. At that moment, he realized something important. Their ways of thinking were fundamentally different. The dragon woman believed that understanding had to come first and casting afterward. But Alan had taken the opposite path. He had repeatedly cast his spells and gradually understood their meanings through experience. That realization led him to another conclusion. Perhaps becoming a mage entirely through self-study was impossible. Wanting confirmation, he asked another question. The dragon woman stared at him in disbelief. She could not understand how he had managed to reach those conclusions on his own. Alan simply explained that this was how he had always learned magic. Before they could continue, a loud alarm echoed throughout the tower. The dragon woman immediately realized that her time had run out. She apologized and explained that they would not be able to continue their discussion for a long time. Before disappearing, she advised Alan to obtain Sparrow's staff so that he could inherit its incantations and sentences. Alan wondered whether Sparrow's staff was some kind of sentient weapon. The dragon woman explained that the staff belonged to a madman who had implanted his own personality into it. Alan pointed out that sentences were secret techniques, making it unlikely that the owner would willingly share them. The dragon woman replied that the staff's creator had never succeeded in finding a worthy successor. She believed that the old madman was probably still desperately searching for one even now. Finally, she told Alan that she would continue waiting for him. If everything he had said was truly genuine, then one day he would wield the magic of a true mage. She even believed that he might eventually gain enough power to push back those mysterious beings. With those final words, the dragon woman vanished completely. After leaving the forgotten ruins, Alan boarded the carriage and resumed his journey. His thoughts remained occupied by everything he had learned. Meanwhile, Shorelang constantly demanded head pats, leaving him with no choice but to indulge her wishes. As they traveled, Alan focused his thoughts on Sparrow's staff. He recalled that the artifact was stored inside the royal treasury of the Colosseum. To obtain it, he would first need to register as a gladiator. If he accumulated enough victories, he would earn the right to select an artifact from the royal treasury. It was a mandatory quest that he had completed countless times in the game. However, in every previous playthrough, he had ignored Sparrow's staff because it had always appeared completely useless. This time, though, he had no other choice. As the carriage continued moving, the driver suddenly informed him that they would have to stop. The roads ahead were packed with people, making it impossible to proceed. Since they were forced to wait anyway, Alan decided to step outside and stretch his body. The moment he entered the streets, he noticed an enormous crowd. Many people recognized the Rosario crest decorating his carriage and reacted with amazement. They were equally astonished by the paladins accompanying it, leaving everyone wondering what was happening. The lively atmosphere aroused Alan's curiosity. Before he could discover the cause of the commotion, Shorelang suddenly grabbed his hand and pulled him toward another side of the street. At that exact moment, someone greeted him warmly after such a long separation and addressed him as Godfather. The voice belonged to Utia. Holding Alan's hand, she smiled brightly. The sight of her familiar crimson eyes immediately caught his attention. Recognizing those eyes, Alan stared at her in surprise. There was no mistake. The girl standing before him was Utia. Alan is stunned by how different Utia feels in person compared to her game appearance. The crowd erupts upon seeing her, and a child excitedly points out the beautiful saintess. Utia smiles and gently corrects him, explaining that she is now a cardinal and should be addressed as Your Eminence. The revelation shocks Alan, but the boy innocently offers her a flower while calling her a pretty eminence. His embarrassed father tries to scold him, yet Utia warmly accepts the gift before suggesting that she and Alan speak somewhere private. The father quickly carries his son away, while Silrang enthusiastically approves the plan. Their group boards an extravagant carriage and travels directly to the guild headquarters. Inside the lounge, Evan notices Silrang sulking in a corner and asks Alan what happened. Instead of answering, Alan asks how important the rank of cardinal is. Evan explains that it is the second highest position in the entire Holy Kingdom, granting enough authority to declare a holy war. The information leaves Alan speechless. The young villainess he once sponsored has risen to terrifying influence. Evan is equally bewildered. Remembering the Holy Knights escorting her, he admits that news rarely escapes the isolated Holy Kingdom of Rosario, so he had no way of knowing about her promotion. Alan smiles faintly. He's relieved that Utia is thriving, and having such a powerful ally is certainly advantageous. Utia and Silrang lead them into a luxurious private room. Silrang eagerly tells her godfather to relax before jumping onto the sofa beside the exhausted Alan. Her happiness lasts only a moment. Across the room, Utia fixes her with a murderous glare, her red eyes glowing ominously. Silrang instantly freezes and becomes unnaturally quiet beneath her overwhelming pressure. Utia then turns toward Alan, her sweet and affectionate smile returning as though nothing happened. She explains that she wanted to personally inform him of her promotion. Alan marvels at her angelic expression, which could convince anyone that she is a genuine saint. However, he remembers the monstrous form she assumed in the game when her power ran wild. Comparing that terrifying past with the composed woman before him fills him with fatherly pride. She has grown remarkably well. The peaceful mood collapses when Silrang whispers that Utia merely used official business as an excuse to visit Alan. Utia's smile sharpens as a sinister aura engulfs her. She coldly asks how Silrang dares accuse her of violating the moon's directives. Terrified by the sudden change, Silrang immediately apologizes. Alan senses the tension and cautiously asks whether the two of them are getting along. Utia's demonic aura disappears at once. She wraps an arm around the petrified Silrang and cheerfully claims that they are the closest of friends. Silrang could only nod stiffly in frightened agreement. Seeking Alan's protection, Silrang reminds him that he promised to consider marrying her in 2 years. Alan responds vaguely, but she interprets it as confirmation. Puffing out her chest, she proudly announces to the stunned Utia that her godfather has promised to seriously consider their marriage. Her smug celebration appears almost comical, while Alan watches with a blank expression. Utia studies him with a knowing smile and correctly realizes that he merely surrendered to Silrang's childish persistence to calm her down. Alan observes that Utia behaves far more maturely because she is the eldest. However, that maturity conceals a darker impulse. Utia silently decides that Silrang must be properly educated for coercing their patron. In a calm but firm voice, Utia tells Silrang that she is far too young to consider marriage and should stop placing Alan in uncomfortable situations. Silrang argues that her vice chief said their age difference was irrelevant, then insults Utia by calling her an old hag. Utia calmly points out that she is only 2 years older. Silrang refuses to believe her and exclaims that Rin revealed the truth. Growing increasingly emotional, she declares that Utia is at least 1,000 years old. Before she can finish, Utia slams her foot into the floor. The tremendous impact shakes the entire guild building, blasting open a crater beneath Silrang and sending her crashing to the level below. Utia innocently blames the damage on poor construction. Cold sweat runs down Alan's neck as he remembers an essential rule: never question a woman's age, especially when that woman is a cursed blood. Still wearing a sickeningly sweet smile, Utia says that she will retrieve Silrang from downstairs. Alan is once again reminded that she is one of the 5 mortal sins. After that brief incident, the conversation continues peacefully. Eventually, Utia must depart for her duties at the royal palace. She promises to visit frequently during Alan's stay and correctly assumes that he came for the Colosseum tournament. She offers to confirm whether the reward he seeks remains in the royal treasury. Alan explains that his target is Sparrow's staff, confidently assuming nobody would choose such a seemingly worthless artifact. Utia gives her professor one final warm smile before leaving in her carriage. Watching her depart, Alan remarks that he should visit the registration office before the queues become unbearable. Now recovered, Silrang dismisses his concern and confidently assures her godfather that registration will take only a moment for them. They soon arrive at the magnificent Colosseum, the stage of Alan's next objective. True to her claim, Silrang's influence allows him to bypass the enormous line of aspiring gladiators and register in less than a minute. Alan receives a standard F-rank gladiator tag and examines it carefully. To enter the royal treasury, he must climb to A rank. Considering his strength, the goal seems entirely achievable. 2 days later, anticipation electrifies the packed stadium. The announcer welcomes the roaring audience to the F-rank deathmatch, declaring it the bloodiest contest of all. The spectators erupt, eager to witness carnage. The winner of the Battle Royale will advance directly to D rank, skipping a significant portion of the usual progression. The announcer explains that the wisest strategy in a free-for-all is to eliminate the greatest threat first. Every gladiator immediately turns toward Count Palacio. At the signal, dozens of fighters charge Alan with their weapons raised. He remains motionless as the horde closes in, united by their determination to eliminate the strongest opponent. Alan quickly recognizes that his usual high-powered single-target spells are unsuitable. He needs a wide-area attack capable of defeating everyone at once. The gladiators leap toward him with spears, swords, and axes aimed at his body. Dark energy coils around Alan's glowing fingertips as he decides to finish the battle immediately. He chants the necessary incantation and combines the constellations of snowy lances and ice crystal. A violent surge of frozen energy erupts from the arena floor, cracking the earth beneath its immense pressure. A colossal spire of jagged ice bursts skyward, leaving Alan calmly standing at its summit while the gladiators stare up in shock. However, the spell is not complete. Alan clenches his fist and pours additional mana into the structure, reinforcing its foundation. He then activates the compression sequence, forcing the enormous mass of ice to contract. The spire groans and fractures as it collapses inward, condensing into a dense sphere of swirling frozen energy. Alan creates a vacuum around it and continues compressing until the enormous construct becomes a tiny, shimmering orb of absolute cold. He then unleashes its final form, primordial regression. With a slight movement of his wrist, Alan sends the supercondensed sphere of ice magic plummeting toward the center of the arena. Countless ice shards rain down upon the gladiators as the crowd erupts in delirious awe. When the frozen mist finally disperses, dozens of defeated fighters lie scattered across the devastated arena, leaving Alan as the only man standing. The stunned announcer declares Alan Palladio the victor, confirming that his overwhelming single strike has promoted him directly to D rank. Alan calmly leaves the arena with his green cape fluttering behind him. However, once the roaring spectators fade from view, his composed facade crumbles. He collapses against a hallway wall, breathing heavily as his heart pounds violently. Expanding the spell over such a vast area drained his entire mana reserve at once. Slumping to the floor, Alan realizes that he urgently needs to improve his control over mana flow. Evan soon appears and congratulates him on the spectacular victory. Too exhausted to answer, Alan merely raises a weak hand. Evan grins and announces that Utia sent him a gift. He opens a velvet case, revealing Sparrow's staff. Alan stares in disbelief and asks how Utia obtained it when access to the royal treasury is supposed to be earned through the Colosseum. Evan simply explains that she thought Alan would appreciate it. Looking at the staff, Alan feels genuinely moved. Receiving a present from his eldest daughter is far more pleasant than he expected. The following day, after recovering his mana, Alan attempts to activate the artifact. He channels dark energy into it, causing purple smoke to coil around the shaft while a faint crimson glow appears inside the skull's hollow eyes. With an audible click, the jaw opens for the first time in centuries. A cantankerous voice demands to know who disturbed its slumber. Alan calmly introduces himself and explains that a dragon woman told him the staff had once been a great mage. The skull, calling itself Sparrow, scoffs that there was apparently one fool among the dragons after all. Ignoring the insult, Alan asks Sparrow to teach him the arts of incantation and magical sentences. Sparrow immediately refuses, declaring the request absurd. It claims to possess neither the ability nor the desire to pass down its legacy before angrily ordering Alan to leave it alone. The staff falls silent just as Evan knocks and enters with urgent news. An A-rank gladiator named Pearson has formally challenged Alan to a duel. Evan presents a red challenge card bearing a single ominous word, DII. Alan is baffled. As a newly promoted D rank, he should never be challenged by someone from A rank. Such an act is both shameless and contrary to the usual rules. Evan agrees that the situation is suspicious. An A ranker would not gamble a prestigious title without a compelling motive. However, where Evan sees danger, Alan recognizes an extraordinary opportunity. Accepting the challenge could let him bypass the exhausting climb through the lower divisions and reach the top immediately. Alan lifts the silent staff and proposes a wager. If Sparrow doubts his potential, Alan suggests that he prove it through the duel. A crackling laugh emerges from the skull as its ruby eye gleams. Sparrow says that it likes the idea and has grown bored enough to enjoy the entertainment. The next day, motivated by their bet, Alan enters the Grand Colosseum. The announcer introduces him as the D-rank newcomer Alan Palladio, who has come to prove that the rumors surrounding him are true. He then presents Pearson, a boisterous A-rank fighter determined to put the rookie in his place. Pearson plays eagerly to the crowd while concealing his real objective. A new Baba Yaga will soon be chosen from among the A ranks, and he believes defeating the famous Count will greatly increase his reputation. The two face each other at the arena's center. Alan remains composed, while Pearson radiates absolute confidence. As soon as the duel begins, Alan floods the battlefield with a wave of freezing magic. Pearson is fully prepared. As a warrior of the Firebeast tribe, he summons a tremendous vortex of flames, knowing that fire is believed to be the Count's greatest weakness. The spectators roar as fire and ice collide, engulfing the stadium in dense steam. Pearson smirks, convinced that his elemental advantage has already decided the match. His flames overpower Alan's ice and completely disperse the attack. Seeing an opening, Pearson decides to finish the duel immediately. He leaps through the air with both swords blazing. Alan determines that his victory must be equally swift and spectacular. He begins constructing a new spell through lightning alignment. Blue electricity surrounds his body as he rises through the air to confront Pearson. The A-ranker is shocked. He prepared to counter ice, but Alan's secondary element makes his movements far harder to anticipate. Pearson grits his teeth and charges onward, hoping to strike before the incantation is completed. As he approaches, however, he witnesses Alan entering the next stage, fusion. Terror spreads across Pearson's face. Alan activates Pantaray, releasing an immense surge of blue energy. In a brilliant flash, his hair turns white and his entire body transforms into the form of the lightning god. Now composed of lightning, Alan moves at an impossible speed and passes effortlessly through Pearson's attack. The A-ranker stares in disbelief after striking nothing but empty air. Before Pearson can turn, Alan materializes behind him as the atmosphere crackles with electricity. Pearson cannot comprehend the spell before him. He has never heard of magic capable of transforming a living body in such a manner. Alan's unstable form flickers and sparks, already threatening to lose cohesion. Nevertheless, he attacks in a blinding flash. A barrage of electrified blows tears through Pearson's defenses. The strikes arrive too quickly to block, forcing him to cry out as lightning surges through his body. Pearson desperately attempts to defend himself, but the relentless assault shatters his guard and hurls him to the ground. Moments later, he lies defeated and twitching upon the arena floor. The announcer struggles to recover from his astonishment before declaring Alan Palladio the winner. As the victory is confirmed, Alan's transformation dissolves. His restored body is covered in blood and deep wounds caused by the spell's tremendous strain. He realizes how narrowly he survived. Transforming the body into pure magic requires twisting the laws of nature and is inherently self-destructive. The lightning alignment taught by Sparrow replaces the physical body with a current of pure mana carrying the lightning element. The following incantations perform fusion, enchanting that mana with the essence of lightning. By materializing the fused alignment through the form of the lightning god, the caster temporarily becomes lightning and gains its properties. The manifestation of essence that Sparrow offered for their wager was therefore an impossibly advanced spell that allowed a mage to become the element itself. The instant Alan activated it, he was forced to comprehend its true principles. Had he misunderstood even one concept or lacked sufficient mastery of mana alignment, his body would have scattered through the air like exploding fireworks. Somehow, he maintained the transformation long enough to win. Alan leaves the arena considering himself fortunate to remain alive. Yet the danger has not entirely passed. Lightning is naturally unstable, and even a slight error while reconstructing his physical body could prove fatal. Back at the guild, Sil Rang wails upon seeing her godfather's critical condition. After receiving a potion and being wrapped in bandages, Alan reassures the sobbing girl that he has survived. Despite his words, he remains disturbed. He cannot help wondering whether Sparrow deliberately gave him a lethal spell as a trap. Still, the outcome is undeniable. With a smug smile, Alan reminds the grumbling staff that he won their wager. After recovering the following day, Alan and Sil Rang travel to the royal palace to claim his reward. Alan remarks that everything proceeds remarkably quickly whenever she is involved. He expected the process to take at least a week, but the influence of the first Baba Yaga surpasses even his expectations. Sil Rang playfully dismisses the compliment and moves uncomfortably close to him, causing Alan to cough awkwardly. He then forms a telepathic link with Sparrow and asks whether the staff has forgotten their agreement. Sparrow reluctantly asks what Alan desires before abruptly offering to make him its heir, even imagining him dressed as a magical girl. Alan firmly reminds Sparrow that they already agreed to postpone that discussion. Sparrow complains that a loser should not be treated so casually, while Alan simply begs it to stop. The staff continues promoting its inheritance, boasting that its magical laws are extraordinarily powerful and that together they could crush every other mage. Alan admits internally that he wants the magic but wants nothing to do with Sparrow's suspicious contract. The dilemma gives him an idea. He decides to consult the dragon woman before agreeing to anything, unwilling to sign a contract without understanding every condition. Mockingly repeating Sparrow's earlier insult, Alan claims that he is far too stupid to become its heir. The staff immediately sputters in panic, pleading with him and apologizing repeatedly. They soon reach the magnificent royal palace. As Sil Rang carries Alan away, Evan waves goodbye, while the petty Sparrow complains about being abandoned with him. Inside the throne room, Alan kneels and salutes King Carmax III of Colony. The king orders him to raise his head and acknowledges that he has proven his worth. He praises Alan's unusual duel and admits that it left a strong impression. The king confirms that Alan requested permission to enter the royal treasury. According to Colony's ancient traditions, only a valiant champion may receive that privilege. Alan bows and thanks His Majesty. The king then mentions that he is considered granting Alan an additional reward before casually revealing that he has a daughter. Alan is utterly confused. He assumes the king merely wishes to boast about his child, a sentiment Alan can understand as a father himself. The king instructs his attendant Maxime to escort the count to the treasury. Maxime, a muscular and stoic man, directs Alan to follow him, leaving Alan even more puzzled by the strange mention of the princess. They soon arrive before the treasury's ornate doors. Maxime warns Alan that he may select only one object and expresses hope that he will not regret his decision. Alan understands the precaution, certain that countless visitors have attempted dishonest tricks in the past. He spends the next 30 minutes searching through the enormous collection of artifacts. Eventually, an exhausted Alan locates his true objective, a small, unimpressive sword known as the Oath of the Blindfolded One. To ordinary eyes, it resembles nothing more than a decoration. Alan, however, knows its genuine value. Having chosen his reward, he leaves the treasury while dreading another confusing conversation about the king's daughter. He simply wants to depart as quickly as possible. Outside, Sil Rang waves cheerfully and asks whether he is finished. Alan notices that both she and the king are behaving strangely, laughing nervously while sweating. Following proper etiquette, Alan presents his chosen treasure to the king and expresses his gratitude. The king hurriedly wishes him a safe journey home and insists that his earlier remark about his daughter was merely a joke. Before Alan can understand what happened, Sil Rang grabs him and bolts from the palace, leaving the bewildered king and Maxime behind. While being carried on her back, Alan asks whether leaving without saluting the king will cause trouble. Sil Rang cheerfully explains that, as the first Baba Yaga, the king personally excused her from such formalities. Still curious, Alan asks what they discussed while he was inside the treasury. Sil Rang giggles and claims that they merely spoke about food and other trivial matters. Alan remains unconvinced. The atmosphere around them had clearly been unusual. Back in the throne room, the king reflects upon his terrifying conversation with Sil Rang. He had never seen her smile so pleasantly, yet the expression had been nothing more than a facade. The instant Alan turned his back, her true nature resurfaced. She released enough killing intent to threaten the life of the king himself. Carmax realizes that although Sil Rang calls Alan her godfather, he had never understood the depth of her devotion. A guard then announces that the cardinal requests an audience. Moments later, Utia enters the throne room wearing an elegant black lace dress. She advances silently toward the throne. The king welcomes her eminence, but the moment he sees her expression, his eyes widen in fear. King Carmaxis III immediately notices that Utia's expression has changed. She usually wears a gentle smile, but now her crimson eyes are cold and unreadable. Utia informs him that she has heard about certain developments and politely requests permission to ask a few questions. The king can only sigh in disbelief over how badly the situation has deteriorated. First, Silrang had openly threatened him, yet he could not punish her for treason because the kingdom desperately needed the overwhelming strength of the two remaining Baba Yagas. That dependence was precisely why he had tried to use Alan, Silrang's godfather, to his advantage. Offering the princess in marriage had been a calculated political maneuver. If Alan rejected the proposal, he might feel indebted to the crown. If he accepted, the king could gain influence over the unpredictable Baba Yaga while also benefiting from Alan's growing prestige. Alan was also closely connected to Utia Bludia, the powerful cardinal of the Holy Kingdom. From the king's perspective, the arrangement should have benefited him regardless of Alan's decision. Instead, his scheme had backfired spectacularly. After facing Silrang's murderous hostility, he now found Utia standing before him without her usual smile. Her emotionless gaze made it impossible for him to deny her request. Carmaxis remembers that he had needed Utia's assistance from the beginning and had even promised her one of the kingdom's treasures in exchange for her support. He believed their relationship had been improving, yet he could no longer understand what had gone wrong. Utia approaches the throne with chilling politeness and asks whether His Majesty truly attempted to burden her professor, Count Palacio, with such a troublesome gift. The king's eyes widen in terror. Her gentle demeanor has vanished beneath a suffocating aura as she presses him for an answer. Trembling, Carmaxis can only wonder what kind of man Count Palacio truly is to command such fierce devotion from two of the world's most dangerous women. Meanwhile, Alan drags Sparrow toward the library despite the staff's furious resistance. Sparrow screams that it refuses to go and repeatedly begs him to stop, but its tantrum changes nothing. Alan soon enters the vast, ethereal library and finally stands before the entity he sought. The dragon woman floats before him and announces that she's been waiting. With a slight pout, she remarks that he remembered their promised meeting after all, then declares that she will generously forgive his delay. She quickly asks whether he's discovered the staff's magic since obtaining it. Alan raises Sparrow and explains that he successfully manifested its essence, although the process was far more dangerous than necessary. The dragon woman stares at him in genuine astonishment, finding it difficult to believe that he survived. She turns toward the trembling staff and asks whether Alan is telling the truth. Sparrow frantically confirms everything while shaking uncontrollably. Alan watches in confusion, unable to understand why the arrogant staff suddenly appears terrified. Satisfied, the dragon woman agrees to answer his questions. She reminds him that their previous conversation ended because he had not yet met the qualifications necessary to speak with her. Alan decides to proceed carefully. He asks what she meant during their first meeting when she claimed that his caliber, the standard by which the world judged him, was insufficient. Amused by his ignorance, the dragon woman reveals that she was referring to his divine caliber. Alan is stunned. He had considered that possibility but dismissed it as impossible. He explains that the structure of the universe prevents him from absorbing divine caliber, even after killing gods. Therefore, defeating outer gods should not have increased it. The dragon woman agrees that such reasoning would be correct for an ordinary human. Alan immediately asks why he is different. She explains that humans normally cannot possess divine caliber because they lack a vessel capable of containing it. That vessel is not created through strength or slaughter, but through faith. Among humans, it might be described as piety. The explanation begins connecting several mysteries in Alan's mind. He realizes that humans may obtain divine caliber for the devotion directed toward them. The dragon woman confirms his conclusion and adds that, without divine caliber, Alan would never have been able to perceive her at all. She explains that she encouraged him to confront the outer gods because doing so would raise his meager caliber enough for them to communicate. Alan sighs in frustration. Every answer seems to create several more questions. He cannot imagine who would place such faith in him when his fame is hardly widespread. His heart then races as he asks whether divine caliber can grant extraordinary abilities like those possessed by the gods of this world. The dragon woman compares him to a minor regional deity worshipped in an isolated corner of the world, implying that divine caliber exists in many different degrees. Alan protests that he has already defeated two outer gods. She corrects him, explaining that he did not absorb all their caliber and merely destroyed their manifestations temporarily. In fact, possessing caliber was what allowed him to confront them in the first place. The dragon woman wonders whether Alan may have inherited part of the will of the outer gods he defeated, since he already possessed caliber before understanding its nature. She finds it fascinating that he accomplished so much without knowing the source of his power. Nevertheless, she says that what matters is that he now understands the truth and invites him to continue questioning her. Alan asks everything troubling him at once. He wants to know what it means to inherit another being's will, the true names of the outer gods, the mystery surrounding the great forgotten god, and the purpose of the archives beneath the tower. Her responses remain frustratingly vague. She explains that the archives merely record the world's present condition and refuses to elaborate further. Regarding the Great Forgotten God, she only says that the title once described a certain mage. Feeling that he is learning almost nothing, Alan asks whether there was any purpose behind him acquiring divine caliber at all. The Dragon Woman replies that every question he is asked leads to the same place. The truth he seeks lies within the deep depths. Alan demands to know why she cannot simply reveal it herself. She explains that she cannot speak openly about the past because certain beings are listening. Those entities gnawed through the roots of history and swallowed the past into absolute darkness. They were responsible for ending the Age of Gods, and now they are beginning to rise toward the surface once more. A heavy silence fills the library as Alan processes the terrifying revelation. The Dragon Woman then gives him a task. She tells him to deliver a special necklace to the last mermaid living at the eastern edge of the coast. That mermaid will guide him into the deep depths, where the answers he seeks are hidden. Alan accepts. He already intended to travel to Raxus to release the artifact he recently acquired, so the journey aligns perfectly with his plans. He then remembers the warning that blue and black entities were observing him and asks whether it was true. The Dragon Woman confirms it, advising him to regard their attention as recognition from greater gods. As though summoned by her words, two enormous eyes, one red and one blue, appear within the surrounding void and silently observe Alan. Before he leaves, the Dragon Woman requests that Sparrow remain with her. She promises to return the staff in 2 years, explaining that it must be made useful while she gathers enough strength for their next conversation. Sparrow immediately protests, but Alan hands it over without hesitation. He casually bids them farewell and turns away, ignoring the staff's desperate cries. As his body begins to fade, the Dragon Woman stops him. Since neither of them knows when they will meet again, she offers to explain a little about his magic before allowing him to depart. When Alan returns to the real world, he calls for Evan and Silrang. He finds them sitting beside a campfire, happily eating freshly made tornado potatoes. Alan remarks with a deadpan expression that they have become remarkably skilled at wasting time. Later, the group returns to the guild and prepares for the journey to Raxus. Alan eats another tornado potato while Evan struggles beneath a mountain of luggage and confirms that they have packed enough, especially since they will be traveling with a caravan. The following day, they gather at Coloni's gates. Silrang cheerfully bids her godfather farewell and reminds him to sign the document she gave him. Just as Alan prepares to leave, he notices a familiar figure and immediately begins sweating. Cardinal Eudia greets him with a sweet smile and says that she is pleased to have caught him before his departure. Alan thanks her, but his confusion deepens when he notices King Carmaxis standing beside her. Eutia explains that His Majesty personally wished to see him off. She then turns toward the king with a subtle smile and reminds him about the gift he intended to give Count Palacio. Carmaxis flinches before forcing an awkward laugh and confirming that he wanted to present the gift himself. Alan scratches his head, bewildered by their unnatural behavior. He has always lived by the principle of never rejecting free wealth, but the so-called gift is an entire carriage overflowing with treasure. The offering is far too extravagant to be simple goodwill. Sensing political obligations hidden beneath the generosity, Alan attempts to refuse and insists that he has done nothing to deserve such wealth. The king immediately panics. He grabs Alan's hands and desperately assures him that the treasure is merely a sincere gift without any secret motive. Overwhelmed by Carmaxis' desperation, Alan reluctantly accepts. As the treasure-filled carriage passes through the city gates, Eutia gives the king a satisfied smile and remarks that their negotiations ended successfully. The traumatized monarch weakly agrees. Watching Count Palladio disappear into the distance, Carmaxis silently vows never to involve himself with that man again. The ordeal has left him so exhausted that he begins craving the magical herb he abandoned 13 years earlier. Inside the carriage, Alan meticulously divides his new gold coins into small bags to calm himself. He tells Evan that life has not felt this peaceful in a long time, and that the treasure will finally ease the county's financial deficit. Evan asks whether a quiet life is truly what Alan wants, considering everything surrounding him. Alan insists that it is, explaining that he is merely busy at present. With a knowing smile and an encouraging thumbs up, Evan predicts that Alan's temporary busyness will probably last several more years. Alan's eyebrow twitches at the teasing remark. As petty retaliation, he announces that Evan will prepare sweet potatoes for dinner. Evan stares at him in horror and reminds him that they ate the same thing yesterday. When he realizes Alan is serious, he wails at the thought of cooking sweet potatoes yet again. 2 weeks later, Alan finally returns to his territory. His first task is unloading the enormous carriage of treasure that King Carmaxis generously and supposedly without ulterior motives gave him. The wealth should greatly improve the county's finances. However, Alan has little time to enjoy being home. After securing the treasure, he and Evan immediately depart again, heading toward Lartania on their way to Roxas. As their carriage crosses the countryside, Evan notices Alan repeatedly drifting into thought and asks what is troubling him. Alan remembers the Dragon Woman's final revelation before their separation. She explained that his method of using magic completely violates the laws of the universe. Ordinarily, a mage requires spirit projection to manipulate magical laws and manifest an essence. Alan somehow performs both without it, contradicting what should be an absolute truth. The Dragon Woman therefore reached two possible conclusions. Either Alan is a supernatural entity far more powerful than he understands, or he has lost his memories. Neither explanation feels convincing to him. He highly doubts that he is an omnipotent god suffering from amnesia. Alan tells Evan that both possibilities are probably wrong. Had he truly possessed overwhelming power, he would not have struggled through so many dangerous trials. He also dismisses the mystery of the forgotten god as elaborate game lore that conveniently grants him additional strength. As far as he understands, the related titles merely increase his attack power. Still, the growing number of unanswered questions frustrates him. Evan asks whether the situation is truly so serious. Alan tries to brush it aside, saying that everything will eventually make sense once he reaches the deep depths. For now, his greatest concern is discovering whether a catastrophe is approaching their world. Evan assures him that he can always rely on his support. Touched by the loyalty, Alan rewards him with a jar of luxurious dessert. Alan then accuses Evan of fishing for praise, but Evan insists that his encouragement was sincere. Moments later, Alan notices Evan sitting with his hands clasped solemnly and asks whether he has invented a new pre-meal ritual. Evan explains that he is praying. When Alan asks what for, Evan admits that he is begging for dinner to contain anything except sweet potatoes. He has completely lost the will to eat them. Alan flatly asks whether Evan dislikes sweet potatoes. The miserable servant cries that anyone would hate a food after being forced to eat it at every meal. Several days later, they arrive in Lartania and visit an expensive gift shop. Alan searches for a present for someone he neglected during his previous rushed visit. He remembers Rin diligently working with a worn fountain pen and immediately decides what to buy her. While browsing, Alan and Evan overhear two men discussing the Council of Three. Another member has apparently died. The men dismiss the deceased Bhima and Riot as corrupt scoundrels. With both gone, Rin is now the Council's only surviving member. Rumors claim that the three chosen ones turned against one another. Disturbing images form in Alan's mind of Bhima and Riot lying dead while Rin stands nearby with a cold, determined expression. According to the gossip, Rin personally killed them. Alan begins sweating as the pieces connect in the worst possible way. He wonders why she would murder her fellow council members, only for the men to provide the answer. They heard that Bhima and Riot had insulted Rin's patron. Alan's situation instantly becomes more complicated, because that patron is him. Elsewhere, within Caliburn's Annex Palace, Second Prince Tyrion rages over a rabid dog who has repeatedly tested his patience. The so-called dog is Deus Macallion, Caliburn's second blade. Deus possesses extraordinary fame, with even an unconfirmed rumor claiming that he defeated Reinhardt, the First Blade, in a duel. Yet his recent behavior has inspired an even stranger reputation. A report describes his suspicious obsession with magic. Every night, he practices elaborate hand gestures in an attempt to imitate spellcasting. Whenever anyone mentions mages during a meeting, Deus launches into lengthy speeches about Count Palladio. He praises the beauty and strength of Alan's magic and recounts how the Count confronted an outer god. His admiration far exceeds normal respect. Deus describes Alan as charming, exceptional, and magnificent, making his fanaticism increasingly uncomfortable for everyone around him. Tyrion crushes the report in fury. He remembers how Deus previously interfered when the prince struck his own sister. Unfamiliar with modern courtship customs, Deus interpreted Tyrion's behavior as an insult and challenged him to a duel. Tyrion suffered a humiliating public defeat. Afterward, political attention shifted toward his brother, weakening Tyrion's position in the struggle for the throne. He remains a contender only because of assistance from the Ashkelon underworld. That same organization has now presented him with an irresistible opportunity. They want Tyrion to pressure Count Palladio and have supplied both a gift and information that can serve as a reasonable justification. Tyrion is delighted. He finally has an opportunity to torment the man Deus worships. He believes himself protected because Deus cannot attack a prince without the king's authorization unless he has completely lost his mind. At that exact moment, the study door explodes inward beneath a blast of purple energy. A figure emerges through the smoke, impatiently tapping one foot. Deus Macallion calmly introduces himself as the second blade of Caliburn. Tyrion freezes, wondering whether the man is genuinely insane. Deus immediately explains that defamatory rumors about Count Palladio have circulated for 2 days and supposedly originated from the prince. His glowing eyes fix upon Tyrion as he asks whether the accusation is true. Attempting to regain his composure, Tyrion smirks and asks what Deus would do if the rumors were factual. Deus coldly replies that they are not and orders him to stop spreading them. Tyrion mocks him by mentioning his previous act of rebellion. Deus refuses to argue and casually remarks that one must always remain cautious about an accidental collapse of the Annex Palace. The prince asks whether he is being threatened. Feigning innocence, Deus claims that he is merely concerned about the quality of the building's materials. Tyrion recognizes the warning and begins to suspect that Deus may be entirely serious. Narrowing his eyes, Deus asks whether the prince intends to correct the rumors. Still attempting to call his bluff, Tyrion asks what will happen if he refuses. Deus merely expresses his regret. Purple threads extend from his fingers, and the entire structure begins groaning and shaking. Tyrion is thrown from his feet as the room breaks apart around him. The Annex Palace is genuinely collapsing. Deus calmly explains that a crack formed in the 8th support pillar 18 years earlier and has finally become dangerous. As the floor gives way, he adds that the prince's tragic death will remind everyone of the importance of regular maintenance. Tyrion screams in terror while the building crumbles beneath him. Deus's power continues tearing the annex apart until Tyrion finally breaks. Terrified, the prince screams that he will comply and begs him to stop. The destruction ends instantly. Although the chamber is devastated, the building remains standing. Deus surveys the damage and calmly concludes that the crack must have been superficial. Approaching the trembling prince, he claims that he had been deeply concerned but is relieved to discover his mistake. He even praises the annex's architect for constructing such a durable palace. Tyrion can only shake in terror, convinced that Deus is completely insane. Even so, another scheme forms in his mind. He decides to use this incident as an excuse to eliminate Deus permanently. Before leaving, however, Deus destroys that plan as well. He casually warns Tyrion that unless he wants the king to discover his connection to a foreign criminal organization and imprison him, he should abandon any dangerous ideas. Deus walks away, leaving the prince kneeling amid the wreckage with every scheme ruined. Unable to contain his rage, Tyrion destroys what remains of his office. The following day, a peculiar rumor spreads throughout Caliburn. According to the story, the troublesome second prince Tyrion had attacked Deus. Meanwhile, Alan reaches Merde in Lartania, where Rin informs him that she has obtained the artifact he requested, the necklace needed for the mermaid's mission. Rin says that payment is unnecessary, but Alan insists because the necklace is intended as a gift for someone else. After settling the price, he presents her with the elegant fountain pen he purchased. Rin appears genuinely delighted. Seeing her happiness, Alan regrets not giving her something sooner. She is far too kind for him to believe the rumors claiming that she murdered the other council members. Alan prepares to leave and tells her that they will meet again. He notices that her face has become increasingly expressive. Rin admits that she is disappointed by his early departure but understands that he is in a hurry. Looking unusually cheerful, she assures him that he may always rely on her assistance. Alan thanks her once more before departing, still wondering about the change in her behavior. Rin watches his carriage pass through the enormous gates. Once it disappears, she turns toward the vast and beautiful city being built nearby and quietly remarks that it will soon be complete. 5 days after leaving Lartania, Alan and Evan continue along the coast. The sight of the ocean confirms that Roxas is finally close. Their peaceful journey ends when someone suddenly blocks the road. Evan leaves the carriage to investigate and finds a small boy in a wizard's hat standing defiantly before them. The child demands food, pointing firmly at the travelers as though issuing an official order. Evan stares at the tiny, demanding mage in confusion. Alan steps outside to see what is happening. The boy immediately performs a dramatic introduction, announcing that he is Pelin, a third-ranked genius of the Blue Magic Tower. Neither Alan nor Evan appears impressed. Pelin generously offers them the rare privilege of earning his favor in exchange for a small snack. Alan responds with mild curiosity, but before anyone can answer, an enraged girl with blue pigtails bursts from the trees and scolds Pelin for repeating the same foolish behavior. Her anger vanishes the moment she notices Alan. He recognizes her as Penia. Pelin tries to defend himself, claiming that he was about to secure food for them. Evan remains astonished that the child attempted to beg from a count. Penia has no patience left. She strikes her brother to the ground, bows deeply to Alan, and apologizes repeatedly. She explains that Pelin grew up sheltered and understands nothing about proper behavior. Alan calmly assures her that no harm was done. Relieved, Penia laughs nervously and remarks on the coincidence of meeting him there. Pelin is stunned. He has never witnessed his sister treating anyone with such courtesy. He points out that she slapped the noble only the previous day and regularly strikes him with her staff as well. Evan silently concludes that the siblings are both extremely strange. Pelin further expresses surprise that Penia even knows how to behave politely. She responds by hitting him several more times and ordering him to remain silent. Penia then turns back to Alan with a bright smile and resumes apologizing while her unconscious brother lies on the road. Alan reflects that this world contains far too many unstable mages. He remembers that Penia possessed a twisted personality in the game, though her behavior was somewhat understandable considering the unpleasant master of her magic tower. Realizing that the siblings are stranded, Alan offers them passage because they are all traveling toward Raxus. He adds that they are free to refuse. The suggestion of refusing seems incomprehensible to Penia. She immediately begs him to let them join. With 2 chaotic new companions aboard, the journey resumes. Once everyone settles inside the carriage, Alan asks why they were begging for food beside an isolated road. Penia explains that the Tower Master assigned them a mission, but they had a disagreement with the previous caravan and were forced to leave suddenly. She begins claiming that they were merely punishing a swindler, although her hesitation suggests that the situation escalated considerably. Unwilling to continue the story, she changes the subject and offers useful information about Raxus in exchange for Alan's kindness. Ships have recently disappeared near the Relic Coast, mysteriously dragged beneath the sea. Treasure hunters suspect fishmen, but nobody knows the truth. The news immediately alarms Alan. According to his knowledge of the game, the existence of fishmen should not yet be publicly known. The timing of an outer god's appearance can change, but the fishmen should have emerged much later. Their presence suggests that the world's timeline has accelerated dramatically, possibly signaling the arrival of another outer god. Eventually, the carriage reaches the port of Kimin on the outskirts of Raxus. From there, the group must travel by ship to the capital. They find a vessel and ask its captain about passage. The man demands 100 gold coins per person, shocking everyone. The captain unapologetically states that the ship belongs to him and therefore so does the price. Anyone unwilling to pay must wait 2 weeks for the next ferry. Unable to afford such a delay, Alan hands over 400 gold coins. Evan protests that the amount is 10 times the normal fare, but Alan explains that waiting 2 weeks is impossible. He silently thanks the King of Colony for the enormous bribe now financing the journey. He also realizes that he probably did not need to pay for 2 wealthy Magic Tower mages. The group finally sets sail toward the capital of Raxus. By the following day, Evan is suffering badly from seasickness. He weakly reminds Alan that 3 days remain before turning pale and green. Unaffected, Alan advises him to lie down. Penia is equally miserable, while Pelin repeatedly shakes her in a useless attempt to help. Alan, however, feels excellent. For the first time, he appreciates the tiny manticore within him, which apparently protects him from seasickness. His peaceful mood disappears when another ship approaches rapidly from the side. Before anyone can react, cannonballs strike their vessel. The enemy ship crashes against them, sending everyone stumbling across the deck. The greedy captain panics, unable to understand who would attack them in open water. Alan immediately rises and prepares to fight as armed men swing aboard. Pirates have attacked them and are attempting to ram the ship until it capsizes. Alan braces himself, but the pirates quickly overwhelm the deck. Evan and Pania remain incapacitated by seasickness, leaving him at a disadvantage. He prepares to use magic but knows that excessive power could destroy their own ship. Before he can act, a pirate slips behind him and presses a sword against his throat, warning him not to move. Alan remains calm and waits for an opportunity. Once the pirates secure the vessel, their own ship draws alongside it. The cowardly captain immediately begs for mercy and offers everything aboard. He even betrays his passengers, revealing that the ship carries mages and a noble who could be sold for considerable profit. In exchange, he asks only to keep his life and vessel. The bound Evan looks disgusted by the betrayal, while Alan dryly concludes that such behavior was predictable. While the captain negotiates, Penia appears to recover from her illness and discreetly breaks the magical restraints around her. Seeing this, Alan prepares to counterattack. Before either can move, an enormous trident crashes into the deck with a deafening impact. The captain looks upward in terror. Penia recognizes the weapon and whispers its owner's title, the Sea King. A towering and intimidating man steps aboard. He is the legendary pirate ruler who united 6 of the 7 archipelagos. He is said to have personally killed more than 50 captains and sunk their vessels. Known for slaughtering others for amusement, he has earned the name Demon of the Seas. Now that living calamity stands before them, still desperate to survive, the captain points at Alan and identifies him as the noble. Penia watches in horror, convinced that everyone is doomed. The Sea King, Radon, studies Alan. To everyone's astonishment, Alan greets the pirate by name and demands to know what Radon is doing there. Radon approaches him with a broad grin. His crew stares in disbelief, unable to understand why their terrifying leader is behaving so warmly. Penia and Pelin are equally shocked that the Count traveling with them appears to know Raxus's greatest calamity personally. Laughing, Radon cuts Alan's bonds and complains that he should have announced his arrival. He explains that he intended to contact Alan after completing some business but considers their unexpected meeting fortunate. Alan finally understands. In the game, Radon only appeared in his monstrous form, but his white hair and distinctive eyes reveal his identity. The journey has suddenly become far more interesting. Radon then cheerfully slaps the sickly Evan on the shoulder and greets him as Uncle Evan. Evan thanks him for rescuing the Count. Radon smiles and remarks that there is still one matter to handle. He turns toward the cowardly captain and kills him instantly. Looking down at the corpse with a chilling expression, Radon asks whether the man truly intended to sell his own employer. Radon turns back to Alan with a cheerful smile and announces that he will personally escort his boss to Raxus. Before that, however, he suggests visiting his headquarters in the 7 archipelagos so they can catch up. Alan reluctantly agrees while inwardly panicking over Radon's extreme brutality. He cannot help wondering whether the young man has already become one of the 5 mortal sins. Half a day later, their ship enters an enormous, crowded port. Evan and Penia stagger onto the dock, relieved to stand on solid ground, while Pelin marvels at the settlement's vast scale. Alan is more interested in its design. Rather than a disorderly pirate hideout, the port resembles a carefully planned and efficiently managed city. This is the first archipelago, the capital of Radon's recently unified pirate nation. Far away, beneath the moonlight, another island remains beyond the Sea King's control. The seventh archipelago is the final unconquered territory and the stronghold of the infamous Seawolf pirates. Inside their fortress, a grim meeting is underway. A subordinate reports that several merchant ships have failed to make contact for days, confirming that something is seriously wrong. Their captain, a threatening man equipped with a golden mechanical hook, asks whether the supply vessels were ambushed. He is Turlogan the Destroyer, the merciless leader of the Seawolf pirates. He already suspects the only possible culprit, Radon. Consumed by anger, Turlogan gestures for the messenger to approach. The nervous pirate steps closer and asks what his captain requires. Without answering, Turlogan seizes the man's face with his mechanical hand and licks him from the floor. He demands to know whether such a pathetic report is supposed to satisfy him. Energy crackles from the device, killing the subordinate instantly. His mutilated body collapses in a bloody heap before Turlogan kicks it aside and orders the others to dispose of the trash. After calming himself, he asks how many offerings remain necessary. The answer is disastrous. They still require at least 1,500 more. Turlogan rages that they have already sacrificed over 20,000 people without meeting the required number. Internally, he grows increasingly desperate, knowing Radon could invade his waters at any moment. His first mate reassures him that they still possess their greatest weapon, an army of fishmen capable of dominating the sea. Outside the fortress, monstrous fishmen feast upon piles of human remains. The first mate confidently claims that these creatures will stop Radon's fleet, the White Moon. Turlogan, however, knows that ordinary numbers will never be enough against a monster like Radon. His thoughts return to the beginning of Radon's conquest. 6 pirate captains, including a still 2-armed Turlogan, once united their fleets to oppose him. Radon swept through their combined forces like a natural disaster. Even captains protected by the power of Cleared were torn apart as though they were nothing. Turlogan can never forget the sight of dozens of ships being annihilated, nor the moment Radon personally severed both his arms. Afterward, Turlogan lay broken upon a beach, screaming Radon's name and swearing revenge. A mysterious voice emerged from the darkness and asked whether he desired power. Exhausted and wounded, Turlogan demanded that the unseen speaker reveal itself. The voice offered him not only enough strength to kill Radon, but the power to conquer the entire world. A robed figure appeared, holding a grotesque mask that seemed to scream. It instructed Turlogan to continue feeding human flesh to the fishmen. Once enough souls had been gathered and the creatures fully trusted him, the figure promised that he would ascend into a god. Back in the present, Turlogan studies the sinister mask. Only 1,500 more souls are needed. As the artifact pulses with faint, unnatural light, a plan forms in his mind and a wicked smile spreads across his face. Meanwhile, Alan explores Radon's domain on the first archipelago. The Pirate King's city is remarkably clean and orderly, leading Alan to wonder whether Radon suffers from an extreme obsession with neatness. Proudly pointing toward an enormous mansion, Radon welcomes Alan to his little brother's home and eagerly leads him and the still weary Evan inside. The mansion is equally immaculate, with perfect symmetry in every direction. Radon invites them to sit and offers refreshments, while Pania and Pelin sleep elsewhere to recover from their severe seasickness. Once they are comfortable, Radon asks why Alan boarded that particular ship when his destination was Raxus. Alan innocently explains that the captain claimed it was traveling there. Radon stares at him in disbelief before revealing that the vessel was actually transporting supplies for the Seawolf pirates. Alan and Evan finally realize that they were deceived. Evan becomes furious over the 400 gold coins they wasted. Radon explains that he had been heading there to intercept the ship and stop its shipment of human flesh. Finding Alan among its passengers had been completely unexpected. Alan freezes at the mention of human meat, a subject that had been strictly forbidden within the game's lore. He immediately asks whether the sea wolves are connected to the fishmen. Radon confirms that they began using those creatures after he nearly completed his conquest of the 7 archipelagos. The horrifying pieces come together in Alan's mind. Fishmen consuming human sacrifices can only indicate the influence of an outer god. The sea wolves are gathering sacrifices to summon a world-ending entity. If it descends, the entire region could be destroyed. Radon calmly states that, with their supply route severed, he intends to execute the sea wolves. Smiling warmly, he thanks Alan for granting him this opportunity for revenge. Alan is confused because he has no memory of doing anything for Radon. Nevertheless, he must stop the sacrifices. Since his own mission requires traveling into the deep sea, he asks whether he may accompany Radon and interrogate the pirates. Radon enthusiastically agrees, provided he is allowed to personally remove their heads. Disturbed by his eagerness, Alan cautiously asks about Radon's reputation as a demon who kills for pleasure. Radon laughs and denies murdering people without reason. He explains that he killed the previous captain only because the man attempted to sell Alan as property. His demonic reputation applies primarily to pirates and is part of his revenge against them. Alan is surprised. He had expected a mindless psychopath, but Radon appears remarkably sane. Relief washes over him. He had feared the boy had completely transformed into one of the 5 mortal sins. Alan remembers the lore of psychedelia. The 5 mortal sins were monsters created when a dark god merged with deeply traumatized children known as sin candidates. Radon had been one of those candidates. It seems the stories surrounding him were exaggerated, and he has not yet lost himself. Alan feels reassured that supporting the boy was not a mistake. Thinking of the other children he sponsored, Alan admits that each of them developed unusual habits. Radon, however, finds Alan surprisingly ordinary. He confesses that he once suspected Alan possessed hypnosis magic, because every other sponsored child underwent a drastic personality change after meeting him. Alan cannot understand the strange accusation and quickly changes the subject. Before attacking the sea wolves, he asks Radon for another favor. He must travel to Raxus the following day to meet someone. When Radon asks who could be so important, Alan names Alexion the Appraiser. Radon admits that he has never heard of the man, but promises to prepare everything. He then encourages Evan to rest. After thanking him, Alan retires to his assigned room and collapses onto the bed, grateful to finally see a proper mattress after so long. As he rests, he considers his next objective. Rare artifacts, such as the ring obtained from Heinkel, require the skill of a master appraiser, and Alexion is among the finest. Unfortunately, Alan remembers him from the game as an insufferable man who assigned prices according to his mood and seemed deliberately designed to frustrate players. He even recalls forum posts begging the developers to allow players to attack the irritating NPC. Alexion is also notoriously difficult to locate because he secretly finances criminal organizations. Alan sighs and prepares himself to endure whatever insults the man might deliver. The following morning is bright and clear. Radon cheerfully greets Alan and announces that he has already brought the person he requested. Alan turns and stares in disbelief. Radon is holding a screaming man by the collar as he begs desperately for his life. It is Alexion. Alan cannot comprehend how Radon located and kidnapped such a well-hidden underworld financier overnight. Later, the three gather inside Radon's lounge. Alan calmly requests an appraisal while Alexion trembles uncontrollably across the table. His hands shake so violently that he drops the sword. He immediately scrambles onto the floor and begs not to be killed. Radon leans closer with a cold expression and asks why he is behaving so dramatically when he had been invited with perfect courtesy. The terrified appraiser hurriedly agrees that Radon's invitation had indeed been extremely polite. Curious, Alan asks how Radon found someone famous for remaining hidden. With a pleasant smile, Radon explains that he did not waste time speaking with Alexion's bodyguards and simply brought the man along. Alan's blood turns cold. Radon's claim that no conversation occurred can only mean he slaughtered every guard. His supposed little brother is still terrifyingly unstable. Alexion interrupts the silence by announcing that the appraisal is complete. He presents Alan with the identified ring and sword. The entire process required only 10 minutes, even though Alan knows artifacts of this level should take at least 2 hours to examine. Alexion must have worked at impossible speed out of fear for his life. Radon moves close to the appraiser and asks whether he intends to hold a grudge. Alexion frantically promises that he will not. Alan nearly feels sorry for him and tells Radon to release the man now that the work is finished. Alexion is carried away while loudly thanking them for sparing his life. Several days later, the group sails once more aboard Radon's magnificent vessel. Evan celebrates on deck, delighted that Painia's magical medicine has completely prevented his seasickness. Alan is impressed that she produced such an effective remedy. He cannot help feeling envious of her talent for alchemy, wishing his own mana hole were even half as large as hers. Elsewhere, within a grim chamber illuminated by fire, another organization faces destruction. This is a hideout belonging to Bloodshackle, a vile group that manufactures drugs and serves as a major supplier of human flesh. Inside a dark storeroom, Darte, the organization's leader, notices an unseen intruder and immediately panics. He begs for mercy and insists that he was merely following orders. His pleas end when sinister purple energy lashes through the chamber. Glowing threads spread across the room, trapping Darte and his subordinates like insects caught in a spider's web. Standing at the center is Deus, another of Alan's sponsored children. He asks a subordinate whether they have found what they were seeking. The operative reports that the hideout is not Bloodshackle's true headquarters. However, he discovered that several Asterian nobles commissioned the organization's atrocities. He adds that another agent named Yuna is already investigating those higher-ranking conspirators. Removing his disguise, the operative reveals himself as Haydn, a member of Alan's secret organization, the Blue Moon. He explains that their information network moves so quickly because every member is devoted to the Great Moon, Alan himself. Deus's eyes narrow. He knows the organization's followers possess absolute loyalty and grant no mercy to anyone they consider Alan's enemy. Deus and Haydn leave the mansion beneath the full moon, acting together in service of their patron. Purple power spreads around the entire structure, forming an inescapable cage. With one final surge, Deus crushes the mansion into rubble, erasing another of Alan's enemies from existence.